We have returned, ladies and gents, and welcome back once again to the BTS Pro Series Season number 4 Europe and CIS Grand Finals with Viking GG and Team Spirit. Game 2, the second draft of this series. This is about to begin. We're here with T-Panda and TeaGuvnor once again, and some changes. Not really. And it looks like there's no changes in the banning section so far. So Mars, Phoenix, and we have the IO Doom again. This time Doom, second ban instead of the first ban. And sides have been changed. Viking GG on Radiant. Team Spirit chose, actually, they chose second pick for themselves. And I think you posted something about the drafting order on Twitter. So,
yeah,
at TeaGuvnor on Twitter, if you want to look at that picture.
Oh, you little shameless little plug. I love it.
Segue for it.
Do it. Yeah, guys. Desperate for any follows.
Oh, come All right, that's not the way to do it.
Anyway,
talk us through.
Please follow me. Please. More importantly, literally, you asked about the order. I just posed the question: are we going to see a new draft order for
I think it's a good question.
Because I just simply think if you look at the middle bar, right, where you see the pick order, you get second pick, you get the last pick in the first phase and the last pick in the final phase. So you pretty much get to react to 3 of the 5 picks in the draft, which is forever.
It's a majority.
I speak for the team.
It's rough, and I think what I maybe quickly thought of was simply adding a 4th phase to the draft so that you get 2 reactions on both teams. Because right now, it's like first pick is like one way, second phase is one way, and then third phase is one way, right? So it's like 2 for 1. So if you add a 4th phase, then technically it's 2 for 2. The issue is with 5 picks, you pretty much force it to be like some like 2. It's just so clowny, but anyway, you get the point, right? Like, I'd like to see something new because second pick does feel a little bit reactionary favored, but alas, that is just kind of drafting in a nutshell. So map also comes into effect there.
It does, and that is something that maybe goes in unison, hand in hand, when it comes to, like, do you want to play Radiant, do you want to play Dire? Right now, Radiant still heavily favored, and the second pick for most teams. There are still a few teams who prefer the first pick, but if there was a percentage, it does feel like 75 to 80% prefer second pick over first pick. If we do have an accurate statistic over that, I would love to see it.
I have no idea. Yeah.
But I would feel like it is because
I'll check right now. Hold on.
Reading logs and seeing lobbies, like the choices, it's always SP, 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 doesn't mean second pick. And the leftovers Radiant. So.
Yeah.
Dire team
I'm currently loading up to see if I can quickly find the...
Meanwhile, I can discuss what's happening on our screens right now. So we're going to get the Nature's Prophet once again. Feels like this is going to be the Celery go-to pick. He did some really good Nature's Prophet plays yesterday with the new Shard, especially. Able to get some good body blocks, and then the massive damage that it applies, allowing you to destroy those creep waves really fast, getting to objectives, and most importantly, there's support, so you don't really know where that NP is going to show up, where he's going to be, especially if it's a setup moment that's happening. Or if they're looking for a pick-off on the NP, it's not like the core Nature's Prophet that he's always like, alright, he's going to be in lane because he needs farm, and there's a creep wave, he's going to go through that. It's a support, so you don't necessarily even go for it.
I just like the fact that with this Fury in 5, it gives you more pubs in the game, where before you were like the utility buyer, and then you that's it. You can maybe scale if it's a really long game, but that's it. And I love how this Shard, it just gives you independent game plan where you TP behind them.
Independent NP.
Yeah, exactly. Like you just TP behind the tower and you push out the wave. Like you have 2 greater treants that have 108 damage each, like 1600 HP. Like, of course they die very quickly to like an Ember, any wave clear, any magic damage. Like they have 0 armor, right? But it's the principle of you spawning those 2 greater treants from a sprout alone. You get to push out these waves for free, and you also push pretty quick. Like, and this is why Viking, I liked how yesterday when they played, they had all this chaos, all this desire to go forward and to just find kills. But the Furion, he grounded out that ability to go, well, if we ever win the fight, we can go for the objective. And if the game gets hard, we can prolong it because of the Furion. So I think this is one of my favorite shards that I've seen. Of course, there are so many shards that I've yet to truly explore, but like, I think Furion shard is for sure so much value, 1400 gold, and yeah, amazing. And then they pair it with the Earth Spirit as well. It's now going to be your position 5 doesn't provide any team fight. You need your 4 to have overwhelming presence in that. And Earth Spirit, he is that hero. He can go from lane to lane and be just super aggressive. So Yep, strong openings from both teams so far.
Yeah, the Earth Spirit, we know a lot about the Earth Spirit. The Void Spirit, very common. But the Dark Willow, maybe a bit less common to the average viewer's eye. So does this Willow work?
And ours.
Is that Willow some sort of an answer to the Nature's Prophet as it's being a responsive pick? It's the second pick of the draft, so is that directly towards the NP? Is it directed towards the later parts of the draft? What do you feel like?
I think it's not about the NP, but it's the philosophy of what an MP brings to Vikings lineup, which is that aggression.
Yeah, aggression.
Willow is one of those counter aggressors, right? You have that big terrorize, just turn around the fight. You're terrible in early push scenarios where you can't really defend objectives that well. But the idea of, well, if we get to that fight, if we have a hero that can jump into the backlines, i.e. Void Spirit, Willow can really punish Viking trying to move from objective to objective if she has the right team. So yeah, I think I like the idea of the Willow, not for what the heroes she's seeing, but for the idea of what Viking wants to play, and Willow can play into that really well.
Now we're looking at our second phase bans about to finish. The Tidehunter, the Axe offlane bans are coming through, targeted towards Collapse. So they've banned the Mars, the Axe, the Tide. They've left the Bat Rider open for
I was going to say,
yeah.
The Bat's still available. That is a very, very good hero, especially against Earth Spirit and Furion. You'd love to play that lane, I think. Viking probably don't care about it too much, just because their first pick, that means they get to react in both picks in that second phase. Therefore, if a Bat does come into play, they are going to be able to pick up one of those annoying carries that can deal with the Bat Rider quite easily. You know, PL is rising in popularity a little bit. Slark as well has had some love in the pub scene. So no, I don't think Viking care too much about the Bat, just because this time round they have, like I just said, the carry pick to respond to potentially a Bat in the second phase.
Yeah. And also, like, now that Spirit is the one picking first, so I think they're saving up. They probably know their support pick. They're just thinking about what is the targeted band that they're looking for, and is that going to be the Nyx? It's actually going to be a Viper.
Okay.
Feels like they didn't really worry about the Nyx Assassin too much last game. Obviously, the draft is changing a little bit, so the Nyx can be a nuisance to, one, the Void Spirit, and two, maybe some pickoff potential on this Dark Willow as well. Since that is a squishy support, and Nyx could, you know, actually get a pretty good game. So if they force the Bat Rider pick, there's probably going to be a Nyx as well from Viking. Just, you know, hindsight guessing, but possible.
That is what the drafting is. It's all a lot of guesswork until they pick it, and then it's all a lot of hindsight.
Yeah. There's always a consequence for every action.
Yes. All right. Rate the banners right now. Viking, Team Spirit. Can they see that they can? Which one do you prefer?
Sorry, say that again.
Which banner do you prefer? Team Spirit or Viking?
Team are now picking.
Banner.
Disruptor.
Yeah.
Obviously, I like Viking GG in a sense because it's simplistic. It's got that you know, kind of what's between vertical and horizontal when it's
diagonal.
Like, diagonal, yeah. I like the diagonal kind of like art style.
Yeah.
Team pick.
Fair. All right, I'll give it that. I was going to say Team Spirit. I like the color.
Yeah.
Viking, they go for a PA after seeing a disruptor.
Also, what I like about is the platforms that Earth Spirit and PA are standing on.
Oh, mate, you got to stop with the platform shit.
I will never stop until they do something or explain to me what they're about. Why is PA on a platform? Why is Earth Spirit? Why is always the second and the fourth, or the second and the third, standing on some bloody platform?
I don't know.
Why doesn't the Dire team have any platforms to stand on? Is the grass too soggy or what?
I literally, if you could ask me top three most pointless things to bring up in a draft.
I have no answers to the questions that I have. Somebody calls me a lunatic, but I need to know. These are the big questions of life. Anyway, Team Spirit, they're running out of drafting time.
Ooh.
Terror Blade. When's the last time we got to see Team Spirit actually play TB? Let's look at Yatoro.
I don't know, mate, but I know that Terrorblade into PA is pretty good for the Terrorblade. We didn't see it much in the previous patch, but in this game alone, it's the idea that Terrorblade has that high armor. With the PA jumps in and locks into that 1v1 duel, doesn't have BKB, you have that Sunder. I can then automatically respond with the Zeus.
Yeah.
I think the key thing here is, though, even though, all right, cool, guys, they got the Zeus v TB, you have to look at what's their heroes, right? They've got who's like your protector right now? How do you stop the Void Spirit jumping onto Zeus and the game getting pretty difficult? Like, you have this Earth Spirit Fury in supports. They want to move forward. PA wants to move forward. That leaves Zeus on an island by himself, allowing for, you know, the Void Spirit to jump into the backline. There's still one more pick from Team Spirit, that offlane pick potentially.
But look at Viking's ban.
Void Spirit could be offlane. Yeah, exactly.
Because that's
like this Void Spirit's flexed. Yeah, exactly.
Does Collapse suddenly bring out an offlane Void Spirit? We haven't seen him play at all.
Has he? I feel like he has played it a couple of times.
Sure. I haven't really seen him actually play it, so I might be surprised.
I'll check, mate. Hold tight. Hold. I've loaded up game 1 of a game. That's basics.
They are targeting mid bans, so they're saying Void Spirit is off lane. Turblade going safe lane, and we need the mid pick for Toronto Tokyo.
He has played 5 games of Void Spirit in his career. Last game a month ago. So
okay, well, reasonable.
Yeah, like, it's not like his best hero, but I'm sure he can do it. But for Viking, they need, like, the key thing here is they need an offlaner that can protect the Zeus in some capacity. Like, they need someone who, when the rest of the heroes and Viking go forward, they need a hero that can just stand behind and go, don't worry, Zeus, if they jump you, I can Lotus you, I can pipe you, I can force you, I can do something to enable you. Because they don't have that right now. And Team Spirit, they ban out the Underlord, the Darks here. These heroes are doing great at this, but what's left? They go for it. Oh, wow. This is so aggressive. Like, yeah, okay. So it's very good defensive here in the idea of if he connects a stomp, but if the game gets difficult, then it will be hard. Their high ground defense from Viking, though, is so scary. Like, they have Fury to skip waves. They have PA to throw out daggers. Zeus and ET just on the high ground. Like, even if Viking lose the early game, they are going to be able to hold their base for so long unless they get picked off. But for Team Spirit,
it's a nice pick, but it feels like it has some anti-synergy with Vikings lineup, but it also has a lot to give.
It has amazing synergy in the fact that you have both some of the biggest magic and physical damage dealers in your game. So if ET, he removes either your magic resistance or your armor. So he can either play with the PA and blow up a hero, or he can play with the Zeus and blow up a hero. So in theory,
I think there's more
it's
synergies.
Yeah, it's amazing. But for Team Spirit, they counter this with the idea of, okay, Quaswex Invoker, Vikings lineup's very skirmishy, and how do you counter this type of aggression? You go for this Quaswex, this Tornado, this EMP, you poke and prod, and you just cut through the type of aggression that Viking has. So I think for simplicity, I love Team Spirit's lineup. They have the aggression of this offlane Void Spirit that can go for an early pipe. You have the Quaswex Invoker to deal with the early Earth Spirit rotations and stop the PA from feeling too confident. And then TB, he's your grounded out factor. He needs to buy BKB and he'll have a great time. But Viking, damn, their draft, it's like they went for all like the fun picks. You know, they went for the Furin that can buy the Shard. They've got, probably won't buy it this game though. I feel like it could be difficult. Maybe he does. You got the Zeus ET combo. Like, I love the idea of Vikings draft, but they need to have such great positioning in this game, and the vision is really critical for them.
Who do you prefer? Are we going to see a tie from Viking GG with this lineup, or is Team Spirit going to start snatching championship points for themselves? And that would mean 3 in a row.
I prefer Team Spirits just for the fact that, once again, this offlane isn't going to get truly that pressured, I think. So it allows for them to play off the jump that it requires. And yeah, I think it's just too easy for this Terrorblade to find his farm and to have a game. So yeah, I think, especially after Team Spirit had such good execution, they now have a draft where, like, the only mistake that Team Spirit can make in this game that can make it super hard is, of course, A, you know, chain feeding always helps, but B, it's going high ground when they're not ready to. Like, if they don't have the BKB or they don't have the Aegis and Terrorblade, and then they try to go high ground, then of course this game can get really difficult. But yeah, again, for Viking, I love the idea of that draft. This ET complementing PA Zeus really well. The aggression from the Earth Spirit and the Nature's Prophet early on to collapse the map. Fury and then eventually buying Shard to keep the game going. The high ground hold of ET Zeus. Like, there's so many fun things in Vikings lineup, but it does take great positioning, great vision, great execution to pull off. And I think luckily for Viking, they can do that. So yeah, an exciting game for sure.
Well, exciting indeed, at least in the sense that this can maybe decide a potential incoming sweep, or if we get a tie, then of course this series will continue to stretch a little bit longer. And I think that's what we're also looking forward to. We talked about in the post-game draft about Viking GG maybe waking up a little bit to this series, kind of living up to the pace that Team Spirit's providing to them, because Live to Win didn't seem to live up to their expectations yesterday. Team Spirit, however, coming in with a completely different mindset here than their yesterday's opponents. So now that they're warmed up, everybody's ready. We get our second game underway with our bounty spawning. Treants trying to contest that bounty rune, but not able to do so. And it will be a 2 for 2. And remember yesterday, I'm gonna avoid alt-clicking objects or items or that. But remember when that one bounty rune over here, they forgot to pick it up. Yeah, so...
Yeah, they did.
It's a tiny bit of missed gold.
Already better.
Oh, yeah, already way better. True. True as well. Miposhka, he actually doesn't know yet that easy camp has been blocked by the sentry. There's an ops ward also in the middle. And Aramis is probably aiming to just body... Actually, he doesn't need to body block this at all. There's a sentry in the middle of the hard camp. So Miposhka's already done the work for Aramis. So no camps at all for this top lane.
Yeah, the key thing here is Miposhka knows that he just needs to block up his own camp to prevent Aramis from... Like, after... This is the play, right? He'll grab this wave, he'll block it onto the next wave, and then when the lane's going back in the favor of Spirit, they'll pull. So Miposhka... He knows as a disruptor, he can pressure the Earth Spirit here with his Thunderstrike. And also, Aramis, he has to roll away. So the creep wave going in front of the tower is suboptimal for the big game plan of this normal creep pool.
Yeah, and Yatoro still gets to connect his behind the tier 1 tower.
Yeah.
And Toby gets his in front. So this is a classic, just moving around the creep wave a little bit, but they still connect in the correct spots as well. Nobody farming under tower, so no push either way.
Yeah. And this bot lane though, when you see the offlane Void Spirit, especially against a Fury PA, like with the points in Resonant Pulse, like he just shouldn't die. The only way he dies is if he ever like wastes the pulse or he misses an Aether Remnant when the PA jumps on him, and then suddenly there's potential kill threat. But with 4 armor, 2 points from the ring, and then 2 just built into the hero. He
Nicely
really
played there from Collapse. He actually, Celery tried to TP out. His teleport scrolls on cooldown, so you ain't going home and coming back with your second spell.
And he has
no
only got
one.
Either.
So now he's stuck.
Sad.
He's stuck in this lane. Or if he does, he's going to have to do the long walk of shame.
Odds on TPing back, buying a smoke and running back slightly quicker. Not happening, by the way.
Yeah, I guess he's going to have to wait a little bit longer. Collapse is tipping. Boom.
Oh, Celery just killed himself instead.
Yep. Right. First blood for So Bad.
It was inevitable.
So Bad. Now, okay, now we got the tips flowing.
Yeah, I'd say that tip from So Bad, it's kind of underwhelming. Where like Celery kind of wants to die here, so realistically, in the grand scheme of your tip game, it's kind of like subpar because Celery does gain something from it, i.e., the TP he didn't have. But alas, just some tip analytics for you.
Yeah, just a tiny bit. Not too much though.
Yeah, just enough.
At least to get our early game going, because this is very standard, just farming up, tiny bit of trading here and there. Maybe a few more minutes. I would maybe dare to say, like, after the bounty runes have spawned, maybe we got some action on these lanes, since I think these are very level dependent as well on how things start rolling out. Zeus capable of giving that +1 for every fight with the Zeus ultimate. Global damage. So maybe an opening for the Earth Spirit and the Elder Titan. TB at 300 HP.
Yeah.
The roll in comes in from Aramis, and actually they're going to fight way earlier than we were supposed to think they were going to. Toby also falls for Miposhka. Aramis trying to get the kill on the Disruptor, slapping away, but he's got a lot of stick charges. Miposhka might just come out in the strong end because he's got his Thunderstrike available. Earth Spirit rolls in Aramis. A Fairy Fire comes out, and Miposhka should win this duel in the end. There we go. Double kill for the Disruptor.
Miposhka is now the carry. Terrorblade, due to the changes, will be shifting to that 5 role. Miposhka is going to be leveling up.
At least they need to recognize the Disruptor is the real Iron Man.
Yeah, that was a bit awkward for Team Spirit though. Like, Yatoro trying to man up. Maybe if he had a stick or something to make the outplay, but yeah, just fully hard committing to an offlane ET who can just right-click you and not care about your armor is somewhat annoying.
Gonna get a quick pick off on the Invoker, but Boom runs out of mana. He does have bottle charges to refill himself. Meanwhile, those 3 points of Quas and the Tango has got 26.3 HP regen. Good luck trying to kill the Invoker a second time. But I like the aggression with this NP teleporting mid with the Blightstone and allowing to get this early damage. This is not even 5 minutes in, and this mid tower is taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, this is the key thing from the two lineups. Viking, their rotations come from their support duo, the Furin and the Earth Spirit. But on the flip side of Team Spirit, their rotations will be coming from their off lane and then their mid. So if the Vikings can utilize the early rotations that the supports can have in the game, where supports actively want to move like pre-5, you can then pressure the active cores on Team Spirit, and then suddenly those active cores that need to make those 5-minute plus rotations can't because they're already hindered from the early Vikings. So that's what we need to look out for in this game, is just how Viking utilize their ability to play the map slightly earlier than the likes of an Invoker.
Really cool. Good combo comes out from Toronto, Tokyo, and Boom is out for the count. Meanwhile, PA is also 80 HP. He's going to get stunned up, and Collapse is trying to get to this PA, but no, right-click comes out, and he's tanking the tower, and he's dead. Really wanted that PA kill, and he wasn't too far away from it. Looked like he actually missed 1 or 2 of his hits, or then he just didn't get the second one off at all. He just ended up running on a spot, basically, just getting... PA just throws a dagger, walks away. That's such an annoying feeling. You like take that arrow to the knee, and then you're just wondering, like, oh, but stop, no. Poshka, however, roll from Aramis in Toronto, Tokyo. Boom's trying to get his ulti off, and suddenly he doesn't have the mana left for it. Bottle charges, lightning bolt, and an ulti. Is it going to be enough? Looking for Poshka. Nope. I'll let Team Spirit walk away with this one. So bad. Meanwhile, rotates to mid as well. Now we got 3 versus 2 action. But I feel like they do spot his movements. There's an ops ward on the cliff. They see the Swallow moving in.
No. But they also see the ward, so get it, boys. There we go. Oh, and a pause.
Yep.
The important thing to note here is, though, the play on bot from Void Spirit, it opens up the map for this Terrorblade to farm, because if Earth Spirit and Elder Titan were playing top together, they would be able to pressure the Terrorblade, forcing him to the jungle, giving Toby complete free farm.
Yeah.
But because Void Spirit goes aggressive bottom, PA nearly dies, Earth Spirit TPs in at the tail end of the fight, it allows for this Terrorblade to go back to top lane with confidence. He's now meted, playing out his lane. And this entire top side of the Dire map is completely uncontested. Team Spirit then apply pressure to mid lane, locking in 4 of the 5 heroes and Viking into this kind of bottom portion of the map. Once again, allowing the big win condition of Team Spirit Terrorblade to have a completely free game in regards to his farm.
Yeah, he's level 6 now, 34 CS, not the worst time. We can look at net worth in a minute, maybe not right now. I don't think there's going to be too massive changes, except that the CS department as a whole is slowly sliding for Team Spirit's favor. Shad's Courier dies, there's nothing on it, but that's a tiny bit of extra gold for Team Spirit. 45 per player. And look at that, Invoker has lined up a Witchblade, so... Is that the slow with the poison debuff, something like that?
It is the anti-magic item, right? No, it's not. Causes your attack poison. Yeah, no, so I'm thinking the other item. Yeah, this is. So it causes your next attack to apply a poison for 3 seconds, slowing by 25 and dealing 1 extra intelligence.
Alright, yeah. So that's actually pretty good on an Invoker, because it also gives the int damage. It's a tiny bit of extra.
But it gives projectile speed, so I'm thinking like Cold Snap plays here, where you have like Solar Crest plus Cold Snap, and you're like, and they're just like, ah! You know, I can see that.
Yeah, connecting like cool. Venge missiles. They flipped up that quite a lot.
Sounds really fun, but isn't there an item that... I'm gonna quickly find the item I want. Like,
yeah, I don't want to do it right now. We can do it
Mage
on screen.
Slayer, there we go.
Mage Slayer, yeah, that was the one that reduced magic damage though.
Dude, that item's gonna be so good. Especially against a Zeus, that's going to be so fun to pick up.
Kobe looking for the stomp. Miposhka walks out. So bad comes in with the crown onto Celery. Get a stun on this Nature's Prophet, and Collapse follows in. Make sure they get the kill happening. Miposhka, however, does fall to Boom's ulti. Zeus picking up a kill from next to his fountain. Always nice to have a tiny bit of extra dosh flowing in the direction of the Zeus. 2,800 net worth. PA and Terrorblade are almost even, both sitting at 3k. And Elder Titan is the most farmed hero on Viking.
Oh, but Zeus for
now, but Zeus is out. It doesn't really take too long for that kill to take place. Here comes the Nature's Prophet.
But do you see what I mean about the rotation potential on both teams? Hold on, oh my god, the slap!
That's a lot of damage from Toby, but he barely walks out. Celery comes in, tries to get the blocks out, and the crown, it will stun up Celery, and it's also going to stun Toby, and ET also going to fall here by the looks of it. He does dodge a couple of those hits on the high ground, but it's not going to be enough, and there's the glimpse as well. Aramis, no mana for a rollout. And that is a heavy price for Viking GG to pay this early on.
They kind of got baited by the slap just like us. It's like, oh, the slap, and then the sprout didn't connect with the invoker, and unfortunately ET just couldn't get close enough to connect that second slap. But whew. And like what I was mentioning, it's the idea that early on Viking, they utilized their Earth Spirit, their Fury, just to try and apply pressure to the map. But now you get to like the 9-minute mark, this Void Spirit, he just comes to mid, and that chain kind of, you kill the Zeus, you kill the ET, you just keep getting these kills. It is so scary because this entire game now is just being played in the mid-bottom portion of the map. And if you look at the net worth again, this TB, he is slowly starting to build a lead on a PA that of course needs to farm a Battle Fury before she can even question being in the same farming capacity of a Terrorblade.
Agreed. And also that triple net worth lead on all cores for Team Spirit is proving to be it can be a big factor, because we did see that in the previous game as well, that they had 2 of their cores doing a great job in the early game, and this applies to early pressure. And TB with Metamorph just walks out of nowhere with Collapse, so they take down Celery, and they are gonna get to push this bottom tower. Meanwhile, Team Spirit
in the mid lane. So in the mid lane, it was a quick skirmish where Maposhka did use Static Storm onto the Zeus, initiating the fight, and then Toby and Aramis had to come back in and save the Zeus. Toronto Tokyo did nearly fall, but it was kind of a lot of spells used, but nothing happened. And then meanwhile, like you said, in the bot lane, TB was able to walk down.
And Celery just TP's right in front of Collapse. I don't think he even saw that happening.
Oh, wow.
And he does get the wards down, but does he lose his life in the process? Looks like he will. Collapse gets that one, and he's on a dominating spree right now. So he's playing pretty well.
The
Boom
TV
is also
turns
caught,
up.
and the TB with the last second of Metamorph comes in to punch in one right click. But it's enough.
That's
so
some
bad.
value, by the way. This is easy value.
First they got the kill on Celery in bottom. They got the tier 1 tower with the Metamorph. They come in for another Celery kill, and then they kill off Boom as well, with the Metamorph still on for the last second. So yeah, that's got to be one of the most value Metamorphs I've ever seen in an early game.
Get the bot tier 1, walks in,
Glimpse back home.
Kills.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Happy birthday.
Thomas is all alone in mid right now. They're going to have to sack this tower. Not even willing to fight this at all. Celery is pushing out bottom. PA farming the jungle in top. So far behind the net worth is a 4k lead for Team Spirit.
Yeah, just the early moves from Team Spirit really are shutting down Viking. It's the fact that their own jungle has been so open on Team Spirit, and Viking, they have to react so heavily to these engagements. Like, this disruptor, these glimpses, like Viking, if they commit to a fight, if they ever misstep, they get so punished so quickly. And especially when it's only 1 tower difference. Actually, it's equal towers fallen. Both safe lane towers have fell, but it's just the kills really doing it. You're 4 for 12.
Collapse is also off to a great start in this game. He's 4-1-4, this offlane Void Spirit. Like you said, we've only seen him play this the last time a month ago in the previous tournament. And since most of those bans were targeted on him, so he's doing a great job. But there's also a Static Storm used up on Toby. Half of his HP is already gone. Miposhka, Glimpse available. Holding on to it for now. I like that zigzag movement from Toby. Not really forcing them to use it. Celery, however, not being so lucky. Collapse is relentlessly chasing him up, and that'll actually nice dodge as well, and gets the stun out. However, he's going to end up going a little bit too deep here. Gets another jump out, the Urn heal, and he doesn't die to the tower.
That was so close.
Very close.
That's so disgustingly close.
What a player. That was way too close to comfort. But he lives. He lives nevertheless. He gets another kill, stays alive, keeps that streak up and going. Another casualty for Viking GG. At least they hold their mid tower, but they don't have Thunder God's Wrath for another 100 seconds. Toby still hasn't hit that ulti point. He's level 7.
But interestingly enough, though, if we look at the Terrorblade, it's the fact that he went for. If you look at his quick buy, he's not going for any items that really make him, survive against the Zeus. He's playing on the fact that he's Invoker or the Void Spirit or the Disruptor will find the Zeus first, can start the fight by killing him, and then he gets to play a game. And this will be the type of build, the SMY, the Butterfly, he can crush a PA. But it's also the type of build that in 15 minutes time, we can be going, why does the Terrorblade not have a BKB? Why does it, But it also gives the Terrorblade a way to play out the late game, because if he rushes to buy a BKB right now and starts winning fights in the moment, they're not fights that let you take high ground, that let you win the game. So I can fully respect he's itemizing to deal with the Zeus, the PA for the early fights, and then eventually might get a BKB for that 10-second value later on. But Toby in the bot lane, smoked up, gone on.
Static Storm, Cold Snap.
He's dead.
No mercy.
Barely.
The tornado as well on the Ramis. He just rolled in and slowly just trying to crawl his way out. He's going to go in again and attempting for it. He does get the Cold Snap from Invoker. He ends up going down, but he does do a lot of damage, and he might just pay off. But Viking, they need to get these. Miposhka being chased up. The Magnetize runs out. Celery's getting body blocked by his own creep wave. So bad comes in as well. The roots will connect, and boom, he's only throwing in some saving lightning bolts, but he is not able to save his friend from trouble. Here comes the Elder Titan as well, but Team Spirit, they're already out.
Why does Witchblade cost no mana to use? And why is it 9 seconds?
Wait.
What?
No mana? Okay, that's ridiculous.
What? You used it like 4 or 5 times.
9-second cooldown, 3-second debuff.
Dude, he has 81 int. It does 81 damage per second for 3 seconds. It's an Obba Venom on steroids, paired with a Cold Snap, and a 25% slow, which doesn't...
Sunstrike Toby doesn't quite connect though. Dissimulate. Back to safety for Collapse. Toby, Celery, Aramis waiting to go in. Maybe get some stray hero of Team Spirit. And they do have the Zeus ulti, so if they get a quick jump in, if I can connect all of their spells at the same time on a singular target, they can get a kill. But that's if everything connects. Willow. Stun on Celery, finally pops out. Collapse is moving in onto Toby. Duels into the air. They got the Remnant. The roots are there. He's just stuck. He's just standing still. There's Dissimulate comes through. Willow with another burst, and that is a lot of damage onto Toby, and there's nowhere to run. He doesn't even get the stomp off. He's just going to die. Celery's also going to fall. 2 pickoffs for Team Spirit. Absolutely on a roll right now, this dire team.
Yeah, Viking, they just can't fight into what Team Spirit has. Team Spirit, they have this beautiful lineup of just counter aggression. They have backline catch, and Viking, we mentioned it during the draft, like what is the hero that stands up front and can start the fight? They have these skirmishing heroes, but it's all built around early rotations of Fury and Earth Spirit, and then the PA scaling into the game. The ET needs to cover the Zeus, but they just don't have this kind of beautiful construct exist, because Team Spirit is breaking down the ability of Viking to slowly position themselves correctly to take a good fight. So yeah, I just love the way that Team Spirit are playing this game super up in the face, punishing the fact that PA has to farm for so long. Terrorblade's even joining in now and again. But Mike, just look at this Terrorblade's farm. He has S and Y, soon to be, one big component of Butterfly, the Eagle song. Like, it's 17 minutes into the game, and he will not give any cares about PA shortly.
The 18-minute 10K happening again. Just getting really, really thick on this Terrorblade, and that's going to be a big nuisance. And he's just feeling the confidence going straight up Butterfly. That's not your everyday go-to item, but that does spell a little bit about confidence.
No, but again, like I said, it's the idea that the next big timing from Viking is simply the PA getting like Battle Fury Deso +1 and maybe taking a fight. So if TB can already cover that with this Butterfly, it allows him to not waste any BKB charges. He relies on his team stopping the Zeus from ever pressuring him. And then when we get to that first Roshan that they contest, that's when it'll be like Butterfly BKB potentially. And then he's going to be, a happy little chappy going into high ground with BKB 10 second, Aegis, Butterfly, SMY. Like, yeah, I think Team Spirit are really playing out this game so well to punish the quirkiness and the greed from Viking. Viking, they're kind of getting into a position right now where, at best, they can just start pushing out waves, skipping waves, and trying to dodge Team Spirit. Because in the pure 5-on-5, they don't really bring anything to the table.
Metamorph up. Tier 2 tower going down, and bottom left will be used as well.
Buying time.
Yeah, Collapse is whipping himself with that extra movement speed. Finds a stray Toby. And the hunt is on. The hunt is literally on right now. The root connects. The glimpse comes out into a secondary root.
Look at another root.
Yep. Beautiful.
All right. We can in no way can we say that Miposhka knew he was going to do that. He was simply glimpsing. But my God, that was amazing. The pure kawinky dink. Okay, this is the moment where we need to have comms, you know, because that would have shown. Like Miposhka's like two things. A, guys, I perfectly done the maths. I'm glimpsing him into another route. Or B, oh, yeah, he's in the route. He's in the route.
Yeah, the moment when you hear like davai, davai. It's like good things are happening when you hear the perkiness in their voice.
But
if that was calculated,
They're playing so well.
If that was calculated, hands down, that was beautiful. But we can just sit and ponder and think. I'll just take it. That was a beautiful play. Nevertheless, I'll take that away from him. However, Miposhka glimpsing the celery away. And do they actually see where he went? Because Toronto Tokyo is hunting a little bit.
Oh, a TB.
Okay. Static Storm used. They bait one ulti. TV. There's a roll in from Aramis. The teleport comes in from Collapse, and he's instantly collapsing on top of the Zeus, trying to get this kill happening, and it will. Boom is out. Collapse walks out as a victor, and Shad gets Yulzed up into the air. They're gonna find Toby, and suddenly it's a 1 versus 3 scenario. Aramis is just following on the back lines and watching what is happening. Shad, slow, agonizing death at the hands of Team Spirit. And Miposhka was able to dodge the Aramis Earth Spirit. And Toronto Tokyo finds a kill on Celery. Yes.
Like that smoke from Viking, it's them trying to break down the lead that Spirit has by finding that one quick pickoff and then moving away. But then they waddle into a Terrorblade. He's like, oh, hi guys, this is my jungle now. And Miposhka's in a nice position as well just to add that disconnect. And Void Spirit jumps onto the Zeus. Guess what? No fight can even happen. So Viking, they tried to go for a quick little pick off. They've only had, they got 4 kills. They haven't got a kill in the last like 10 minutes, I think. So they have to try and make a play. They can't do nothing, but unfortunately, they just find the wrong hero. Team Spirit now instantly get a couple kills from that and start moving into Roshan. Do they fully commit here? Well, they can. They have Metamorphosis.
All right. So the last time. The last time they got a kill was 9 minutes into the game. Now they might have a chance for it. Into the Roche Pit they go. Aramis will quickly fall down. And they get Miposhka. So there we go. But they need to get so much more because Toby's out. They're going to lose Toronto Tokyo in the process. The NP ulti does fly through from Celery, but the Aegis has been picked up by Yotaro. And it ends up being a 2 for 3 by the looks of it, as Collapse finishes off the last of these treants, and our fight recap says following. Yeah, 3 for 2 in favor of Team Spirit. Aegis picked up, buyback used on a support. I was about to say, the last time they scored a kill was 9 minutes into the game, and that was Miposhka dying.
But now they got a kill. You know, they're back on the board, boys.
They got 2.
Viking are back. Yeah, they did. They got 2. They've clean.
Still
but it's still such a rough position, right? Like, let's not try and beat around the bush here. It's the fact that the kills aren't the kills that lead to big moments in Vikings next 10 or so minutes. I think we have to look at PA right now and her quick fight. This is the story of the game. If you're a Viking fan, it's all right. We can't really ever take a fight. Maybe if Shad gets a rapier and we get that big pick off. That's what Viking need to play for right now. When Team Spirit comes to that high ground, that tier 3 area, they have the blink, they have the dagger, the Zeus, and the ET. They can blow heroes up.
Trying to play around with this BKB. Aramis misses the roll, but the Zeus ulti connecting through, and Shad, he's trying to find some damage, and they might be able to. Trying to look for Yotaro. He's trying to sunder right now, and Shad actually takes down Toronto Tokyo. The BKB still runs out, and there should be the Sunder. There we go. So that's going to be Shad maybe going down. Maybe is the big question here because he takes down another. And here comes Celery. Nice body block on Yotaro, preventing this team from getting anything. But Miposhka comes in again and collapses. Meanwhile, cleaned out the rest of the crew. He's taken down Boom once again. Shad falls in the hands of Yotaro and Celery. That's a dieback on the NP. Meanwhile, Collapse. This youngster keeps on bullying with this Toby. Elder Titan. Suddenly surrounds him, Yules into the air, Remnant down to the ground to assimilate. That should be end of him. But then again, Aramis comes in with a roll, tries to rescue his buddy. Trying to get that high 5 to connect, and Yotaro's illusion ends up killing Toby. Yep.
Yes! Yeah! High 5! Woohoo! Finally, we got a high 5 from a player who's being like all up in your face, and the other team's like, I don't want to high 5 you, and they did it! Yes! Thank you, Aaron.
That was a moment of just pure innocence. They both sat still. One person waving his hand, the other connecting, and
the euphoria in just a simple high five. And the game is so rough for Viking. Like this TB just isn't dying.
I can show you some graphs.
Yeah, like I love the fact that Viking had the confidence to make that play. That they jumped in with the Earth Spirit. They instantly blew up the Invoker at the start. But it's that +1 desire that they had where Void Spirit instantly drew away the Zeus from the fight. PA then runs to the right hand side of the fight. And when you're 10k down plus, you have to be a cohesive unit, and they just can't do that. They can't protect the backlines. Void Spirit is playing phenomenally at preventing Zeus from entering these fights.
Toronto Tokyo just instantly tornadoes the older Titan into the air, connecting on another one as well. Via Team Spirit, they might end up losing their disruptor, but Celery is the main target they're going for, and he's out of play. Shat's being chased up. BKB is available. Sunstrike comes through. It does connect onto the Earth Spirit, and Aramis is out. And Shat gets feared up. He never gets his BKB off into the roots. Does seem to get the jump off at the end, but he's going to get stunned up, and Yotaro finishes the job. Shat is out of the way. Toby is on the run, but Miposhka, keeping a high heels, gets that kinetic field out and ways. It blocks Toby's escape completely, and they are going to look for the last one. It's going to be Boom. He's far away, but I think they're just going to let him pass. They'll be happy with taking 4 and not losing. Okay, this is a very anticlimactic fight recap. It only shows the death of the ET, but 4-4-0.
Yeah,
Team Spirit's playing so well.
Yeah. Zeus has not been able to play the game, and he's just it feels like a position for Zeus, and that says nothing towards Boom. It's just the way that Team Spirit has played this game, where they shut down the map so quickly. There's only enough farm for one core,
and he's gonna.
And as I say this,
that's
exactly what I'm saying. Like Boom just can't get anything. He does complete. No, he doesn't. No, he's still 600 gold away from his Ags. It's such a difficult position.
Yeah, no Nimbus.
So okay, Celery has the shard. Look at bot wave. This is what I mean about White Furion. If the game isn't as over as it is right now, like he can actually keep waves pushed out by himself. You now look towards mid lane. What is this? Imagine if this game was like a 5k lead to Team Spirit. This game would be so different, but the fact Spirit have gained 18k in 26 minutes, they are now crushing it.
Interesting BKB from Toronto Tokyo. Collapse instantly tipping him for that.
It just, making sure it works. The classic memes. What else is it?
Yeah, my mouse 5 button is not working. Why is it? Oh, there we go. Still, Team Spirit, they're happy. Just taking the tier 3 tower, walking their way out.
But look at the minimap though. Miposhka drew this line of, look at our 3 wards we have. They have 1 in every lane showing when they're going to get to leave. So Team Spirit, they do not want to allow Team Viking even any access to the map.
Toby's smoke popped when he was very close to the Dark Willow, but unable to find anyone right now. And Willow reveals himself in mid. Ward placed down on the cliff. They might have just caught a small glimpse of this Dark Willow, but still moving out of vision. These are like small important things, kind of knowing where the wards are, if there are any wards. How to play around the vision.
This takes insane confidence from Viking though, like how far behind they are. Them even having the ability to make a move on the map, like most teams wouldn't even want to do this. And this is why Viking is able to have such competitive performances in games which do seem quite doom and gloom. And I'm not saying this is going to help them back into the game in any way, but it's like the fact that they were able to still make the move, have the look, and Zeus, he's now got his Ags, and they need to play on the fact that when Terrorblade walks to high ground, he still doesn't have a BKB yet. Maybe there can be that one miracle play where they have that perfect sleep into the Nimbus, into the Zeus ult, TB just blows up, PA suddenly gets Rapier, the second Aegis goes to Viking, like that's the storyline right now that they need to play for. But Toby then dies.
Tornado connection cancels the TP off the Elder Titan while they are moving still in the jungle. Aramis might have to leave this area as well. PA already teleported away. PA has lined up a Rapier, and we know that this is the right and seems like only course of action as well, because
look at Terrorblade, my man. He's gone for every single item. So, like, he's got the Butterfly MKB for the PA, the SMY and the Skadi for the Zeus, and now after all of that, he's like, you know what? I could sell the 1 now, guys. I can buy a BKB. Like, he is by far the scariest Terrorblade that I have seen in all the year.
Why did you make an
Casual quick kill here for, that was actually Collapse taking a solo kill. Didn't even need Maposhka. He's got all of his spells off cooldown. 11, 1, 12 off lane Void Spirit. Not every day do you see such a successful Void Spirit in the off lane in terms of KDA. He's got an Eternal Shroud also picked up. Very nice new item. Spell Lifesteal. Really buffs up this hero a lot more. Nice magic resistance. Give you some extra mana. Though, it's an int hero, so you still end up having a big mana pool, nevertheless. But you are bursting a lot of spells out there, so it's nice to have some of that coming back in your way. Shad, however,
just runs in.
He might have to dodge this stun with a BKB. No, he's not going to use it at all. Rely on the friends of his allies to help him out, and he does almost fall, but he's not dead yet. Yatoro, he's got an ultimate form up as well, and that Metamorph. That was one hit.
Hey, it was, one hit away from death in tennis, but yeah, he doesn't get to play Dota. How far away from
hits
Ripper
for
are
like 400 damage, and then maybe a casual MKB proc. And it's like, all right, looking good.
All right.
So, are you ready for game 3? This is such a scary team
Panda,
spirit
we
on
have
the
to
field
talk about
right
how
now.
Viking can come back. We can't be like this.
This is such a scary team spirit team on the
This is
field
so
right now. They're
scary.
playing so well, communicating, coordinating, everything so well. And like I was waiting for Team Spirit, for Viking and GG to kind of get their engine running and waking up for this one, but it's another repeat from the previous game pretty much. They just can't play this game because the other one is doing everything for them.
Yeah, I think Team Spirit, the preparation that they had coming into the series, just the understanding of Viking. They played one best of 3 on this new patch. They showcased a very skirmishing, very annoying drafting concept, and Viking have continued to try and execute that coming into these grand finals. Team Spirit, on the other hand, they've gone, well, okay, we'll let you have your run at us heroes, your kind of quirkier, no real cooldown type heroes, but we're just going to have these really big anti-aggression heroes, or this big backline jump. And I think in this game especially, the easiest way to describe it is Viking fell victim to the we must pick Zeus into TB, and then they just didn't have the final pick to cover the type of lineup they had. So again, just amazing drafting from Team Spirit in these 2 games so far. But I think Viking, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board for game 3, especially because they need to find a way to enter some of these games, because Team Spirit is just not allowing them the type of starts that they had, especially in their semi-final match.
Agreed. They are setting a real statement here, Team Spirit, that is. 9 to 42 doesn't really leave much.
We got to the third. We got 1k gold per minute. We got to the stat. Hype.
We do. Yeah, and it's going to increase even more as this tier 3 tower is about to go down. So 1500 HP.
Stat's now dead though.
Is this the illusion? Is this the illusion push time now for Yatoro? Just keep sending illusions on the tier 3 tower until it eventually falls. They're pinging Roshan. And it's a cheese.
Sorry for all those F10k betters for Viking who barely haven't even hit 10 at 32, by the way.
Sometimes that happens. Then again, Collapse. He's revealed Shad. He's revealed Toby, Aramis, Boom, and they detect him, and he jumps out. He also got the jump out just before the silence came out from the Air Spirit. On the post, the drops very low, so that is also very low on HP. Toro picks up all the stuff. There's a cheese still inside the pit, actually, and Aramis, he was there.
Fairblades arrived.
Glimpse, BKB to use to dodge it, and Collapse will finish off Boom. This Void Spirit is just on the heels of this Zeus time and time again. And Shad, I think this was the only reason Viking GG haven't still called the game, was to get that Rapier up on PA, fight with it, see where it goes, but they don't seem to get that ready either. And Team Spirit are just going to rush down mid.
Yeah, but props to Viking, they haven't GG out yet. They've got short respawns because they're all pretty low level. Maybe they don't use the Spirit buyback. They'll try and play around that, but this is 100% Team Spirit. They need to run into the fountain right now to lose this game. A really amazing performance from Team Spirit once again. 2 games in a row now.
On a completely other side note, the TB avatar is breaking avatars for other heroes if you toggle it. So, I don't know what's going on. There's some graphics. I'm not sure if that's my GFX just breaking or if it's intended, but I see a lot of black boxes.
That's unfortunate.
Nevertheless, tier 3 tower down. Top lane is open for the taking, and that will be mega creeps. This does leave Mike and GG alive for a few more seconds, maybe a few more minutes. Who knows if even further from that, but it's not.
I will say, Spirit, they are playing so damn like patiently in the idea of just, all right, guys, let's not. We don't need to throw anything. We don't need to do anything too silly. So they're just slowly moving around the map, farming up.
Farming up, indeed.
Do you have a weird... Oh, no, I had a weird bug on my screen that looked like my monitor had broken. On Willow's face on the top bar, there was a massive, like a line of dead pixels. And I was like, my monitor? I tapped out and it's fixed.
Yeah. Toggle Terrorblade. There's these weird black thingies that are appearing every time I click on the Terrorblade.
I don't have...
And it refreshes if I change to another hero. Okay, but there's something is wrong. Something is definitely wrong that I've never seen before. However, Shad. Blur out. BKB is available, but he would love to save it. He's gonna have to use it anyway. And he jumps to his friend. And the Sunstrike doesn't have a teleport scroll. He just came here. He literally just arrived here. And he's out. Just no. Punishment.
Again, Viking just not GGing out. Like, this is... I respect them so
there we go.
Oh, no, okay.
Literally, just...
I'll take it back, take it back.
But that means, ladies and gents, the series is still going, but Team Spirit is at championship point. 2-0. One more, and Team Spirit are looking at a clean sweep against Viking GG. Right now,
that's beautiful.
This is the scenario.
I will say, though, I still hold my point, actually. Like, this game looked so doom and gloom when they couldn't even fight in their own jungle under their own vision, protecting their Zeus. Like, their lineup, they needed to get the ball rolling with these early support rotations with the Fury and the Earth Spirit, try and take this mid tower. I think if they maybe brought the Earth Spirit mid as well, when they're pressuring that tower like minute 5, it could have maybe opened up the map, pressured the Invoker, but then you suddenly fast forward 3-4 minutes and Void Spirit's coming to that mid lane, pressuring the Zeus, getting kills 3-4 times later, and there was no kind of pressure towards this Terrorblade. And Terrorblade, you know, he's the win condition. He gets all the farm in the world. So I think Viking unfortunately fell victim to just the over-aggression of the cause and the inability to really make any moves. Toby, unfortunately, didn't really have a game. And yeah, but then they stuck in it. They held their own. They obviously were 40k down, so they weren't really doing much, but they kept playing the game. And I accidentally praised them as they GG'd, but I still think even holding to that point where they're like 30, 40k down and still trying to get the PA to rip, you're still trying to play for that kind of 1% comeback chance. You have to respect that a lot. And I just want to see them going into game 3 and maybe bring something new, or at least make sure that your plan has some substance, because this type of draft, it doesn't work out unless you crush your lane so hard.
I guess this is the time where we say experiments are done and gone, unless Team Spirit now wants to try something out, because for Viking GG, there's only one option. You got to start winning maps right now, otherwise we're looking at a sweep from Team Spirit. We can see a comeback potentially come out, or if all goes well for Viking GG in their eyes, a reverse sweep is now on the table as well, but that requires 3 victories in a row, because it's now 2-0. 3 championship points for Team Spirit. What will happen in this series in our next? Is the next map, is it going to be the last one? Hopefully we get to see at least an even matchup between these two teams, because right now it feels like Team Spirit is the only one on the field, and Viking, well, still warming up and waking up, but it might be too late. However, we'll have to see and find out after the break, so get your monsters ready and we'll be back after. Welcome back, ladies and gents, and it is time again. Let's get those names out there with T-Panda and TeaGuvnor. We have our grand finals heading to game number 3 with Team Spirit and Viking GG. There's only 3 options. Either we see a clean sweep, a reverse sweep, or a potential partial comeback from one of the teams, and that's Viking GG. So, if it were you, if you were playing or you were coaching a team, TeaGuv, which one would you choose? Because this can be a difficult question for some.
Wait, what? If I want to choose between a clean sweep or a comeback or a partial comeback?
I guess between a sweep...
I want to own it, man. I want a 3-0. Like, what?
Okay, all right. So you don't want to have like a learning experience of having a difficult,
I want to
tough
get
opponent.
the trophy. No.
You just want to smash.
Yeah, exactly. I just want to lift that trophy up, get all the praise, and get the money. You know, like.
All right.
I thought that was a question going to be about as a coach. You know, what's your experience right now if you're a Viking? What's their comeback? I didn't. I was having to process the question for a second.
Yeah, I think the partial comeback was something that you probably got stuck on, so that's something that you don't want to experience. But honestly, I hear a lot of players say that they want to go for the clean O sweep and just get it out of the way, have it done with. And then you have these who are like, I would actually love to play a 3-2, like all the way to game 5, in a sense where it's like you win one, you lose one, you win one, you lose one, and then you win the last one. Because it's like, it's back and forth, and it's super even, and then you have, like, things to reflect on, things to learn from, and it's not like, oh, we're suddenly like, super good when you're not actually the world's best team, so... Or maybe you are the world's best team, and you just stump people, and everyone's like, oh, man, nobody can beat this team.
Well, luckily, for our sake, we're not watching the world's best teams play. We're watching the up-and-coming teams.
We're watching the best teams of this tournament, bloody hell.
There we go. Okay, good response there, Chief.
Team
but
Spirit,
no, I think Viking, they have really kind of turned around their draft and the idea of they still want that cheap aggression, especially with the Mirana and the Chen pick. The Mirana is going to be your egg counter, as we've seen many times before. And then Chen, interestingly enough, it'll be interesting to see how this hero is now kind of fitting into the meta, simply because he doesn't have the TP. He doesn't have that ability to bring heroes around the map, if I remember correctly. So you're now going to be more of a push bot or a bot. And it can play really well, especially when you have heroes that aren't really good against this push. Void Spirit Phoenix, they're good at taking the fight in the push, but in purely the push comes in. If there's no fight available, then they can't stop the push. So yeah, it'll be an interesting lineup for sure. And also, is Chen that good? I think there's another question I really want to see answered, especially in this game.
5 seconds remain.
Yeah, I'd like to see the Chen come out, especially, I think, Viking GG kind of falling back to comfort heroes again. Celery's one of his most played heroes as well. Are we going to see Celery or Ramus actually on Chen? Never mind. Why am I asking this question?
Celery.
Yeah, why am I even asking this question? Like,
it's all right. But yeah, I think for Aramis, it's most likely going to be that Mirana.
Yeah.
Just to play into the Phoenix. We could also see it be a mid Mirana, especially with these new items coming into play. So, for example, the Gwyn thing, Gwyn Blade thing.
Wait, near.
Yeah. What the? Why is it so difficult to say? Okay, don't worry, I'm loading it up.
Welcome to the Nordic lands, like.
Yeah, dude, I speak only English.
There's a reason.
Say funny words.
There's a bloody reason why people call us Elvish or elves.
Glipnir. Glipnir is like the P silent, just a Glinir.
Oh.
No, there's.
All right.
Either way, mate, there is a Glipnir on the cards, right? We are going to have Mirana.
Yes,
potentially,
mate,
if it's at mid lane, could go for that Maelstrom at the Atos. It sets him up for the arrow, very aggressive. I don't mind that. I've seen it in a couple games where it's been pretty good. So maybe this could be a core Mirana for that idea alone, allowing for the position 4 to be some Earth Spirit, some Clockwork, some additional backline jump. But alas, items aside that we can't pronounce, or I can't pronounce to say to the least, Team Spirit, they ban out these strong offlaners, the Sand King, the Slardar. They're very good with the Mirana especially, so it is kind of an indicator that Spirit value this Mirana more as a 4 right now. For Viking, they're banning out heroes that they've lost to so far. A Terrorblade in the second game, a Kunkka in the first game, and these are really good anti-aggressor lineups because Kunkka just stops all the push, hands down, and Terrorblade will outscale you. So yeah, I respect Vikings ban, especially since they've lost games to it.
Only 10 seconds. Pick
Slark ban.
Tidehunter. Okay. Yep, that's the ban Slark pick Tide. very much.
All right.
You can rate that. Maybe Monkey King could be on the cards for Team Spirit, but again, we'll see that in a pick time. For now, they need to decide on what's happening with the
10 seconds.
The Phoenix. Is it your 4? Is it your 5? Void Spirit. They don't have last pick in the draft, so they need to ask that question as well. Is it your mid? Is it your off lane? And right now, I'd like them to go for like. Issue is Undying is strong against Tide, but it's really bad against Chen.
Disruptor.
Go for Disruptor. Okay, nice. Yeah, they just go back for the Disruptor, of course.
Yep, falling back to successful heroes. Even though the Phoenix somewhat is being countered, the Disruptor at least does help out protecting the egg, the glimpse, the kinetic field, and kinetic field and goddamn static storm both combined.
It's so good though, right? Like Tide, he's all about tanking through stuns. Guess what? If you're silenced, doesn't matter. So I like the Disruptor pick. It's the lane, it can be strong with Thunderstrike, but then in the game, you have a really good way to prevent the Tide from playing. So yeah, I don't mind that from the tool. The issue is just you really need a carry that can either push out the wave quickly, because Disruptor kind of falls victim to never being able to defend the tower. So you need a carry that can at least be independent or wave clear enough to defend it for long enough.
Troll Warlord comes out from Viking GG, and Team Spirit
is aggressive.
Can potentially try and counter this here right away, as they are doing the response pick. Though, you said aggressive. I agree. There's definitely a lot of go at heroes on Viking GG's lineup. They can play around the Ravage. They have got some good wave clear, good tower damage. But what's the timing on Viking GG? Since the start, or when does the time end? I'm gonna pick Ursa.
Oh, damn, son.
Somebody spin the clock.
So yeah, this is Ursa's super aggressive hero, but I think the troll already soft covers it in regards to the whirling axes can deal with the Ursa. Ursa can of course dispel that if he gets his ultimate going. So it works either way. But in regards just the game plan Team Spirit, it's going to be the strong lanes once again. The Ursa be Tide goes Ursa's way, and then they're going to be running around the map. And for Viking, they have to, like I've said it in the second game and the first game as well, they have to have these good lanes and they need to get the ball rolling themselves. It is a little bit easier this time because they have Troll in one lane, the Tide in another, the Chen in the other. Like they can actually make movements happen. But again, I just love the fighting of Team Spirit's lineup. It's so good.
Do you still favor them above Viking so far? Because that last game, the draft completely was basically just Team Spirit all over. So
that's true.
Is there any positives on Viking this time?
I guess the positives are simply the Tide will always be able to have a game in regards to like just hitting the Ravage. I think, but it's still a little bit awkward there. I think the Troll can easily outscale an Ursa in most regards. But I think most of my queries lie in simply where is the early damage when you have Void Spirit, Disruptor Phoenix all running at you, Ursa behind that, or he could be farming Battle Fury with an active offlane from Team Spirit. I don't see Viking having that big turnaround damage. Like Chen isn't a good defensive hero. Sure, he has ultimate and maybe a mech, but like he doesn't enter the fight. He's always just kind of on the fringe enabling. Mirana doesn't want to fight defensively. Tide can, but Troll doesn't do damage. So I'm seeing a big disparity in like who actually wants to go aggressive, who wants to go defensive, and maybe that lack of damage on Viking could be their issue once again. But we'll see. We'll see. Like they need, if Viking pick up a super active mid lane that can just ping pong around the map and get lots of kills, then Viking's draft looks scary. But if their mid lane is subpar, then I will most likely be siding with Team Spirit.
Yeah, this is one of those benefits, maybe drafting wise, that the Team Spirit decided to choose Radiant. Viking GG went for the second pick, meaning that they have the last pick of the draft, and that has a lot of value in this specific draft because it's also a game that you kind of need to win. So if you have any flair available for your fifth pick,
sorry, I just realized the Chen TP is now built into his shard. Okay, that's fine.
Okay,
so it is still Chen. Okay, yeah. So he'll most likely be going like mech into shard because again the TP is so valuable. All right, okay, that's fair.
Team pick.
So, but they teleport them back home. Oh, that's fine.
All right, Team Spirit, bring out more team fight.
Ooh, this is so scary, though. The DP, it's the idea that Viking, I mentioned this lack of early damage, lack of early response to aggression. Team Spirit identify that, and they pick a core that can not only go aggressive, but can punish objectives. So Viking, they need to have a hero that can not only
5 seconds.
deal with this aggression, but also take some fight. So it's a really scary pick, actually. Like, I was about to do a meme answer and be like, maybe just go for like a random brood game and just try and just play some weird stuff. But nah, I don't think that's the answer. Go for Lina. Okay, that's fine. Lina, I respect.
So this is a potential backs against the wall game for Viking GG. Does this Lina pick give any comfort, do you think?
I for sure like the idea in regards to when the map gets closed out by Team Spirit and they have to go to high ground, Lina can, from the high ground, just blow up that hero. Like, they have one hero that goes to pressure the objectives. It's the DP, right? Yeah. So if she ever missteps, doesn't use BKB, Lina can blow her up. The fight opens up. I think the laning phase, Lina does really well. She has a good wave clear to deal with the DP. And she has kill potential if a Mirana rotates in or the Chen comes in, easily able to punish the DP. But I just think for
5 seconds
the ability to take these big 4-on-4 engagements that we see most like in this meta, where both carries want to hit the creeps, I think Team Spirit have it much, much easier. Viking, they need to play off Ravage. If Ravage isn't available, how do they defend themselves? How do they stop Team Spirit running in and out of the fight? In fairness, they do have amazing egg hitters. Like, this Phoenix shouldn't, in theory, have a game. Mirana and Lina in the team, we're not going to see that playing into the late game. But early on, it could be a good kind of way to force Viking into some engagements where you see them kind of focus on the egg and suddenly that static storm comes into play or a big DP silence and now they die. So again, I favor Team Spirit's draft. I think they have the good lanes, the easy game plan. But for Viking, if they get over that hurdle, somehow get around that aggression and then play for the troll just being really fat, the Lina being explosive, they can sure make this a very close game at like the 25-30 minute mark. But yeah, it's Team Spirit for sure in the early game should be able to run around and do what they want.
It's true. Their team fight capability does come from both sides. How much of an importance does the early game provide this time, since Team Spirit has come strong 2 games in a row from the early game, having triple net worth leads, triple CS leads on all of their cores. If that is the same story here, does that mean it's the end? As the end is nigh?
Well, hopefully not. I'd love to see this go a lot longer, especially because of this being, I think, one of the final European tournaments of 2020. Potentially, don't forget, guys, there could be a patch regarding map changes, XP, gold, maybe in draft order. Like, that is something that has been potentially teased for the upcoming week. So I'd like to see this go a lot longer, and I really hope that with these heroes, if I can have they are very strong on them, so they should be able to execute with this type of lineup. But it's not as simple as win lanes, own the game. There's a little bit more finesse required for this draft to really come into full effect.
Well, we're going to start our game with a little pause. Time to take a breather as we wait for the Death Prophet to reconnect back to the game. Are we going to see any lane shenanigans? The funny thing is, since this patch dropped, we haven't really seen any weird laning stuff going on. I think it was the pre-patch. So when we did the Epic League Division 2 finals, we saw that aggro tri-lane versus tri-lane action. Yeah. But ever since then, for this entire week we've been actually casting, I think we've only seen like 1 or 2 lane swaps in the duration of like 8 series.
Yeah, it's pretty kind of stale in the idea that teams want to do 2-1-2. And I respect that for sure.
Very standard 2-1-2 lanes on both.
But like, it's a new patch, right? It's hard to gauge instantly what's happening. Like, of course, when we say new patch, it's hard to really give it that patch weightiness when we aren't seeing the real meta dictating effects. Because of course, when it's only heroes and items, it changes how you take a fight, how you draft, and then that's about it. But in regards to how you play the map, how you get your gold and how you get your XP, that's still the same. So I think teams are just kind of going, well, the creativity of tri-lanes and aggression, that came from a product of the heroes we were playing. Now the heroes have changed. We don't need to do the tri-lane. We can go back to 2-1-2 and how the general meta was before the hero patch came into play. So yeah, they're just kind of going for the safe bet for sure.
I wonder what is our audience doing right now? You feeling good, type 1? Not feeling too great. You can type any other number, but I hope you're doing good. Hope you're doing fine, as we've enjoyed.
Well, hopefully we can turn that other number into a 1.
Hopefully,
unless you're a Viking fan, then I'm really sorry, but this game, honestly, by the end of it could be a 1, right? If they win, going 2-1. But alas, you know.
Did I jinx it with that?
Mate, I feel like you really skirted. You went down a weird line there. Like you're really. Like, we're not meant to jinx things. Like I said, I respect them not GGing a second later they GG, right? You didn't, you know, like
counter. But you said yourself what I also agree with. I hope we see more Dota. I don't want to take anything away from Team Spirit if they win this map. Like if they win 3-0, they win 3-0.
It's amazing.
But
like,
as being the last tournament, you just want to see more Dota. You just want to watch these two great teams play out. And I've been saying it since the ending of the last game that I just want to see an even map 3. I just want to see like both teams really push their limits.
Yep.
Kind of
100%.
have fun, but also kind of like overperform, so to say. Like do a lot better than they usually do. Just bring out the spice. Bring out the sauce. Bring out the sauce.
Yeah, this is the game that they might be able to do it. They like I said, they have the eventual mechanisms to get themselves into the game. Like Chen, he needs to be a big product in this lane top. Like Chen plus Troll, they should be able to do a lot of work against an off-lane Void Spirit and a Phoenix. That should open up the game in which Tide shouldn't have much fun against a Disruptor Ursa. And then mid lane, Lina DP should go even. The question is, who rotates first? Who takes whose tower first? How many heroes does Viking bring to a lane to try and actually take an objective? Like, can they maybe bring a level 6 Tide to a lane, even if he's having a terrible time against Ursa, but can he offset the hero advantage and come to mid and maybe take that free objective? So a lot of questions need to be answered in the first probably 8 minutes of this game to allow Viking a platform to set themselves up to contest further into this best of 5. But no, again, hopefully we get a really close game for this game 3.
At least to kick things started there. Wow.
Yeah.
All right. To get things underway, bounties will go 2 for 2. Miposhka's already got a D ward in mid, so he gets himself that extra bit of gold and a tiny bit of XP as well for that. That is 50 experience gained for getting the D ward in mid. Aramis is at 400 HP. Starts in the bot lane with the Mirana, and as we talked about these lanes, this Disruptor Ursa is strong. This is a strong Team Spirit safe lane.
Oh, they got all the D wards.
Oh, you got both.
Viking has no vision on the map now. Alright, Miposhka, God.
Good for you, sir. 2 last hits, 2 wards.
What a great stat, actually.
Yeah.
I hope he never gets a last hit again. He can claim that he won a game of Dota by only last hitting wards.
Yeah.
Oh my,
that
that's
would
an
be
amazing
quite,
stat.
That's
a Chad stat.
Yeah, and these are
and he wins the tournament off it as well. All right. Keep note, if he has anything more than 2 CS, we have issues.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to last too long, though. It's usually going to break, but a man can dream.
Dream I shall.
I don't know which lane we should really be looking at. This bottom lane is really strong for Team Spirit, and they're just going at Toby, dropping him to half HP, and that Thunder Strike does do a nasty amount of damage. Was that like 40 damage at level 1? 45 damage even at level 1. And kind of punctures through this Tide Hunter before he hits this level to get a passive. Toro going on a Ramus here with an Earth Shock. Kinetic Field comes through. Thunder Strike. And potential First Blood coming in with an Earth Shock available in 1 second. There we go. Actually, Collapse gets it on Shad. Out of all things. Okay.
We literally both said, there we go. Yeah, we were like, there we go. Oh.
The man who... I didn't even actually look at the KDA of that he had last game on this Void Spirit, but continues where he's... Where I start, so where he continues where he left it off, basically.
Yeah, the simple thing here is in both lanes, it's at level 2 advantage. Troll only just hitting level 2 after respawning back to lane. And Team Spirit, they're able to quickly get that XP and then start punishing the side lanes for not being able to get the early denies, the early CS to try and get that too. And it's so critical. I think a lot of players can look at that.
Nice play there from Aramis and Toby. And Toby, this is something I was about to ask you. That do you skip your point and passive to pick up Gush? And it leads to a kill with that Gush leveled up.
Yeah, you have to go aggressive in this lane on Tide. If you try and exist with the points in Kraken, you're pretty much setting yourself up to die. And if you get Gush and then you suddenly have the arrow, the move speed slow from the Gush, you can have a little bit of kill potential. Yeah, good turnaround from Viking.
We have the mid lane, Lina in a tiny bit of a lead, 5 CS more than this Death Prophet so far. XP almost tied up, so yep, as mentioned, very even, very tight situation going on in that mid lane as expected. Celery's courier has been killed off by so bad, and that cap is being blocked.
Your anger is
Is Toby dead?
Oh no, he wants to get Troll's courier, but no. And Toby is dead in bottom, as you mentioned. Boy, it also gets a bit of damage onto the Troll in top, but not that much. 3 for 1 for Team Spirit now. See a lot of positive chaps around.
Good for them.
Good for them.
Yeah, in terms of the laning phase, there really isn't anything too explosive to look at. I think the main thing is Voicebrick got that quick kill. Yeah, like Voicebrick got the kill top. Ursa then died to the sudden point in Gush.
Phoenix is coming for the action rune. Regen taken away from Lina.
Oh no, that must feel so sad.
And that's actually an important thing to notice, that Viking GG doesn't have a support that's able to leave a lane. So Phoenix just free roam into mid. Void Spirit can solo this lane by himself.
Yeah, especially because of this Ursa threat against the Tidehunter.
Yep. Shad running away. Be careful there. This time Viking GG are starting off strong with CS. At least with the Lina getting a good start in mid. Even missing the regen rune still doesn't seem to matter too much. Toby, a lot of damage here, and has got a lot of stacks of Fury swipes on him. Aramis, this is your chance to snipe some couriers. You've got a lot of couriers on your way. There's another one.
He's just gonna trade his life for it, though.
He could have gone for another with the leap, but he's dead. He gets a bounty though. Gets a courier, gets a bounty, and trades his life for it. Is that a worth play, T? You being the support player is kind of... Is that a 50-50?
If I'm Disruptor, I'm loving life. If I'm Mirana, not so much.
Yeah. Well, Disruptor also has the money to pick up boots now as well, so...
Yeah, exactly, I think...
We'll love the early movement speed.
That would have been amazing if Miposhka predicted the bottle refill on mid, and then sat in the tree line and got the glimpse on Aramis. That would have been, like, TI winning level play from Miposhka.
Beautiful.
What a punk.
What a punk comes out from Lina. Laguna Blade, Dragon Slave, quick kill, and so bad. That's almost like a freebie handed over to the Lina.
Collapse,
top, though, Collapse dropping low. Shad doesn't get any roots off. And just as I say, he does get one, but he's getting body blocked by his own creep wave. He's got no abilities. Arrow flying through, but it's not needed. Shad picks up a kill in top. Viking GG getting some kills in their way. Well, Toby's being chased up, and I feel like this is the end of the Tidehunter. Glimpse is there. Space is being created though, because this is taking quite some time to kill off this Tidehunter, but it's a kill nevertheless for the Ursa, so...
And there we go, he falls.
And he TP's
the reason why that kill lasted so long was because Aramis killed the courier of Miposhka, therefore Miposhka didn't have his boots, so he didn't get the instant glimpse, so, you know, min-max there, boys.
Min-max, and also holding on to the glimpse so that the Tide doesn't get the TP away. Arrow set up for Aramis, but look at this Obs ward cheekily placed on this cliff. Defensively placed for Team Spirit, knowing that collapse. If he's ever alone in lane because Sobad's making a rotation, these are the things you have it for, so that the Mirana can't surprise you, and Aramis realizes, I have been spotted.
And this is the play that Viking need to make. They need to bring their supports to the same lane, play around the troll, or play around the Lina, play around a hero that can only supply some objective pressure, especially on those catapult waves.
Yeah. They're trying to get the attraction here from Team Spirit's offlaner, so Aramis could just throw in that arrow, but here comes Toronto Tokyo, and an instant disengage from Aramis as they see the DP rotate to mid, but what does Lina do? As they see Miposhka dewards the Obs.
He should be fine here.
Is available, kinetic field, LSA stun, doesn't go through, but the arrow does connect, but Boom is a bit far away. Does he have the Laguna Blade? He does, and there we go. The Toro, however, trying to intervene. So bad with the slow LSA stun. Does fly through, but the enrage, the Toro doesn't take any damage. He's fine from Toby. So they trade off a support, but you lose your mid.
Yeah, it's Orbital Corrosion. Some of these heroes that can pick it up, like PA, for example, a Deso and an Uv and HP, like Ursa, so good. 3 inventory slots just instantly become 1, and you get all the same value of it. It's, yeah, an amazing item. Big fan. But I don't play the heroes that can buy it, so technically not a fan because I'm the one dying to it. Oh well.
Oh, and boom, instantly getting rotated on as he gets sent back home. Aramis does get the kill on Miposhka. Sobat still under the tower. Toronto Tokyo on the other side. No leap charges on the Marana, and Aramis is dead. Eventually.
Could you ask me... Hold on. Oh, and Tide dies bottom as well. Could you ask me if that's worth, please?
Killing the Tide, or...?
Killing the Marana. No, TPing glimpsing the Lina.
I mean,
it is worth. It is. It's so worth.
That was
I'll
really
trade
worth.
my life every time.
That was really worth. But I was just thinking, were you talking about the Ursa dying bottom for the Tide kill?
Nah, I ain't talking about the deaths. I'm talking about that value disruptor.
It's not the deaths. It's the opposite. It's the kills. That's, all right. Okay. It's all good. But let's look at net worth. It's actually the Troll in the lead, and he has picked up a Falcon Blade. So once again, those range heroes getting some. This actually means we're going to see Troll going all the way early game, and Viking GG really committing to it too. Celery dropping low. Collapse finds a kill, and Shad has to back away. Exorcism runs out of the Death Prophet as well. But yeah, let's talk about this Troll item. Yeah.
Well, it's all about the aggression, right? Like you just mentioned it. It gives you HP, it gives you mana regen, gives you a little bit more damage. You want to fight. It's also the cheap items that build into it, and I don't mind it for the idea. It's like a better usage of an infantry slot compared to like another Wraith Band, for example.
Or Battle Fury, which is what you always see going on. It's like Troll goes Battle Fury against Ursa going also like Ursa is going Battle Fury. And I was expecting the Troll to do the same, but instead he's going Falcon Blade and Sanjin Yasha, and really committing to that aggression gameplay, and that's kind of like their timing.
Look at how they're playing, right? Yeah, look at how they're playing. They're sweeping around the map, trying to take these towers early on. Especially, like, Tide, he doesn't have a game, but he has Ravage. And that's what I was saying during the draft. Like, even if he doesn't have a game, he can play around the fact that he can have a big teamfight presence.
Ancient stacks have been found by Sobat, as he also gets the dive to steal
Is he gonna get denied?
Bounty runes. Can't go for it, but you can't really deny yourself when the Lina's right nearby.
Yeah, you can't, yeah. But yeah, Viking, I love the fact that they are itemizing for the moment, and this is one of those type of games where it can easily net them a win because they're always on the map together, always fighting, itemizing really early. But it can also be the issue where they mess up a big fight, and suddenly, how does Troll farm? How does Troll enter the
Collapse
game?
Goes in though. Going in the middle of the Viking GG heroes, another dissimulate onto Celery, and Celery is out. Didn't get to use his stick charges. MLS
mid
used
lane
up as well. They're crashing. Exorcism used up. They'll finish off the tower.
Are they gonna?
Maybe they're gonna go shot.
Are they? I'll say, are they? Oh no! This pause, it allows for thinking to occur. All right,
they can't go.
Yeah. Get your calculators out. Punch in the numbers. One DP ultimate.
The thing is,
one angry bear.
The thing is with this pause, I'm pretty sure they're not even going to go Roshan anymore after seeing, like, they know we've been spotted. We're, like, literally in an area where a ward should be down. So, and we just took the tower and we moved top, so it's pretty readable that we're going there. But so
it doesn't matter though, right? In the grand scheme of the game, it, like, Team Spirit can easily go Roshan here because you have
Ravage.
egg available.
Yeah. Ravage.
All right, but what else?
Ravage and
you
damage.
Chen, Marana supports. Yeah, but where's the damage though, Panda?
Lina.
Where's her mana right now?
True, good question.
So yeah, I think Team Spirit have identified this correctly.
That cheeky laugh. All right, you made me look like an idiot. I guess I am. But no, still, I mean,
it's the idea is like you pose a question, I pose the answer, and then it's a learning moment. And I think if Team Spirit identified the fact that Lina had no mana and were able to truly read that quick enough, then yeah, this is just
see what they do.
An uncontested Roshan.
Chen does come in. There's the bottle refill. Lina gets a little bit, but Roshan's already very low. 1400,
Easy.
900, 400, and Roche is down. Toby instantly turns around. Miposhka's got the chance to glimpse this Tide Hunter. Do you want to do that though? Because that sets up for the Ravage. So we're waiting
a free blink
it.
dagger.
Waiting for it. Collapse. A bit of hits here. Drops low. Laguna Blade comes out. Fairy Fire Heal comes out as well. And they might just lose him. They will. It pays off in the end. There's your damage. That At least it's for a Void Spirit kill. Now, onto this mid tower, getting a tower kill as well.
Luckily not denied.
Yeah,
if that was a deny, that would have been such a slap in the face.
There's a DD rune as well on the top side. I think Boom wants to pick that one up. She will. Arrow. Actually connected onto Miposhka, and he's already out. I can find a second kill. Yotaro. Who ate that? What the heck? Hang on. Yeah, DP's the one with the Exorcist. Sorry, Exorcist. Aegis. I thought the Ursa had it, but yeah, it's on the DP instead.
DP is the hero that is the one pressuring the objectives, and right now for Team Spirit, that's how they can force Viking around the map. So if DP survives like the big burst, then for sure her carrying the Aegis gives her that confidence.
Oh yeah.
I guess the only concern is if she uses Exo and dies and then respawns with Aegis, what's the value of her having that second life, other than being able to be a damage soak to enable the good egg or the good Ursa presence. So Viking, they are playing really well around the fact that because Team Spirit didn't have Exo, they can just run into these areas and try invading.
Yeah, these guys are on a very long hunt right now. Toronto Tokyo walks in with the Exorcism ready. Aegis as well. Celery might have just overextended as well. He's in an awkward spot. The Chen army is dead. The Chen himself is also dead out. This is so bad. Gets the kill on that.
Yeah.
It was a long chase, only to end up losing a hero.
Yeah, like I said, Viking, they were doing a really good job at being aggressive around the lack of Exo. But as soon as you have Exo back up, you can't be in this position of let's go fight, because that's when Team Spirit can just run over you. Viking, they need a little bit more time. They need this troll to basically, I think, have SMY +1. And at that point, they can look for a really big fight, or at least play on pickoffs. Like, the Phoenix being out of position here, this could just be a dead Miposhka, take the fight.
Already revealed. Arrow misses.
Is being attacked.
The high ground vision placed down. The remnant flies through, and that's going to block the entrance. Meanwhile, Phoenix also spotted on the high ground. Walks down. Viking can't find any openings here, but the glimpse comes through, and the static storm is on the Marana. Boom's going to have to let him go. Boom, he has some kind of defensive capability, but he's also going to get used up by the Death Prophet, and he's going to get surrounded. Exorcism comes through as well, and Lena's just going to get exploded and collapse. He finds himself a double kill through this on Viking heroes. Toro is ready to push top as well.
And now this is what you have to be asking yourself the question on Viking is, we're itemizing for this early point in the game. Our Tidehunter doesn't really have a game, so we have to try and take a fight now. We need to try and break down the aggression of Team Spirit, because if they continue like they are, just hitting creeps, Team Spirit are taking every objective, every part of the map that they want to go to. And this type of game plan just allows for all the cores on Team Spirit to be healthy. Like, if you look at the net worth right now, for Viking, Troll's up at top, but where's his fight presence? Like, he's being non-existent until when he feels confident to take that fight. I think the SMY coming in shortly, I said about that +1, if he gets that basher, that could be the +1 to rip through a Death Prophet, especially when Aegis falls and you don't have that big meat shield that is the DP. It can be a good time for Viking to fight, but
yeah, true.
Troll also uses ult to farm the jungle, so it really shows that Viking are happy to give early map control to Team Spirit in a trade-off of that one big fight around that 20-minute mark.
But at least that does give them a timing to work around with, but it also kind of means that timing has to work out for Viking.
It has to, yeah, 100%.
Well, they do find a collapse in bottom. That's a potential streak sitting on this hero, so that could be a decent amount of money. Aramis, arrow, nicely flies through. Connection, do they have the damage for it? Dissimulate is ready right now. And there comes Toby from the other side. Juking around in the trees, goes on the backline. Boom has lost half of his HP. And the LSA stun doesn't go through. The Yules comes out, collapses. He's just buying time. A lot of space for the kill that finally comes through. Do they have the time to TP top to defend this? Because they are. There's no Exorcism. Moonlight Shadow. This might be a chance for Viking GG to hold this tower. They have the Ravage mana as soon as he uses that wand. Stick even. They're all surrounded here. But the Static Storm, Miposhka, you have been surprised. The Chen ulti flies through and Toby is down. Does he buy back for this? He cannot, because there's no TP available. The egg on the high ground. Shad pops his ulti as well, trying to chase up onto the heroes of Team Spirit. But the egg, the explosion, the stun on 2. Celery also burning alive. And Team Spirit, even if they lost one, even if they lose Miposhka, that surprise element just all comes falling down as that Ravage never got to go off. And the two-man silence followed by Toronto Tokyo. Ramus is dead. They find Boom in the trees and he is dying to the exorcism. Team wipe by Team Spirit.
Like, Viking did a really good job at picking off that void spirit in the bot lane, but then that contestant to top, it's so hard to do when you simply don't have the vision. Like, Miposhka beautifully positioned. The key thing here is if you go back to where the fight broke out, these trees being dead allow for Miposhka just to be in position close enough to instantly get a perfect static storm. And yeah, it was great from Team Spirit to continue fighting there. And Phoenix Disruptor, when they're both on the high ground, uncontested, you got the sun rays, the static storm, the egg. It's so hard for Viking to fight, and simply that lack of damage that I spoke about, it also is an issue when some of these cores die. It's nearly impossible to take a fight. So Viking, they need to look for a clean engagement. They need to get this Tidehunter into the game. Like, his absence of all fight, be it him dying or be it being silenced, it's so hard, especially when Viking are already down by 8k. Like, they have to look for that perfect smoke, that perfect pickoff. It's so difficult. But now there isn't an Aegis, so maybe Viking can look to make these plays.
18 minutes in, 2 net worth heroes for Team Spirit leading so far. Ursa is about to hit the 10k mark, just like last game. That time it was the Terrorblade. Now he's on the Ursa. And we have our Death Prophet also at 9,000. Collapse though. What is he up to?
Ooh, he's tabbed in the Wind Waker. This item's so much fun, by the way.
Ally Euros.
Let's have a look. Does Boom hit it? He does.
Alright, stun connections come through.
Good.
The damage is there, and that was a... Did Chen just use ulti there? No. No, that was penitence. Never mind.
But yeah, so that was a really good chain CC from Viking to kill Collapse, and they need to play on the fact that they can pick off if Team Spirit are playing alone. And Team Spirit are playing with a very clear strategy of Void Spirit by himself, use the bots to TP back in, the rest play together.
Yep.
But Toby's dead.
Again, this is just so good, having that Disruptor in your team against a Tidehunter. Like, he's not getting a single Ravage off. And
it's so hard. Like,
it's so hard, yeah.
He played against Ursa in lane, and then he's playing against Disruptor in the game. Like, this is not a Tide game where you're like, don't worry, guys, I will always hit. You know, it's so difficult, especially when the vision, if you look at the minimap right now, Miposhka with this deep ward here, but also deep ward up top side, like, Viking just can't ever enter their jungle without being aware, and Team Spirit can then just group up as 4 and just run it down into that area. So just great play from Spirit right now, really shutting out Viking from the game. We need to see a smoke from Viking or something, because this passive nature is just really hindering them. But they are just running into an already prepared Team Spirit without
how
post
close
advantage.
These guys are. The arrow flies through. Netoro, the stun duration wasn't long enough to do actually anything there. Toby, Ravage comes through, and it connects on 2. Collapse and Miposhka. There's the egg on the backlines. Netoro comes back in. They're able to maybe get Collapse, but Collapse is just running out of the fight. And also Shad in trouble, pops his ulti, Celery's down by Toronto Tokyo. Here comes Toby as well to try and back up the troll, but Shad is dying, Shad is slowly falling, and he is out for the count. Toronto Tokyo chases up this Mirana. Ramus on the run, but slowly and eventually dying at the same time as Boom is also dead, Ramus is dead, and Toby, he did get the Ravage off this time, but it only lands on 2 targets where they couldn't connect. And that is the team wipe. Looking like it. Toronto Tokyo still chasing and up, and a triple kill for the DP. 5 heroes dead, and GG! Team Spirit will be your champions here at the Pro Series Season number 4 of Europe and CIS. Clean sweep. Grab your brooms, ladies and gents.
What a great game from Team Spirit once again. They really did identify how Viking was playing on this new patch, and they just outplayed them and outdrafted them 3 games in a row. I think for Viking in this game, it was more about just waiting a little bit too long. They had the Ravage. Of course, Tide doesn't have a game, but they have this big team fight spell. And Troll, of course, he needs to buy SMI. He needs to buy 1 more damage item to feel really happy. But that lack of them playing around together and forcing an objective, like, you have a Chen, you have this Mirana, like, try and just run down a tower, try and force Team Spirit to take a fight into you. And of course, you're fighting into an egg, into Disruptor. Like, it's so hard. Like, in no way am I saying this game is easy for Viking. Like, it is a very good draft from Team Spirit, but that lack of conviction, that lack of any proactive moves, eventually made it into, well, eventually Troll will have farm. Eventually we can, but then when Troll did join the fights with only an SMY, without a BKB or a Basher, he just got Yules when he ulted. It was so difficult. But yeah, Team Spirit, they turned up today. They played this grand final with just ruthless execution in both draft, in both play, and I'm really excited to see if what this team can do over the Christmas break, moving into the new DPC, because it would be very good to see, 3 strong CIS teams in that DPC group, VP, Na'Vi, and then hopefully Team Spirit can continue making improvements to challenge those 2 top CIS teams.
Indeed, I agree with you. Team Spirit must be really happy as an organization to pick up Yellow Submarine's roster, coming in with a victory in this tournament. Easy, indeed. They must be really feeling it. They're feeling joyful after this, and rightfully so. Viking ain't the easiest team to take down, but they did. They did it in fashion. 3-0, clean drafts, clean executions, and that means we also come to an end at our tournament. We got to see interesting drafts. We got to see the new patch a little bit. We saw some of the previous patches as well during the course of the tournament, so you could almost say we saw a little bit of everything, TeaGuv.
We did, yeah, and I think as well we have to look towards, maybe is there going to be another patch coming in the week or so? What's going to happen? And there's been not enough time on this patch to ever give teams their own style, their own brand, right? So I think Team Spirit, they played really amazing Dota, but you can't look at Viking too much into this. Like, sure, they lost 3-0, but they did dominate yesterday, and it's so soon. Like, it's sad for them, but yeah, it's rough. Like, give them the Christmas break and see what happens when they come back. But it does show that simply if Team Spirit, if they were in Division 1 for Epic League, if they had a bit more exposure to these top teams, they could have easily had such a great performance. But yeah, it's exciting to see what Team Spirit can do in the future, because if they can play like they did in this best of 5 and they just draft like this and they just have this kind of ruthless nature, this tenacity, it does really put them in a good stead. But again, for Viking, it's early days, new patch. We've seen them succeed before. Like, they don't always have to succeed to a high level, but they will be kicking themselves, especially when BTS was when they won the tournament last time, right? Like, they should be there kind of the time to really showcase what they can do before they go back to that tier 1 Dota. But again, they fall short today, unfortunate.
That's the story of this tournament, and thank you to our production team at the back. We're at the back lines as well, all of the mods who've been working with this tournament. Our main sponsor, Monster Energy, thank you so much for helping us out organize this tournament. From the caster pair, from me, T-Panda, and TeaGuv. TeaGuv, it's been an absolute pleasure to cast with you once again.
It has.
This wraps up our entire casting year, as well as it is time to take a earned holiday and kind of rest a little bit and put our eyes and sights towards next year's DPC. This is going to be filled with more action, more drama, and of course, we might just get to see the teams that will be participating in the next TI. So a lot to look at from 2021 as we close out the year 2020 here. So thank you so much to all of you viewers out there who've been watching, who've been hanging out with us, been looking at all the games and living the life we have that we call Dota. But we are going to close the show here, so hearts to the chat, hearts to everybody out there. We're going to close it out here. TeaGuv, any last words, any smart last words that you want to give out? Shout out to the fans or something? Shout out Twitter or something? Give out your social media or something.
Follow me on Twitter, guys. Bye. Have a good Christmas. Stay safe.
Yeah, hit him up also on Twitch. He's also streaming a lot. So probably in the holidays, maybe some good Dota, twitch.tv/TGuvnor. And of course, you can find me as well at T_Panda on Twitter. But we're going to close it out. Bye-bye, everybody. See you next year.
Bye. At the changes just to make sure I'm up to date on it, but cast range on Earthspec's increased, Hex movement speed is decreased, mana drains, whatever, Finger of Death, whatever. Like, it's just still a line.
It's still a scaling Finger of Death still, right?
Yeah. It's just,
the stacks
it's
still
literally the same hero, and it was pretty garbage in the last patch. So I'd like to see maybe what Lift2Win have to use it for. If we think about they're picking it into Phoenix, PA, and Disruptor, maybe they want some instant lockdown when the Phoenix slowly swoops in, that hard lockdown. But
Monkey King.
God, blimey, it's it's a very interesting draft from Lift2Win. I have to say. Wow.
At least they're not afraid to experiment. Let's put it that way. We have the Lion pick now. The Monkey King that also drops in.
Yeah. Yeah, they are going for strong lanes pretty much.
What was that? What was that about, T?
I don't know. I sneezed, mate, so I thought I'd it out.
Okay.
Yeah,
I thought there was something.
I thought I'd then dance to it. No. It was like a post-sneeze dance.
And in a sense, I can agree on that with what you just did when you talk about Monkey King versus Axe. Absolutely lovely counter pick to this Axe pick here.
It's all about the lane, and Monkey's one of the better heroes against Axe because not only can you beat him in lane, but you have that ability when Axe plays behind tower, you can just jump on the trees over to him and then get on top. And again, another hand, Monkey King Shard, when you get to like 3-4 items, potentially Ags, BKB Skadi, Ags, Deso, BKB, any of these iterations, when you get that Shard on top, your movement around the map, when you have the tree dance range, the vision, it's like a 0.1 cast time or something. So you can just ping pong around the map and be super global, super present. You pair that with IO relocate, the blink setup from the Lion, getting that instant lockdown on that team fight control of the Brewmaster. This Monkey and IO can be absolutely devastating. So I like the new patch philosophies Lift2Win are bringing to this, simply based on the idea of potentially a Monkey King Shard, and then the old school things that Lion and Brew provided, but now trying to bring it into the patch. But again, it easily could be a draft that is just good on paper, but to execute it, you need a lot of farm, you need a lot of items, you don't really defend towers that well. So then suddenly, if your Axe isn't fully crushed, if your PA has a Battle Fury Deso, the game can be really hard. But again, I'm liking the creativity, you know?
Same here. That's what I'm also liking a lot, is not being too afraid to try something new. And maybe this is something that they've already practiced out in the past few days. Like, there hasn't been that many hours time, but it might have been something that they struck on the get-go. Like, okay, I want to give this a try, and just been playing it ever since, and kind of like, okay, now we can bring this out. Or maybe it's something like, yeah, it worked once, maybe it can work another time, because isn't that what the mentality is about? You want to play a hero, you feel like this is the hero for the game, this is the one I want to play, but it also fits our gameplay style and our draft. Isn't that the way you always should approach a draft?
They're looking to be so aggressive, so active on the map. Like, as soon as the lanes collapse, they're going to be barreling down towers of Leshrac, relocating and taking the fights. In Team Spirit, they need one hero that can basically tell Lift2Win to stop running at them.
Yeah,
and that's why Invoker
you need to put a wall in between, just say no.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why Kunkka and Invoker are very good bans. Quadswex Invoker with the Tornado, the EMP, remove the mana, stop the aggression, very good. Kunkka, X-Boat, the tankiness, amazing. So really good bans from Lift2Win to cover their idea. And if you have to think about what heroes are left, especially in the mid lane, what anti-aggression heroes really are there? Maybe
all I can think about is supports, but you don't want to support.
I'm trying to think of the mid lane. Like, is there anything quirky they can pick?
Something that kind of works in the mid lane, but is kind of something like Bane and Jakiro, but still a carry and a core. But something
you
that
need
shuts
like a
down.
Beefier hero, like
kind of, yeah.
They got 5 seconds anyway, so if we keep doing the small talk, we can see what they pick. Okay, wow, all right. So they look towards They look towards not having a beefy hero, but blowing up, winning.
To be honest, it's not exactly what I was looking for from Team Spirit. I mean, it's a Toronto Tokyo Lina, yeah, but this is not the hero I had in mind for defensive reactiveness and turnarounds and kind of like shutting down Live to Win's push.
Yeah, the flip side to that is simply the push comes from the Leshrac. So they pick up a Lina that can actually beat the Leshrac in lane or at least match his farm so that he doesn't have the wave to play around. If Live to Win overextend, they have that explosive potential. And the issue is we were describing a hero that can stand in front of the fight. They don't have that. They have a lot of reinitiators. The Phoenix, Axe, Lina, they all want to play on the fringe of the fight and then enter. That's where Team Spirit will have some issues early on. But the Lina pick is simply, if she gets that early farm, she gets a bots, Yules, BKB, Aether Lens, she's suddenly now just running around the map, getting all these pickoffs. And it's a risky pick for sure, but it's one of the better picks for the idea of it can actually lane into Leshrac. And if Lina has a better start to the game than Lesh, she's the one rotating, helping out the Axe, playing with that PA and forcing the fight. So yeah, I don't mind it at all. And another layer of burst damage where if Brew fails his initiation, you have that instant Yules. Like if you precast Yules onto Brew, he blinks in, boom, suddenly he's in the air, you LSA, blow him up. Like Live to Win really can't fight. So yeah, I don't mind it at all. But it is going to be an issue if lanes don't go that well. Monkey has a great game, Lesh has a great game, then suddenly where is that front line that we mentioned? But again, that's 15, 20 minutes down the line. We can bring up that point. We can either praise it or flame it.
And now I think what is also a really big question here is we look at directly the Dire team, the name, Team Spirit. This is Yellow Submarine, now signed by an organization. Do they fall under pressure because they have to show what they're made of? Do they have that super big vigor that has been given to them that, okay, somebody really wants us. Now it's our kind of like, we're worth something else. Like, let's fucking go. Like, let's just destroy them here in this game. Like, do they crack under pressure or do they just perform better than normal? I think that's a big thing to think about Team Spirit here, is how they pull off and how do they show what they're made of.
I think they're fine. They played in Epic League. They topped the group. They beat Live to Win. They were the best Division 2 team. They then actually got to play in Division 1, the only Division 2 team to get there. So they very much are confident. So I'd actually take your kind of narrative you're setting and I'd give it to Live to Win. They're the team that hasn't really been able to perform and hasn't really been able to do much with their roster. Like, you look at their players, FN, Immersion, Old Day, Snake, like, you think that this is a high caliber CIS team, but they haven't really found their footing within the scene right now. They've been stuck within the Division 2 realm. They've been kind of dwarfed by what Yellow Submarine has achieved. And yeah, this is for sure like the last series before this is the last CIS v CIS series that we're going to have before DPC kicks in. And this is the last information we'll get before who really is going to be like the next CIS team after VP Na'Vi, in my opinion. So it's not in the grand scheme of life, not really that important because there's a whole month before DPC starts, but it's still going to be a fun thing to know about. As Christmas sets in a new year, you can speculate DPC, and this will be one of the series that you may reference.
Might be. Something to keep an eye open for is this truly the CIS brawl or not, or is there going to be some changes? I think even if Team Spirit kind of locks in their roster for DPC, if Live to Win don't do any changes to their roster, what's going to happen with our pre-DPC team shuffles and gambles? I think that's something that everybody is going to be Twitter dramaing about. Reddit's going to be filled about it. Everyone's like, oh, why is this player being picked and not this guy? You know, we're all in for it. And to be honest, I would like to see these two teams as they are because, you know, Team Spirit, well, Yellow Submarine, they've kind of solidified themselves working together. Live to Win, they had ILTW, replaced him with Dream. Dream seems to fit into the team pretty well. They started to get some really good results with him as well. So, I mean, I think ILTW is a big question mark. Where is he going to play? What team is he going to end up in? But I would like to see these two teams stick to what they are and just, you know, provide us at the start of next year. Maybe even now. Give us something crazy. Give us something crazy good. PA's lined up raindrops.
Sure. Playing against a Brew Lion lane. A lot of magic damage. It's all about survive the initial jump, and then once you have that blink, you can get away. So the blink strike, sorry.
Yeah.
I don't really mind it. It's a nice little casual raindrop.
Not picked up, at least in every game. We're going to see Monkey King lane up against Axe. This is heavily Radiant favored with just this. And now I'm wondering who's the support to show up to this lane. Since Immersion is starting off with Afterlife and top, we're most likely going to see the Lion teleport bottom. But Soneko setting up for First Blood attempt onto this PA. So let's keep our eyes teamed on this top lane. We've got the teleport coming out from the Disruptor. So Miposhka spots Soneko. No, he's behind a tree. Going the wrong way. Lion, okay, now Lion shows himself. The surprise advantage is gone. No First Blood should take place. At least the traditional way. Yep, and he teleports back home. Or bottom.
But this actually really benefits Team Spirit in the idea that even though Monkey now has level 2, Phoenix acts as actually an okay-ish lane against the Monkey just because of the attack slow from the Spirits.
Yeah.
But due to Lion's absence, now that Monkey is level 2, it's like, how do we really get to the point where we're confident? And right now you see him, he's just dragging the wave back. He's trying to force the wave to be pushed into him. And look, he's got 4 melee creeps, 1 range creep. Lane's pushing. All So Bad has to do now is stop Soneko from getting this pull. And Axe will have 2 waves for free underneath his tower where he can somewhat confidently play the lane.
Yeah, you see that deep ward placed in the lane as well to spot the... It basically gives a vision on a... Okay, I can't draw anymore. I was about to draw some lines, but still. Like the vision for if he sees the pool connecting through, so he instantly gets the information on, okay, this is where Phoenix has to move right away. If he sees the lion waddling about, it's instantly his reaction to, okay, I need to contest this pool, not allow a lion to get it through.
Yeah, exactly that. And also... potentially, if Lion dips out, you have that additional range to start bullying Monkey if he's retreating. Once it gets to nighttime, you have that extra kind of 30-40 seconds of window. But yeah, this is some interesting lineups from both teams in the degree of Team Spirit. They have this like countered Axe lane. They've got this Disruptor pick, which we haven't really seen much, but it's very good against Brew plus Io. And then you have Live to Win, where they're going for an Io Brew off lane. You've got this Monkey King like carry. We've seen it a couple of times, but the Lion pick as well on Soneko. I don't want either team to win because I don't want to see any of these heroes in my pubs. I won't lie. All right. If they could maybe have the first ever Dota draw go.
Wow, that'll be quite to something.
BTS Pro Series, the first ever Dota draw. That's your trivia, and when the pub quizzes come back around in like 2027, then.
Windows is telling me about buttons being held down. Like, do you want to enable? No.
I thought you were about to say that you had some like issue with like blue screen or update or something. I was like,
nah.
Please don't tell me you're about to just like peace out of the cast.
We're all good in here. We're all good in here. I'm actually surprised. I just literally talked to Celery after that last game about Aramis' Coddle. And I'm surprised there's no Coddle in this game. Like, in this specific game. I thought it's going to be like, okay, Coddle. Surprised that it's not actually in this one.
Yeah, like, it's good, but you need to have a player that wants to play it, right?
Like,
yeah, but you pick up a Coddle, and it takes away some big components of the game plan, right? Like, normally, the previous patch are used to having supports that want to look out for a fight, can do things. And Coddle, he does do that nowadays, but if it's in that 4 role, it's a lot greedier. In the 5 role, you can't really rush the axe. You have to go for a glimmer. And on your 5s, you want a little bit more oomph because the new age Coddle is all about. It's basically a Chen, but without the Chen property. It's like he's got the wave clear of a Chen because the Chen has creeps. The Coddle has wave clear. You have the TP that Chen used to have, and you also have some mana. But it's very much a enabling support, which +1, and the team just needs to be ready for that. And I think it will take a week or 2 before teams maybe look at the hero a lot more than they currently are, but it is a very good hero for sure. But it is, in my opinion, it's a 4, not a 5, just because of the desire to quickly rush the Ags, to have that team fight, and then to bring the hero back into wanting to really enter a fight confidently. And Miposhka, unfortunately, is that 5 player.
Yes, but we get to continue the game. Decent
we do.
Pause there.
Yes, I should load up the brew changes, so I am up to date, and I don't say anything wrong.
All right, and you wanted to talk about those disruptor changes as well. If there's still something we missed, do enlighten us.
Not really, mate. Basically, the same thing. Disruptor cast on ally Thunderstrike allows it to be that's pointless as hell. I'm not going to look at that. Brewmaster, that's what we care about. So
let's
Junker
look at
Brawler.
Where is he? There we go.
Now passively, so it's a passive, provides evasion and crit chance, sure. Once he activates it, 3 times chance for evasion and crit strike to occur, sure. And it's a higher cooldown because of course it's, a bit better.
Yeah,
29
he has more armor. Is quite long.
Yeah, less HP, but more armor on Earth Spirit, more HP regen. On the Storm Spirit, it's got more HP regen, magic resistance, so tankier.
Okay.
But less HP.
That used to be the very squishy one always.
Yep. And on the Fire, it's got more armor, more HP regen, and status resistance. So basically, Brewmaster's ult is a lot tankier now, and his passive is just net better because it's a passive, but also activate it for some big deeps. And then of course he's got his Void Spirit on his Ags. But yeah, overall, I don't mind it. It sounds quirky. We'll see how it goes.
Wasn't there disarm on the Void ruling as well, or something?
No,
that the big control piece or something?
No, it's just Dissimulate.
Okay.
Not Dissimulate. The physical armor shield from Void Spirit. The name has escaped my mind. I won't lie.
All right, that's all right. I don't even know what the name is called. I haven't actually seen it more than just once.
Oh, it's the Ags shard, by the way, not the Ags.
It's the Ags shard.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry, let's correct ourselves.
Right. Yeah. So
make any mistakes, lads. Yeah. Oh, it does disarm. It applies a 20-30% slow and disarm for 2 seconds.
Disarm for 2 seconds. Jesus. Yeah. I thought that there was a disarm on it for something.
Yeah.
Astral Pulse. Okay.
Oh god damn! That's disgusting.
Yeah, that disarm is pretty good. Like the slow is pretty massive.
If it's the shard, it's actually good. Yeah, I thought it was the Ags. This entire time we're talking about it, I thought it was just the Ags. But if it's a shard, that's cheap as chips.
To think about, yeah. That's the shard. Like to think about overall. You picked a Brewmaster. The enemy has a PA. This is a cheap halberd. This is literally a cheap. I'll show it to you right on screen. Halberd's 3600, and your Axe Shard is 1400, and it's a 2-second disarm. And since Satanic is absolutely garbage now, well, not absolutely, but it's really bad because of the status resistance no longer there. That's actually big.
I'll give it to Brew. He sounds like he could be a fun hero. So if he goes for the Spirit, if he goes for the Shard, he's going to be able to disarm people. Axe getting killed in bot lane, as expected. Like I mentioned, that chase down from Dream.
Yep.
But then also, the 2 charge or not, I'm excited to see if Brew's a hero. I'm so skeptical, but I'm down to see it maybe work out. Alas. Mid lane.
Might work out a little bit different than the Zitrax carry brew that we saw earlier on. That was before in a different patch, so.
And I've already forgot about it, Panda. But then you had to bring it up, and I had nightmares. Thank you, Panda.
But we did talk about it before, and you actually mentioned it first.
Yeah,
so
but I forgot, and then I remembered.
You can't hide. You cannot hide. However, this mid matchup we haven't really talked about a lot. So farming and trading, doing a decent amount of damage. This is the same thing about either one leaves the lane, the other one is just going to push your tower down. We've seen Leshrac already do that earlier on today. So the enemy mid leave the lane, Lesh pushes down the tower, and then when the tower is down, then the Lesh gets to rotate. So when either one of these rotates, if they both go in the same lane for a battle, maybe then if they go in opposite lanes, or is it just one going for a rotation and the other one pushing down the tower? So those are the things we have to pay attention to, because one leads to another. There's always a reason and a consequence.
But 5 minutes in, it's only 1 kill to live to win. Obviously, Monkey King being able to kill the Axe, so the fact that Axe hasn't had more deaths, it's going pretty well. You see him
19 CS, that's more than I was expecting him to even have from this lane.
He's having a decent time. He's got the boots and the windlass. Again, the idea of just offsetting what Monkey wants to slowly click you down. It isn't an orb of venom on Dream.
Immersion just killed off the courier that had the Ring of Hell for Yatoro.
Easy.
So Brew and Io have like 2 minutes of extra harassing time on this PA. Well, 2 minutes because of 110 respawn and then the lane walk back to lane. Fly back to lane. At least Peposhka uses the glyph instant glimpse.
The glimpse, there we go. Sorry. New patch Disruptor now has a inbuilt glyph where he can glyph literally
to turn
anything.
the heroes invulnerable. It's like a global guardian angel in a sense. Anyway, collapse is timing. Dream is low on HP. He's hiding in a tree, but they're gonna kill off Soneko's courier. So bad is low on HP. What's a Stream do? Looking for. Oh, he misses the stun. And there's an Icarus dive available. So bad. He could cut down the tree. He could cut down the tree. It's right next to him. No?
Nah. That takes some big cojones, because if he misses it, he's going to be stuck in that tree line with Lion stunning, Monkey King right click him, and he dies. So he needed the axe to be with him. But,
True.
you know, let's just, like, they're already winning a lane that is kind of somewhat hard. Axe now with 32 CS, of course, farming up the small camp. So they're going to be happy that Monkey King is so scared to really exit the lane.
Yeah, because that's the thing. Like, do you suffice with that, or do you just want to go for more? Because that's like a big question sometimes. Toro's courier respawns now. It's a flying one, so I'm pretty sure he's going to instantly use it to send it back to lane. That's his ring of health waiting. There is a disruptor courier bringing up a sentry, trying to find the ward, and Ven has actually rotated towards mid. Instantly glimpsed, but he's only glimpsed under the tower, so it doesn't go all the way back mid. Miposhka lives. What does Toronto Tokyo do with this? He could push.
He might start slowly chipping with some right clicks. He's LSAing the trees down, but FN quickly goes top, kills off the stack, comes back to mid and is able to defend his tower. Only 300 damage. It really isn't.
And Disruptor in here. Yatoro is going to get punished a lot here, but they're afraid to go because there's no creep wave. And they don't know that Miposhka is not even there. They don't have vision. There's only a dire ward inside this area. Only 1 kill in 7.5 minutes. Very cautious, very patient.
Yeah. Slow burner, isn't it?
Slow burner indeed. Collapse gets the call on the Monkey King, but that's all of your stacks. And the donk fails. But Collapse still gets the kill first, so he spins just before the tower hit connects. Talk about RNG. That's perfect timing for a spin. No XP for the MK.
Oh wait, why did I overcomplicate this? Like, I literally just remembered. I'm now looking back and realizing I could have just hovered over the spell in game. I don't know why I was tabbing out, loading up the patch whilst we're talking about all these spells, these interactions, when it's literally in the game.
Yeah, you can see everything else. You can see everything else except what they used to have before is when you ult or hold alt and you see like the previous patch version.
I have no idea. Like, we're literally talking about Brew, and I'm like, I can't really remember what it does. Let me go check the patch. Loads up Dota 2 miss was like, I'm in the lobby. Why am I not hovering over just at? Oh my god. Well, that's my special moment of the day over and done with. Mid lane Toronto Tokyo, LSAing up FN. And he's not gonna die, is he? He's gonna get a bleeding double kill.
Nice.
Look at him go.
Didn't see the Toronto Tokyo kill, but I did see Miposhka fall and Lesh at 40 HP, so 1v2ing.
Oh mate, yeah, that was a clean kill. The Lina LSA'd. FN then had a little fairy fire, tanked up a Laguna, tanked up an LSA, a Dragon Slave, and just killed them both. Oh, and he comes back top for another little stack that's been made. FN is really just farming up everything.
Gets a stack. Meanwhile, Soneko was picked off in bottom. Not sure if he got any vision out because he didn't get. Did he even get to place the ward? Okay, he's still holding on to the Ops ward. So Soneko was trying to get a ward down into the dire triangle. Quickly intercepted by an axe. He did say good day, sir.
He did.
Dream. He's also going for. So we see double Battle Furies this game.
Yep.
PA and MK.
Yeah, the monkey has to scale into this game.
He does. I'm not a massive fan of the Battle Fury on MK, but like you said, he needs some scaling. He can't just go pure fighter build and hope for the best.
The thing is though, like, people develop the idea of just going Ags because it's kind of like an additional farming tool. So it's interesting that Dream values just innate farming speed with Battle Fury rather than buying Ags then maybe an MKB, BKB, because if PA jumps on top of a monkey with the Agnums, she is going in like a 3v1 type situation. But I guess Dream values, like I mentioned already, the idea of him just quickly farming up rather than relying on having the monkey spawn. But yeah, I don't know if I like this. I think I prefer the Ags, the tankiness, the ability to potentially outplay a PA.
Triple net worth lead as well. 4,000 gold for Lift to win.
Really well. But it's basically FN. Like, he is Doing so well right now.
MK is also at 4,800. So that's 1,000 gold ahead of the PA, who are both building a Battlefield. Meanwhile, Soneko tanks. Okay, relocate coming in. Can they get this Lina kill? Laguna Blade has been used on Soneko, and they will get the Lina kill. Soneko tanks it through. He's dodging the Sunray, or at least he's trying his best, and he lives. The Yules comes out from FN. But they don't need to play this through immersion. Does he go for his friend? He does. All right, relocate to mid. Okay, they weren't that far, but still.
But live to win. They just the good thing here is they collapsed the map. Sorry, by bringing all the heroes mid. And now we see the potential value of a Lion in the idea that he can run around the map by himself. If he dies, whatever. If he gets a good stun off and sets up that relocate, he can just be really devastating in the early game.
Yeah, that was brilliant that he was able to play in the dire jungle without any threat. Okay, Lina walks in. You're probably dead. Oh, he's actually surviving. Relocate, turn around with the stun, and just kill the enemy mid as a support, basically. So that's big.
Yeah. Also helps FN, obviously, comes up to clean up, and then he has the Yules as well to save him. But yeah, it's just the value that you get here.
Can we address the Midas on Brew?
Sure, mate. Why not? It's an old age classic item. You want to have levels. If you're fighting a lot, you naturally are XP starved. So he's got it before that 12-minute mark. So yeah, why not?
And you're technically ahead of your opponent. So this Midas also allows this Brewmaster to scale a tiny bit faster.
Yeah, I think the key identifier to why it can be potentially viable is the Team Spirit doesn't have innate push and map pressure built into their draft, where they need Axe to have farm. They need Lina to have +1/2 item. PA, of course, needs Battle Fury Deso +1. So it gives you pretty much like an 18, 19-minute window where you can do whatever you want. But once it gets to like that 20-minute, you need to have those active items. So
yeah, it's
important now that Brew, in the next 8 or so minutes, he gets items to fight. Maybe a Vlad to help his Monkey King, maybe a Blink, maybe even like the Aghanim's for that early disarm, the Shard, sorry, for that disarm. Could be interesting.
They're pinging out. And they spot collapse. The stun comes through. We'll get this Axe controlled. An MK ulti just in case that the team fight doesn't actually break loose. Maybe a bit of an overkill, but it's a good preparation there from Dream. Just to make sure that...
Yeah, get rid of him.
Yes. I mean, both at the same time get rid of him, but, you know, Team Spirit, they might have just wanted to TP and defend because Axe is a tanky and bulky hero. Though they are behind, they realize that this is maybe not the best fight, so they give away the kill, they give away their tower. They don't get to push this tier 1 in mid, so this is just purely to win. Living to win, even.
They are playing so well around the idea of what their heroes have, right? The Lion is meant to be that kind of vision getter, fight starter. They don't have that really built into their draft because, of course, Brew is a little bit more hesitant to go in because of that Static Storm threat, but Lion is the one doing it. The early tower damage is coming out from FN, especially because FN got that amazing double kill mid, amazing big outplay. It's propelled him just to be so confident. A quick heal is now going bots. They've already taken 3 towers on the map. And Team Spirit, they need to look to make some type of aggressive play here.
Yeah, well, they're going in. At least the Yules does come out. The Glimpse also an immersion. And there's the egg. And they will instantly disengage.
Yeah, it's kind of a bit underwhelming there, really.
They were hoping to get a better glimpse, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. They had to get a big glimpse onto Lina as she ran up into high ground, bring her back. Suddenly she's in Static Storm plus egg. But
yeah.
It's, very rough for Team Spirit. They just can't make any moves on the map. They don't have...
Exactly. If only Collapse actually had his Blink Dagger, and it might just get punished. Miposhka's going to have to tank this. But Collapse, he really wants this farm. Is Greed good? Or is Greed bad? He gets at least... and he misses on the big creep on the Ancient Camp. So that's a lot of money. And he's going to have to pass on. Boots of Travel's now picked up on FN. And this map control... It's fully in the hands of Live to win. 15-minute bounty rune is going to be going all 4. Unless... Yeah, Yatoro's not going. Collapse is not going. But FN and Immersion are coming towards this bot lane. They... They found him. Yules into the air. The stun preparation from FN and PA. Well... It looked like they might actually miss this PA, but Yatoro literally just walked into these two. And they see Collapse.
It's so hard to play this map. Like, look at the vision right now on the minimap before the fight breaks out. Radiant only have 1 ward, but the Glimpse...
Yeah. Poshka trying to buy some time. Gets the Glimpse on the IO. They don't need to use Laguna Blade for this one. It's a tiny bit of a trade. Or at least a little bit of revenge. But now, the blink is ready on Axe. Do they smoke up? Miposhka has one.
Damn, the greed on Dream. So not only did he go for the Battle Fury first, but he's then going for the Ags. So in a game where okay, so I think this is the reason. Hold up.
Soneko got the Hex. The call was cancelled by Collapse because he thought he's not going to get it. So, Lion Hex. One of the most scariest things in the entire game of Dota is a Blink Lion Hex. At least it doesn't have a Blink. You might have one soon.
Yeah. This is where vision advantage and instant lockdown is very good. Like, Lion as a hero is pretty bad, but in the idea of this game where they already have such a big lead, that instant lockdown will be very good. But Team Spirit, you see, they keep trying to make these plays, but meanwhile, Monkey King, he went for Battle Fury because there was no map pressure. He's then going for Ags, so it's basically the equivalent of Faces Void, go Mask of Madness Battle Fury. Like 2 farming items into then 1 big damage item. Phoenix
egg is available, but it's going to be a difficult one to use. He gets the Fire Spirits off, and they get the Laguna Blade on the Brewmaster, dropping low. Afterlife is going to die as the call. The stun is going to go through as well, buying a bit of time. They're going to take down the Lion, and suddenly it's a 3v2, and Team Spirit, if they can catch someone, they have glimpse of Miposhka, but here comes Dream. He's going to turn this whole thing around. He's going to look for the kill on Miposhka at least, if he can't catch anybody else. Still keeps it in their favors, and Disruptor will meet an inevitable end.
And that was a small breath of fresh air for Team Spirit in the fact that, okay, we do have a combo to play. We can hit the big call with an egg and maybe turn it around. But that was one of those kind of best case scenarios for Team Spirit, because the Brewmaster, he didn't even get split off. He didn't even do anything in the fight. He just kind of walked in, died, and the egg went off. And it was great for Team Spirit. They gave themselves a little bit of breathing room. They are 8 to 9k gold down. And I just look at the itemization coming from Live to Win. This is going to be a BKB within the next 3 to 4 minutes from Brewmaster. Monkey's 1,000 gold away from his second farming item. And like, he's on 10k net worth now. He's easily going to be, 15k plus very, very shortly. Like, there's nothing stopping him other than himself getting picked off.
Yeah. As we hit the 18-minute mark here, still a triple net worth lead on all cores for Live to Win. That XP graph ain't massive, but the gold is bigger in this case. Usually you see the XP graph being much higher than the gold graph, but now it's the opposite way. Disruptor's still level 7. Not much Miposhka can really do about it. These fights are over too fast for him to live. And Soneko, what is he building? He's got a fluffy hat, he's got Glimmer, Cape, Tranquils. He's got something on the Courier.
That's just some sentries and stuff, right?
Nothing on the Courier, never mind, it's empty.
He's got the Glimmer, right? I think he's now a happy little...
And Collapse, he gets the call, relocate, instantly coming in as well to the spot lane. The LSA stun is too early, and FNN Immersion get the chance to at least blow up Poshka. Dream is also here, he will cancel the Sunray from the Phoenix. The egg is available, he's trying to get to a safer position, and the split comes through. This is a call for Team Spirit, let's back away. The Axe is so far from the rest, and so is the PA. They might just have to give away this Phoenix. There's nothing they can do to save the bird. The bird is not a word now. At least that's one down, and the others get to go away. Split used, Static Storm used, LSA, the Laguna Blade on cooldown. But still an MK ult, still the egg.
What? Why does PA have this stupid Aghanim shot? What the hell? Releases Sharp Blades round her in 550 AoE, dealing 12% of victims max health on impact, and applying break.
You're breaking
so
the Monkey King.
But not only does she have like a Deathflow, a big crit, an Abyssal, but now she can break you for 1400. What?
Yep.
Oh my god.
But then again, you only have one shard available in your team. Is PA's shard the best for Team Spirit? Because I think that's something we also need to look into in the future, at least. Like, who has the best shard and who should buy it, because only one person can get it. I didn't know there was a stack on that before.
Is that a thing?
Apparently it is. I might be wrong. Sure? I understood that there's a stack.
I think you're very wrong on that.
Is it a personal stack or is it a team stack?
You can buy one for yourself, that's it. It's not like
Alright, yeah. Okay, well that makes sense in that case. Never mind what I just said. Collapse goes in with a blink call and the Laguna Blade, and also the Finger comes in at the same time. Collapse is dropped very low. The Static Storm is holding the Monkey King in place, but it's not going to be enough for Team Spirit. They're going to end up losing a lot of heroes here. Yatoro's still trying to man fight through this, but not going to be enough. No damage, not enough this time. They get Yatoro to safety, but can they secure Toronto Tokyo? Trying to TP away. No, you're going to get caught with the Finger, and Immersion It is the IO with a triple kill out of this fight, out of all possible heroes. Icarus dive to safety, relocate coming in. Can we get an ultra kill on this IO for once? Can we get one? Can we please get one? It's about to time out. Yules is there. He's gonna get this Phoenix in the trees. He's spotted. Come on. I don't think it's gonna happen anymore. The relocate is gonna take him away after clear this one out.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Dream picks up the Aegis, and that's a big one for Live to win, and this might just set the course for the rest of the game.
Well, yeah, but that's just showed how Team Spirit, when they're fighting out in an open area or even near Roshan, they just don't have that stun to be able to actually fight. Like, they're relying heavily on Live to win to clump up and to then hit a big Axe Core or an LSA, and even when Pushka needs to hit a Static Storm. It's so difficult. Like, Brune is about to complete the BKB. Like, that was a fight where the Leshrac didn't even have the Bloodstone. The Brewmaster didn't have his BKB. The Monkey King didn't have his BKB. Like, they're all so close to their surviving items, and they're losing the fight. It's 14k down. It only shows how well Live to Win have played around. I think easily the MVP is a joint effort between Immersion and FN. These two together running around the map have just destroyed this game. Team Spirit have nothing to stop them from taking every tower, and then whatever lane they go to, there's either a Brewmaster helping them, a line helping them, or Dreams just kind of bounced around the map, farmed, but also present for the big fight. So yeah, just FN and Immersion have controlled this game so beautifully.
Bottom tower under fire.
But right now for Team Spirit, they're just buying their time. They're hoping that they can play on the fact that PA will eventually be the PA that we all love to see, critting heroes. She needs Battle Fury, she needs a BKB to survive the Lesh. Then maybe she could go for this Aghanim Shard into just straight Rapier and look just to break down their opponents and just blow them up.
Agreed.
Could be a play, but it's going to be a big comeback needed from Team Spirit when you are 15k down.
Yeah. All right, so this has been maybe 1.5 years or maybe 2 years of talking about patch changes and things that we might still expect to see. If you open your shop as a caster, you will not see how many observers, sentries, or smokes are in stock for a specific team. Can we please get that so we get more insight on, do they have smokes available? Do they have wars available? Because we're just near saying, and I guess, I don't know, because we literally don't know. That is something I've been praying for a long time.
Get your pen and paper, mate, and jot down when you see them bought, and then try and do the math. But look at Live to Win. Yeah. They know that Team Spirit can't fight them. Like, the positioning, they're not allowing for the big Axe Core to come into play. The slow sieging with Dream, who has got the Aegis. He's actually going for an SMY for the status resistance to deal with the Axe Core and the minimal stuns they have, not the BKB. Like this as well.
All those MK illusions right there. Laguna Blade comes through. They're trying to blow through that Aegis, and it goes. They're actually going to take it out, but the stun from 2 on from FN. Miposhka can collapse low HP. The Leshrac still at half HP. The stun comes through from the egg, and they're going to get through FN. The BKB is also on the Brewmaster, and so is Yatoro. They have a limited amount of time to try and find these kills. Soneko, look at Immersion and Dream. They're just waiting. They're just holding their ground calmly, backing to the low ground, but not panicking away. Keeping their ground, waiting for Team Spirit, smoking up even. So bad. He pops one, but they have no high ground vision. So Team Spirit, they're going to have to suffice with just the FN kill and the Aegis. They lose the
that actually was pretty good from Team Spirit. The fact that they were able to kill the Leshrac, it was a product of Live to Win running in very deep and leaving the racks. We also didn't see Monkey King get to use his ultimate. Like, that's the type of fight where after they use Static Storm and like the big Laguna, Monkey King, all he has to do is throw down his ultimate and then take the racks. But the desire for aggression offsets that, and Spirit actually do hold, even though they nearly lost both racks. It counts. But Live to Win, they're just going to go again, right? Like, there is no egg, there is no Static Storm. Round 2, boys.
Smoking up on the high ground, finishing off the melee racks, and they're targeting Miposhka. 10 seconds for an ultimate on the Disruptor. They need to keep him alive. The BKB from Toronto, Tokyo, and they just went in, and now they're running out again. The MK ulti comes through from Dream, and it's a really well-placed one as well, because the Lena's in trouble. Soneko doesn't quite die from this. And how do they get into this? So bad. Baiting. They have the Disruptor ulti. For Live to Win, they don't have any.
They, like, Miposhka's... Oh! He nearly died. The Monkey King actually, one of the monkey spawns got removed as it was about to kill him. Oh my god.
It's not even the witch doctor monkey just wrong. Yeah, gotcha.
It just...
Coconut.
It's Team Spirit, they really are struggling with just even fighting up against that constant pressure Lift2Win are providing. Like, it is an admirable effort that they're providing, but they need this PA to have like 2 more items to be realistic. Like Deso Basher, maybe, even a Rapier. I honestly, I'm at the point where just a Rapier blow up the over-aggression and off they go.
Rapier? Oh boy, alright.
I want to see it. Like, you're down 17k. You just lost a Rax who just Lift2Win sitting outside your base and eventually taking it. So,
well, yeah, damage is what they need. So if Deso doesn't do the trick, if Lina doesn't go full right-click build, she's going for Ags, which means we're going to get the pure Laguna Blade. So nothing too special there. Plus, it goes through BKB, so it can actually be a big factor. Collapse has found Soneko. Dream gets the stun on Toronto Tokyo. Dream is thinking about going in, and they will. They get a massive heal from Immersion, and Toronto Tokyo's down. Soneko will be taken down by Yatoro. The PA has a BKB available. Brewmaster is still trying to give the chase. Afterlife's right on his heels. The egg explodes, but it doesn't seem to catch anyone. The Phoenix is here.
Oh,
and they're just... I'm sorry about my camera, but everybody's going everywhere. And... Miposhka, he lives again. Wow. Radiant scan on top of Yatoro. Relocate.
Oh, the relocate.
Oh, the big brain play. And the other way.
Go the other way.
Go the other way.
Go on, FN. You got this.
He's trying to locate him. He's trying to find him. Blur comes out. The damage, they spot him. They see him. The BKB, the TP out, and Yatoro should be able to escape. All right.
FM was using his edict there just to try and find out, because of course if you're invis, if you're out of vision, they will target on him. You'll see it happening. A for effort.
A for effort, indeed. That's what I had in mind as well. Like, so close to catching him. But I was surprised that they actually went right and sorry, they went left, but PA was right.
I will say though, coming into the series, I thought Team Spirit would be kind of in the position Lift2Win are right now. I thought that Team Spirit played some really good Dota in Epic League, and that Lift2Win were a bit shaky. They had a little bit of question mark to how they played out the laning phase, especially in the playoffs of the GSL.
You're under a ward.
There's no BKB, right?
You're literally under a ward with no BKB right now. You're going to get Yules in the air. FN looking for the stun connection, and this is going to be a dead PA. There's nothing they can do to save him, and he's going to die. Then it's very low. There we go. Dream finally gets the kill, but Poshka on the run. Toronto Tokyo is going to get hexed up. There's the Blink Lion, and Collapse comes in to call in on the Lion, trying to get the stun connection. Gets it. There is also the LSA is going to take down on the Lion. Here comes the Dream Ultimate 2. Collapse is going to fall as well, and Toronto Tokyo onto the high ground with the BKB. Gets himself away from this engagement. It's a 2-for-1, but 2 cores from Team Spirit dead.
They're just giving no space on the map. Lift2Win, like they're ping-ponging around there. They go top, they pressure the PA. She BKBs instantly utilize that ward in the bot side of the map, then punish the PA again, get the kill this time. And now, like, how do you stop them from pushing here? You have to look for a big Lina blow up, maybe access to buyback, but with Monkey King plus Leshrac, these buildings will fall if they can get into the high ground. But without a creep wave, Team Spirit get to live another day.
They do. They fend off Lift2Win for now. Next Roshan. 2 minutes 20 seconds. Almost 2:30 in total, since that timer's already started. There's a Shiva's recipe on the courier, and there's an ultimate orb. Alright, so MK is 1 piece away from Scotty. Point booster away. Got some very dangerous stacks of HP, stacks of stats, so to say, on this Monkey King. 260 damage with a Battle Fury. You've got these Ags illusions, or copies even, dropping about here and there. What is the... Okay. Ag Shard, Tree Dance cooldown from 0.3 cast point to 0.1. Yeah, you can keep jumping a lot with that shard. It's very nice, but I don't think it's not very necessary in this game.
Dude, okay, it's amazing.
Ooh, spicy. Fan on knives. Soneko dead, Miposhka dead. The egg pops as well with the BKBs on Afterlife. Toronto Tokyo. Dream is dropping dangerously low, but he gets the safety. Glimmer KP still going down. Yatoro kills him off. And Team Spirit, though, it's a 2v3. He's going to get stunned into another stun, and he's dead. FN will look for another one as Axe has been thrown into the air with the, well, Cyclone at least from Afterlife. Though he's still chasing. There's the Yules. There should be the stun connection, and Collapse finishes the team wipe. triple kill for FN. It looked good momentarily killing the Monkey King, but still, if you kill the Monkey King, there's a lot of other damage dealers on Live to Win.
But he survived for so long, because also, look at what Nutshine got. He's got the Elven Tunic, the extra evasion. It allowed him just to survive long enough through the PA right clicks that he got the ult off. He forced him to go in, and eventually the Brew came in, the Lesh came in, and they turned it around. But, oh my god, they're 26k up, mate, in like 30 minutes. These fights, they are... Like, Team Spirit are getting the good jumps, but they're so far behind that it doesn't allow them to have a big comeback play. And now you have Brewmaster with the Cloak of Flames. Like, back in the day, Brew loved buying Radiance. He now has the poor man's Radiance. Oh,
Cloak of Flames.
This is a happy little Brew. He's got the Vlads, the BKB, doesn't care about Disruptor. He's now got a cheeky little burn. Of course, it doesn't give a miss chance, which is normally what the Brew wants, but he's got his Drunken Brawler. Like, he is... Brewmaster is such a weird pseudo Radiance now.
Kind of,
Good job, mate.
It's the through the fire and flames build, basically, where you just go Radiance, Cloak of Flames, and what was the third item I was looking for? There was a third. Oh yeah, that was the Ember Spirit with the Remnants and Flame Guard. So you have like 4 sources of fire damage. Yeah,
so Timbersaw with his shard, he can he becomes a flamethrower and kills trees and stuff. So he needs that and a Radiance, and then this neutral item. He's gonna be the true matchstick.
And getting to come back.
You might just call Timbersaw the new Firestar set, but however, Miposhka gonna get stunned up by Soneko, another one from FN. Quickly getting rid of the Disruptor. He's gonna respawn in 30 seconds, so it's not a big of a pick-off, but it does allow Live to Win to push this mid lane in. Start to look at those racks. We've got Dream pushed in the top lane as well. Heading towards the tier 3 tower.
No Sunray today.
Oh, Phoenix. The egg off, but it's only a slight relief. Collapse just used his blink to get into the high ground. Egg used for nothing. Spirit, I think it's
Sad
coming.
thing is, he has buybacks though, so maybe if he had the buyback, he could have maybe. It's awkward if he buybacks now, no egg. Like, this is just a lost rack. How does Team Spirit fight Live to Win? The answer is they don't. They need the Fountain to come and play. They need the 6th man in the roster.
I don't feel like they can't anymore. It's just. You got the Ags on the Lina, so I feel it's a small Hail Mary and a wraparound from Collapse. They've got Immersion. Io's the target, but they are too slow to get there. Toronto Toki are trying to walk all the way through the entire force of Live to Win, and he's dead. Oh my, yeah, that's GG.
Yeah, there it is.
Lina literally tried to walk through here in between everybody to get to Immersion. And that was very anticlimactic. But for Live to Win, control from early to the end, and they take this victory. 33-33.
Yeah, very impressive game from Live to Win. Like, I think coming into the series, I very much expected Team Spirit to have the edge, but this game, it was just a beautiful masterclass of Immersion and FN playing their own independent lanes. But then once they paired up, especially when FN got that double kill, Immersion then was like, wait a second, I'm only going to play with you now, Lesh, right? Like, I don't need to help my Brew anymore. And they just had this buddy system running around the map. It allowed Dream to go for Battle Fury, then Ags, and then after that SMY, he soon became very hard to kill. The Brewmaster, I loved his itemization of just Midas into straight BKB. It allowed him to survive that potential jump that a Disruptor and Lina pick was meant to bring in the draft from Team Spirit. And yeah, Team Spirit, they never had the damage to ever fight up against Live to Win. So very impressive start to the game. I'd like to see Team Spirit bounce back because I know that they can play a lot better. I know that they can draft a lot better. And this isn't the true showing of what this team has. But again, Live to Win, they look much better than they did at the start of this group stage.
Yeah,
at the start of the end of that group stage, sorry, because this is now the playoff hubbed up.
Yeah, and a very shaky start from the team that actually got a straight playoff invite. So we are definitely waiting for a lot more from Team Spirit to really put themselves together and come up with something that really puts Live to Win off balance maybe. Since LTW, like you said, they played off great during the group stages, and now that I double check it quickly, they only lost one singular map, and that was also against Brame in the first game, and they also looked very shaky in that one. Then they just won the second one and the third one in just very good style. So is there much for Team Spirit to show here? Well, it has to happen now. They need to bring off something spicy in the draft. Don't you agree?
Yeah, just enter the game with something to achieve, because in this game they just didn't have anyone to play around. Like the PA couldn't fight, the Axe couldn't fight, Lena got dumpstered by FN, so you lose 3 lanes, all cores don't want to make plays, you jungle, kind of a recipe for losing. You have tower damage on Radiant, therefore it is a recipe for a disaster. So yeah, just a couple tweaks, I think T-Spirit should be fine.
Well, get your monster energies ready as we head for a break between Team Spirit and Live to Win, and that game 2 will come right after that one. So don't disappear anywhere except maybe to the fridge to get your drinks ready, and we'll be back with game number 2. All right, give me more.
Plus 1 item he's looking.
Ricky carry.
Let's see what the damage
is. This a Ricky carry, Yatoro? It is a Ricky carry for Yatoro. Okay.
I don't like it at all, Panda.
I don't know.
Buys Necro 3.
If this draft has some kind of flair, and they can win with a Ricky draft, this would be quite the something from Team Spirit. You heard it here first. If they win with this draft, they will win this series. I'm like, honestly, this is the type of draft that this is made out of teams win, but to get that victory,
the reason my concern is present is simply Beastmaster can just buy Necro 3 and suddenly play into Ricky happy. SD and Quap hard counter TP, he played pretty happy, and Team Spirit have the same issues as game 1. Where is their early damage? Where is their ability to play around a hero? Sure, you have the DP to do that, but when it's just a single DP, Chrono's pretty darn easy. Oracle might come in, but alas, the early Beastmaster, after that Necro 3, if he even wants to buy that, he could just go for the Solar Crest build that braces and enable the Void. He then tanks up his Void so that the early damage from him will always offset whatever Ricky can buy. Ricky most likely needs to go for some Manta Diffusal build to survive the potential. I don't know. I really just don't like this DP and Ricky pick. I've been on a panel for quite a lot of games, throughout this year. This fine 2020.
You have.
And I've never been in a position where I've looked at the final 2 picks of a draft and gone, ugh. And this is the first time I will happily hands up say I hate Team Spirit's draft, the final 2 picks. But if they win with it, they are gods, because Ricky if he has item advantage, he can play into that Void. That smoke screen pre-BKB, very good. The issue is the Beastmaster. The DP, she can set the pace of the game. If the Oracle ults are clutch, suddenly it doesn't matter if the Quap lane counter's in play. It doesn't matter if all these things are happening because that Sage coming in. If Live to Win can't find the fights, but again, you have Beastmaster for vision, you have SD Poison for vision, you should be able to find it. And yeah. But Team Spirit, they might be able to. If they win the lanes and they can collapse on the map, play around every DP exorcism really well, maybe give Ricky an Aegis. There we go. I know. If you give Ricky the Aegis, it should be good, but it's an uphill battle, in my opinion.
Yep. The Gaben probability says 55 to 45 in favor of Radiant, but we know that it always doesn't literally tell you what's going to happen.
Where's he pulling that from?
The Gaben probability?
What is that?
I don't know. I mean, hard to say. Honestly, I can't say if I can agree on this. Because
Gaben's been smoking pre-Christmas.
The thing with Ricky, your damage source is Diffusal Blade. Building a Diffusal Blade is rough. The thing is, Ricky cannot jungle farm because your enemies are facing towards you. This is the main reason why Ricky is good at farming in lane, why he is good at dealing damage, is because he's hitting people from the back, literally how this hero works. You can't jungle farm too efficiently because you're missing like half of your damage, maybe even like 2/3 of your damage.
Also, you're a Ricky. I think you're overcomplicating it.
It just literally says in the name.
Every single person watching the stream, Panda, will understand what you mean when you say a Ricky can't jungle.
yeah. Some people just don't figure it out. Like, oh, why he can't jungle? He's a carry. Every carry hero can jungle. No, Ricky can't. That's just one exception. He just can't jungle. Anyway, as mentioned, if this is Team Spirit's game to win, they probably will win the entire series because this is so bonkers that literally understand the amount of power words we've used here with T-Panda and T-Gov, and understand that this draft shouldn't win, but if it does, it's a big power spike for Team Spirit.
Okay, let's be all serious. I've been pretty darn negative towards the idea of what Team Spirit presented, but let's at least, like I've already mentioned already, the ideas of Team Spirit.
We always look at positives. We always do.
Like I said, so Ricky's got that Void matchup where if he gets that early lead, he can play into him, DP, etc. The big team fight, if they make the jump, that's the key thing, right? We mentioned it in the Spider Pig series earlier today. Whatever team makes the jump should be able to win the fight, and that kind of comes into play here, where both teams have that one save. SD has Disruption, Oracle has ult, and no teams are contesting for bounty runes, so I can continue monologuing. Axe has the Blink Initiation for Axe Cool, Live to Win have the Roar, and then the Chrono. It's basically, if you can get rid of that one save and then jump a core, it's going to be pretty good for the team. It's just getting to that point where you can confidently make those plays. Live to Win technically has the earlier timing built into the Beastmaster first item and allows for pressure. Void level 6 allows for pressure. Ricky does need some more time, but if Team Spirit can get to that point, and maybe I could see them rolling over the game to some degree, but they have to play goddamn clean Dota.
A lot is on the shoulders of Axe here. Collapse definitely wants to have a better lane than he did in the previous game. I mean, he did alright, but he could have done a lot better. Then again, he was countered by the Monkey King, making his life a whole lot harder. This Axe can make some miraculous plays early on. He can line up with this Phoenix. He can also do some work with the Death Prophet if they get like an early Blink Dagger and start fighting him early. This way, Ricky can join in fights, and Ricky can line up to get more money from all these kills that they participated in the early on. They're trying to get Immersion out of the lane, but at least they force his salve.
Hold on, I'm now quickly checking the patch logs to see if Ricky's got anything broken.
That's actually something we haven't touched at all.
Smoke screen can be used during trips of the trade, radius increased, miss rate reduced.
Okay.
Until level 4 where it's then higher.
Okay.
Cast range reduced on Scepter. And his fires a dart put in the
actually, I'm going to show on screen right now about the
this
shard.
Yeah, please look at the shard. Fires a dart at the target enemy, putting them to sleep for 3 seconds. At the end of the duration, the target wakes up and takes. So this is the play. When Ricky has to join a big team fight, he has to sleep the Shadow Demon and then jump the Void. We've worked it out, guys. Yataro's playing for the dagger plays.
Yeah, I guess that could be one, because it's a 4-second crowd control, and I'm not sure if it's a basic dispellable or hard dispellable, or is it even dispellable at all. At least the Shadow Demon can keep you in a bubble and safe, but still, you take any damage, it breaks. So what they could do is isolate a core from the fight for 4 seconds.
Exactly.
Like, take the Void away completely, for example.
It's very Kappa, but I'm down to watch some Kappa things.
The thing with that dart is that time walking during the 2 seconds gives you all the health back that you just took, basically. So if you use a dart after a heavy nuke, you can't use it. You don't get any HP back.
They're so clowny. They were talking about Ricky, who's the carry, using 1400 gold to put a man to sleep. That's all it. That's. It sounds so good, but then underwhelming.
I don't know.
3 minutes into the game, no one has died. Very slow start.
Yep. Does this bubble here on Miposhka. Once Oracle hits level 3, this is a big nuke. Maybe try and kill someone here. Not necessarily Afterlife. Maybe they can get Immersion if he's out of position. Yeah. So that's what the SD also has to be careful of. Not to misposition himself. You can only use Disruption once.
For Team Spirit, though, another big advantage that they have is this Axe Phoenix lane is really, really strong, especially now that they're against a Void Snapfire.
It's always been really good, too.
Yeah. The only time it's weak is when they're against, like, a Monkey King or one of these heroes that can really chase them down. So this will be where Team Spirit need to play well on, punish the Void, and then suddenly you get this kind of topwards pressure on the map appearing, barreling into mid. Maybe they play, but they need to really crush their lane to be able to get that type of momentum going. Seneko trying to TP out. On the edge.
Punch in the face.
Nice little slap to the chin there.
Collapse really needed that too. Triple CS lead for Team Spirit. First blood in the first 4 minutes. Action rune taken by Toronto Tokyo. So at least the early minutes for Team Spirit looking decent. Quap has an XP advantage. Just a tiny one. It's a quarter of a level on the Death Prophet. But if a Quap does get that early rotation at level 6. Rotate some of the TP, blink in, ulti, get a quick kill, and then make your way back mid. Maybe you don't lose your tower to level 1 Exorcism, and you can make those plays into other lanes. I feel like that should be the play for FN, but he does what he does. However, in bottom, Miposhka very low on HP. What the heck was that route? What the heck was... Okay, well, I'm not sure was he trying to get some CS in lane, but that was pretty weird. Immersion gets the bubble up. Toro stacks up poison, uses all of his 1 charges remaining.
It is a big
He's going back in.
Oh.
He's going back in. He wants to kill this SD. He gets it.
Immersion. He really just didn't check if there was a wand on play. All right. TeamXctN getting some kills.
Add another to the tally.
So Neko rotating for bounty runes, but they're already taken away by the Phoenix.
Yeah. But this is where, if I think the top lane is the key lane for us to really look at. It's the trade-off that Axe, he's skipping behind tower every time, farming up jungle and lane. So he will be top net worth, you know, the big guy, the really tanky, quick blink dagger, quick kind of tempo setter. Yep. But Void, he also gets all the farm he wants. He has the Morbid Mask going, Mask of Madness. He can play under his tower. As long as Axe can maybe keep his catapult alive here, he could also even pressure this tower.
Oh, call in on the Void. Not enough spins though, but he's used it. 10-second cooldown. Soneko coming in as well, but collapse. He was trying to cast the dunk. He tried to dunk, yeah. But most importantly, he's up 49 CS. He's very far up. Toronto Tokyo rotates to top. FN is running along the river.
He used his illusion rune, which changed aggro back to the catapult to kill it. Doesn't change anything because it's a DP vault, but just funny that he killed the catapult accidentally.
Yes.
But yeah, this is what TeamXctN need to do. They're playing off the Axe having a really good lane. They're playing off the fact DP can take towers. The question for Live to Win is they need to wait for Beastmaster to have his Necrobook, and then that's when they start setting their own pace of the game.
Poshka TP's mid. He dispels the DD off of the Queen of Pain, but they're instantly hunting for a free kill, which is going to be the Oracle. The disruption comes through from Immersion. Toronto Tokyo hitting the backline onto Soneko. Soneko will die. Will die to the tower. And Miposhka is fine. FN is forced to teleport away, and Immersion also runs out.
This is some very, very weird engagements from Live to Win. They're just really reaching for the kill there.
Honestly, even though no matter what we say, we can feel things. We're trying to be as correct as we are, but at the moment, I'm actually happy Team Spirit is pulling off a good early game.
No, for sure, they have to. Like,
I mean, they have to, but I'm happy they are because this gives them the fighting chance. It's not a stomp.
Yeah. No, yeah, like they have the Axe Phoenix lane went as well as it's meant to go. This DP done pretty well mid. She actually didn't really get too punished by what is a classic kind of counter, but she has the regen. Yeah. So it's yeah, not too bad. And the question is for Spirit, they need to try and make sure that they keep using Exorcism well. They took top tower, then next time they come to mid, this will be when potentially Snapfire has some levels. Like, this is the key thing. The reason why the game looks so good for Spirit, Soneko's level 2. The SD's level 3.
They're setting up on this Ricky.
Much better.
That sentry ward.
So close.
He saw the cast animation of Immersion, but he was faster with the tricks of the trade. Meanwhile, on top, they're diving a Dream. Ball doesn't go through. Chrono's available. Teleports are also available, so I have to care for this. Axe is going to back out. 900 gold from having a Blink Dagger. Meanwhile, Quap in trouble, and FN's down, and Yatoro gets this one. What the heck happened there? Was that like a max duration route, apparently, that connected? Meanwhile, Call comes through on Soneko. Another kill for Team Spirit. 5-1 now.
Yeah, really good stuff. Beastmaster now trying to capitalize on this aggression, taking the bot tower. But yeah, Team Spirit, they're grouping up early, getting your tower into the game. Like this Ricky, he has to be present. We mentioned how obviously he can't hit jungle. It is a Ricky, so he starts joining in the fights, gets a nice little pick off him.
TPing in, looking for a chrono play. This is what the Dream Faces Void is looking for.
Exactly.
FN is here. They have the nuke. They have the damage. The root comes through.
Ooh.
They got the silence though. Oh, they don't have a point in it.
Well, the key thing is they don't have enough damage. Like Void plus Quap isn't going to be an instant kill. Sure, maybe on one hero, but it's not going to be fight winning enough to repel the aggression. Like, they just need levels and supports. Like, this is where Spirit have done a really good job, where Miposhka nearly level 6, Phoenix nearly 5 and a bit, SD barely 4, Soneko 3.5. Like, they're really struggling, and this is the disparity right now. Spirit can play with the map as 4 or 5. Live to Win are barely playing the map with like 2 or 3 heroes, and If Spirit keep riding this aggression, then sure, they can propel themselves into a point where they can keep chaining pickoffs and play around DP. But once minute 10 hits and levels come into play, good change.
I was going to TP. Trying to go for it.
Oh, he does that. Oh my god, that was so close.
That was close. That pushes the Axe 200 gold backwards towards the Blink.
Yeah.
I was expecting him to die there anyway, but I was like, all right, well, not much he can do.
Beastmaster with level 1 Necro. The question is, does he want to commit for the level 3 for the true sight, or is he just going to keep it as a casual Necro one that we have seen quite a lot of Beastmasters in previous patch do?
That's true. A lot of people just decide to keep it as a level 1 and start doing other items in between, like going for auras, or if they really need help some initiation, they just get Blink Dagger, which has kind of fallen off a little bit on Beastmasters. He is opting to buy the Necro 3s. He's just lined it up in his quick buy.
Yeah, he wasn't using his quick buy. He was really teasing us there. It's like, will I buy it? Will I not? I don't know. All right, Snapfire's got the tome. Sit's coming out. Void has Chrono. Is there a smoke on the cards? Like, the next time DP pushes a lane, if the big Chrono comes in, the snap ult, you can completely dismantle this early kind of lead Team Spirit has had. They don't have Fortify, so mid tower should fall. There it is.
Yep, and that means Axis Blink money. Axis just got it. He's not buying it, though. Now, there we go. All right, he's bought it, and we're probably going to see our next big team fight show up, because we have the Chrono combo, we have the setups for it, we have the Blink as well from Team Spirit. 11 minutes into this game, so they just might be the aggressors, and Live to Win have to respond to it. Or respond.
This is kind of like, in my opinion, this is kind of like the make or break moment for Team Spirit's draft, where if they crush this next fight, they really put themselves in a position of constantly owning the map. But if they lose it with Exo being used, it's an issue. Oh, SD going deep.
Axis, he's still got that courier coming this way. Immersion dropping low on HP. Here comes the Void, and he's looking for it. The egg, he's gonna have to target this one, but the ball, it doesn't connect. The egg does go off. Actually, it gets destroyed. That was what I meant to say. So bad an Immersion both down. Queen of Pain very low on HP, and he's also dead. Toronto Tokyo with the Exorcism is going to have enough damage to take the kill. Dream Soneko. It's just the two of them. Beastmaster still pushing in bottom. The Collapse Blink comes through. And that was the Blink reveal as well, because he only now just picked it off the courier. It was actually smart for him to walk around and reveal that he doesn't actually have it, but he does now. But Soneko might have just wandered a little bit too deep here, and Soneko is dead. And also the silence on the face as Void. Nowhere to run, nowhere to go. Immersion just TPs in a little bit too late, so he's going to also have to give his life away. And this Ricky's punishing them right now. Here comes the Beastmaster, and he seems to give enough threat here. Looking for the ultimate, looking for the roar. Collapse goes in for the call on the backline to the SD, and there we go. The roar comes out, and they will take down Toronto Tokyo, and Beastmaster will fall down as well. And they do seem to get Collapse as well, as he dies to the tower. That tier 2 tower is a really bulky machine. That hurts, but that's a long fight. Who comes out stronger? It does look like Team Spirit pull off the stronger edge, but Miposhka is still being chased, so we can't see the fight recap because these Necrobooks are still hitting him. They're going all the way. Nah.
This is still such a big net win for Team Spirit in the idea of, like, Live to Win. This Beastmaster, he held his TP for so long. Like, he didn't even want to join the fight. Like, maybe if he joined a lot earlier when that Chrono comes in. Like, the reason why Beastmaster is so good in their draft, he's enabling that early damage. The Inner Beast enables the Void to do a bit more. You have the Necro, the Raw is so strong, but he just wasn't in the fight. He just kept pushing bottom. So Team Spirit, they really capitalize on numbers advantage, and their heroes do counter Live to Win in the very early portion of the game, and they are utilizing that to great effect. And for Live to Win, I think they're too happy with the type of draft that they have, the fact that they do outscale Team Spirit eventually, and they're just being too confident in trying to play the entire map. And because of that, it amplifies Team Spirit's early advantage of Ricky smokescreen against Void, the early push, and this Axe is making some very good calls. But Live to Win, they have to play as 5 in these early engagements. Like, the fact that they used Chrono, only got 1 kill, and then they luckily didn't lose the tier 2. This could have been a devastating fight where they not only waste Chrono, they lose a tier 2, and the game gets really hard. Ricky now has Diffusal Blade as well, and instantly hunting. Axe is going to maybe blink as well.
Ow.
Oh!
Close call.
That was close. That literally was a close call.
Sadly, this the call doesn't connect for Team Spirit. For Live to Win, they're happy that faces Void doesn't fall here.
I just realized, by the way, Panda, how many people do you think watching the draft are like, damn, I'm going to bet on Liv to win?
I'm not going to talk about that. I'm just going to say that we were maybe very one-sided, but on the other hand, that's the magic of everything. Because we're not the ones playing.
There we go. Dream smoked up from behind.
They're almost close to each other. The Chrono's there, but the DP doesn't end up in it. And she has also got the Yules, but they move into the Chrono. The Yules doesn't even go off.
Ricky on the back line.
They don't want to use it. Yatoro has to run. FN chasing. Cookie going through. Where's the detection? There it is. Walks into a sentry. Now Dream is waving his hand, but it's FN will throw the 5-5. Yatoro down. And that was a big victory for Liv to win. This was their first one-team fight.
And this is what I was referencing in the draft. So luckily, I now sound a little bit smarter than I have been for the last 14 minutes, where I felt a little bit awkward.
Time is money.
But, you know, all comes back around eventually. Beastmaster was also in the fight. big addition.
What the heck was that sound?
That was Axe calling and then grunting at the thought of having to fight an HM.
Axe. I mean, it's not as like the Beastmaster.
He has the roar, cancel the blink.
And there we go. No. Afterlife.
Look at the tips.
Going through.
But these tips, they're not congratsing him on killing the Axe. They're like, thanks for actually joining us, you know?
Yeah, it's redemption in a sense. Because he didn't come before. And that was something I was going to talk about before when you were going on about the plays we saw. Yatoro was trying to high five. And actually, he was trying to tip Afterlife, but he ended up pressing the high five. And then he tipped Afterlife. He was the only person who did. Meanwhile, DP actually thrown in the air, but FN gets out. That was an aggressive Yules actually by FN. DD for Void, but 1 minute for Chrono. The thinking Roche.
Live to win have to play around. Like, taking away Aegis from Team Spirit is really important, because if Ricky has Aegis, suddenly you can't simply blow him up inside a Roar. You can't use Chrono. So utilizing this DD, having that medallion on Beastmaster, the Inner Beast, really good. Team Spirit are just not aware of this. They don't have scan available. They just can't contest it. So very good read from Liv to win.
It is. 16.5 minutes in. First Aegis goes for the Void.
But also it gives the flip side where both teams, they're trying to enter the fight with a big explosive pickoff, right? Ideally, you want to kill Void on Liv to win. And on Team Spirit, you probably want to kill the Oracle. So having this Aegis removed, like, it allows Live to win to send their Void in. Go on, buddy. Go find out where they are. You know, if you die, we'll promise we'll save you. And for Team Spirit, the same thing would have happened for maybe the Ricky. Go on, buddy. Go up into the high ground. Go tank a Roar or Chrono. You have Aegis, right? So, yeah, Aegis is super important for both of these drafts. And for Team Spirit, the draft that needs to have this early window of the game go all their way, it is going to be a little bit harder now for them. A little bit sadder to hit some of their key timings. But they are smoked up. They are looking to instantly try and find a pickoff where they hope Live to win after getting Aegis, but maybe get a little bit too relaxed.
Afterlife is swarming with neutral items. Doesn't have room for any of these, so Neko has to intervene. Now with some of that. Spots himself a ward at least. 17 minutes in, Xctn check. Not yet.
Oh, no one's got any quick buy, but in 2 minutes time we might see it. Oh, hold up.
Exo in top. And a smoke coming in towards the top lane while everybody else is leaving. They're onto it. Okay, sure you want to do this? Cliff's been used. They're coming in between. They find Yatoro. They got the roar onto this Ricky. And here's the call from Collapse. But can they save this Ricky? The ulti from Moposhka comes in through. And Evan is dropping very low. But he's got 100 remaining. And he's going to go down. Yatoro gets the kill first. And Soneko's on the run as well. They're going to take him down. The Chrono coming in as well from Dream. And trying to take down the Axe. But the Axe is being protected by all those heals. And he was also lost half of his HP. So bad with the stun. But the Yules comes out. So the Void doesn't ever get stunned by the Phoenix. Meanwhile, Yatoro going on immersion this time. And Team Spirit, they're going to find another kill. 3 heroes down. And Dream holding onto that Aegis for now, but Live to win. End up losing 3 members of their team. And they managed to intervene Team Spirit just in time.
That's so weird, because like, they were just, Live to win was all together, right? They grouped up. How did they get so disconnected at the start of that fight? Like, when Ricky gets roared, Live to win should just be collapsing that hero. So I honestly lost track of how Live to win got so split up, and then they hit the big Chrono.
Dream goes back into
Aegis,
Aegis gone. Mortimer's kisses fly through.
But isn't it? That's very awkward.
It is.
Is he going to find... Nope, no one. It's nighttime.
Are they still staying? Do they have vision advantage? They see them. They see the Void. They see the Snap. They see the Beast. They see everybody right now. The Necro units are being tanked. The silence on the faces. Void comes through as well. It's a very long one because it's the DP one. And he's rooted up. The cookie from Soneko. And Collapse comes in back as well. He's joining the party with his team. Meanwhile, the rest of Live to Win, they're on the low ground. But they get the chance on Toronto Tokyo on the ulti from FN. And Afterlife gets the kill. The call coming in from Collapse. Collapsing onto the backline. Onto Afterlife. Onto Immersion. And Immersion is going to go down by the looks of it after that bubble is going to end. And he will. Afterlife, however, has already cleared out 2 heroes. And they're going to get Yatoro. They're going to make a triple kill out of it.
I keep saying it's a big, and then they always die after. Like, it's a big chrono. I'm not lying. He hit 3 people, but it wasn't good. It's a big kill. He hit like 2-3 people, but he didn't kill them. I need to change my terminology, I think.
Well, but the Yules kind of takes away that blade mail from Collapse. Like you said in the
trying.
draft, that it's going to be one of those things that just really annoying to go up against. So Soneko, he still has a bounty.
Oh, he got the rune. He got the rune, Panda.
He already knew his fate was sealed. He was looking at the clock. All right, this is my time to shine. Steals the bounty.
But these fights, these are so spooky because I think Team Spirit, they're showcasing how if Live to Win have that delayed execution, that delayed entry to the fight, i.e. 1-by-1, suddenly the silence is coming to play, the pick-off potential, the app's cool, and then they have this turnaround from the Oracle. But once that fight prolongs a little bit longer, DP doesn't have Exo, Phoenix doesn't have Egg, Oracle doesn't have Ultimate, suddenly Live to Win. They have that skirmishing ability, Snapfire, SD always present, Beastmaster, Quap, they can get in and out of the fight, be super annoying. So yeah, I think Spirit, they are very well punishing Live to Win's poor entry to some of these fights, but it's the tail end of the longer ones that Live to Win are able to really come out on top.
21 minutes now passed, and no Ag Shards are in the quick buys of any player right now.
But also, Void actually has the Manta now. That's a key thing. He only cares about Ricky's silence. He has the Manta to deal with the DP, so a much more enjoyable game for him at least.
Are we seeing an Aether Lens for the Snapfire? I'm just liking the idea of a longer range cookie to get Void kind of out of the silence. Force Staff is a lot better, but I wouldn't really mind seeing an Aether Lens.
I think realistically he doesn't need that.
Okay.
I think
all right. Yeah, I might be a bit overkill. You don't really get any benefits on any other spell, so.
Yeah. Exactly.
Not too good.
It's all tickety boo. But now we're past the 20-minute mark. Let's check if anyone wants to buy a shard. No one does.
No, I literally just did that. Like.
Yeah, I'll just check in. Yeah, no one. It's realistically, it's not that good. None of these heroes have like, oh my god, what the hell, shard.
Yeah.
You know?
The DP armor is useful again because of the chrono, but I think that's something we talked about yesterday. Being able to frontline, being able to damage, and FN. This is a big one.
He's dead, isn't he?
50 seconds, and meanwhile they're initiating on the Phoenix. Roar has been used, 1-for-1, and Spirit are collapsing. They're looking Afterlife. They're looking for someone. Can they get there? Collapse, blink available, gets the call, and he cancels the teleport. He thought he didn't get it, but he actually did. He was walking away thinking that I didn't get this one. Oracle is almost dying here. Holy crap.
He had to heal himself, didn't he? Like, he had to use his ult, because Christ, that was close.
At least he's got ultis and salves. Bloody hell.
The shovel. Yeah, it's so good when he gets the shovel and he gets these salves. It is just free HP at that point. Yeah. So you also can't cancel the salves during the ultimate. And yeah, I think Live to Win overall will be pretty happy with that engagement, simply because they were able to kill. Oh wait, is Immersion now dead? Oh, if he stayed for that ward, he'd have died. Oh, that was close, but yeah, Team Spirit, they react very quickly to their Phoenix dying in bot lane. They also perfectly kill off FN in the river. So really good just general map movement to punish the aggression of Live to Win. And I'm looking for when that next big fight comes into play. It's gonna be so close. Like, does Oracle survive? Does the Ricky get the good jump? There isn't an Aegis on Void, of course. The Beastmaster has Roar again, the Blink Dagger this time, so he can always get to the backline. Like, it's all about Oracle's positioning now, in my opinion. Like, if he can get that big clutch ult off to turn around the pacing of the fight, and Spirit can fight during the Exo, that's when they can maybe take it.
They're smoking up, but look at FN's quick buy. He's going for an Aeon disc. Just to survive a little bit longer and get all those stuff off.
Toronto Tokyo, he's showing mid. They're all smoked up. They don't care about him, though. They care about finding the Oracle first.
So bad. Can't take this. Roar comes out. Toronto Tokyo is not going to go in to save his mate because he might need this ult for himself. The Chrono on Miposhka there. Lovely split coming out here.
Amazing.
Finding 1, finding 2, finding 3.
That was like I haven't seen a smoke be that effective.
That was fantastic.
Like, not only did they... So they jumped the Phoenix just kind of blindly. They saw the DP after walking up the other high ground. And then Void instantly located the Oracle and was like, nope, no, not allowing this to happen. So they not only did they kill 1, but then 2. Then they caught the Oracle as well. That was a really good smoke. But it does give a window for Team Spirit. Without Chrono, without Roar, without Quapult, maybe Team Spirit could just group up and make an aggressive play for themselves. Like that kill didn't net like a tier 1, or Roshan wasn't alive, right? And Roshan's respawning in 20 seconds. That's a quick Roshan. This is a play where Live to Win. Realistically, this type of smoke should be where they break down Spirit and get themselves that second Aegis for free. So they have to be careful now that Spirit aren't able to quickly identify Roshan is spawning very soon.
Indeed. And also, BKB on the Axe now, so Collapse has a tiny bit of extra roaming space now to not get instantly controlled as he goes for the blink call, so he doesn't get Yules in the air. He actually gets the damage of his blade mail. Toro is scouting very deep.
Okay.
There's a sentry
They're
down.
where Aegis is up. The Roshan is up. The Ricky's crew just scouted out.
There's also this 1 HP sentry still here that I was pinging, well not pinging, but I was pointing out earlier, because the Ricky illusions, they only
he
do
bought
like...
the blessing. He bought the blessing.
Wait, who has
the
it?
Beastmaster, sorry.
Beastmaster
Oh,
blessing.
you can
the
control
shard,
them. Okay, I thought it was just dive
And
bomb.
you said
damn.
we're not gonna see flying hawks.
I thought he could. Okay, I forgot he could control them. All right, that's hyper tell.
That is
I
literally
thought it
what
was
he's
literally
gonna do
just a
now.
dive bomb.
So the hawks
Alright,
are dive bombers.
Dude, that's so hype. Dive bomb.
Yeah.
Dive bomb.
And look at that. He's got that 1 hawk ready. It's in the pit. It's in the pit. Mortimer's Kisses flying through. And there goes the call from Collapse. It's going to take down the Beastmaster. Yatoro is able to get the Aegis for himself. The Radiant take the kill. No dive bomber. He's still scouting.
Where's the dive bomb?
Now it goes off.
Oh.
My god, that was bad.
I wasn't
not
looking.
a dive. Did you see what the heck that was? It was a bird
You
trying
mean
to...
the animation?
It looked like it was trying to do some kind of swan dive into a swimming pool.
Oh no. Alright. But more importantly, I spoke about the importance of Aegis for both of these teams, and now Spirit is the one with the Aegis. So now this Ricky can go and poke his head up into the high ground, can at least maybe tank out a Chrono. The key thing here is he can't get killed by a Roar, and then they layer the Chrono on top, because that's where that Aegis is completely wasted. That is the one key setup that Live to Win can try and utilize. As long as, you know, Miposhka isn't in position to cancel that with his ultimate, but still.
Yeah, these are
Game's going really well for Spirit. Very, very well. Especially that the second Roshan, this is, yeah, one of the best players. And it is a product of Live to Win going super aggressive without knowing when Roshan could truly respawn. Because if they had their spells up outside of Roshan, this would have been just a massive fight. But it's controllable with Hawk, so kind of funny, actually. The fact that you can actually move them. I legit thought, like, wow, that's insane. Like, you can just... A free ward. Oh, my God.
Very useful to have. And now look at that. The side. Dream. Yatoro's there. The sentries are down. They quickly catch a glimpse of Ricky, but he's going to go back in. He's going to walk back in. He wants to get that sentry out of the way. He's going to go for Saneko, trying to pull some attention. Get some attraction, some attention going on here. Still no actual breaking loose. They're very stacked. Dream could find a beautiful Chrono here. Still waiting. And his friend's already dying.
Saneko was so hungry to kill that ward. Like, he was like, I want to kill the wards. And it's like,
yeah.
Wow.
And at the same time, Dream is probably calling, like, keep baiting. And he had an opportunity, but they were still very, very badly positioned. Like, around this ward spot right here, you could see people being here and here and here and in front.
But more
it's like,
importantly,
okay, but...
Sorry, Panda, hold up. Look at Collapse, though. He TP'd to tier 2. Allowing this TP tier 1
Oh, and he goes for
TP.
FN. Does he have it? The root comes out. The Sunray. They need that silence to go through, and he's dead.
So Collapse, like, he TP'd to the tier 2, knowing that most likely his tier 1 would get pressured, allowing for the quick TP to be present to that tower. Yeah, that was so good. And then they're instantly drawing the line to bottom, but maybe this is where Live to Win can now punish that TP to top if Toronto Tokyo is for some reason to show in bot lane. But with the vision still up, they should be able to get out. Oh, they
Chrono
found
comes through.
Oh,
It's got the Oracle. The Yules at least goes out. They're going to get the Oracle kill with a Chrono, but it's not really the prime target. They hope to get something more. And Team Spirit is like, let's go. They put the wards down on the ground. They see where they're coming from. And they get to disengage, but there's no Chrono for 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Dude, this game is just like ping-ponging around the map, just trying to find the pick-off. It's like, all right, guys, we killed the Quap. All right, run out. Okay, we killed the Oracle. Run down here, you know? So the difference here is simply for Team Spirit, when they get a pick-off, they're using at-score. When Live to Win's getting a pick-off, they're using Raw or they're using Chrono. So it just gives even more confidence for this Riki to do work. And so Neko might be dead again.
He's dead. He's under a ward.
Oh, he's trying to kill. Very ambitious.
Ward, actually. Yeah, he is very ambitious. Collapses here. The
courier,
comes out. The call should be there. He's not even using his blade now. He's not even using his blade now.
He doesn't respect the right-click damage.
Snap is dead. Still a Chronosphere on cooldown. And a roar comes through. Okay. Instantly purged away by Collapso and Yatoro. Afterlife is dead.
Wow.
It's coming apart for Live to Win right now. This is a weak minute that they've had.
It's the product of the confidence of an Aegis on Riki. Like, he really is just running around the map doing whatever he wants. But he has a sentry, so he can... Yeah. Axe has no blink. Oh, fogging behind a single tree. Very nice from Immersion.
Yep.
But there's nothing else. All right, he's dead.
Axe is whipping himself.
Move quickly. Why not?
Yeah.
And Live to Win are basically playing the game of, let's just try and make Spirit run around and kill us a lot because they have an Aegis. And then when they don't have an Aegis, we'll be able to just make one big fight and try and kill them. As long as we actually kill the Riki, the Oracle, and the DP in the fight. And that's why you see the Beastmaster, like, it looks kind of dumb, but they are just trying to do lots of mini plays on the map to never allow Spirit to just cleanly move together with DP.
Yeah, but that I have to say, that was also Live to Win using a fantastic smoke earlier on, but this, I have to say, this was also some very good Aegis usage as well from Team Spirit.
No, 100%,
very active and very dangerous in a sense as well. And I have to say, with 31 minutes in this game, as we started off after the draft, or almost during the draft, we've really upset all the viewers in a sense, because they don't know if it's 2-0 or 1-1, neither do we.
Yeah, it's the beauty of Dota, right?
Exactly.
Sometimes teams don't play that well and the game gets really cool. I'm joking.
Exactly.
No, this is just... No, Team Spirit is playing really, really well, in fairness. They have... Like, I think Collapse is so far kind of my match MVP just for his active nature. Like, he has hit so many big calls, been so present, and he is... Yeah, he's doing so much work right now for Team Spirit. The question is simply, can they keep this momentum going? Their 5k lead they had was simply a product of the Aegis. But now, guess what? It's not up anymore. Live to Win, if they smoke, the key thing, when they smoke, sorry, they have to kill the Riki, they have to kill the Oracle. If they remove these two heroes, they can barrel it down a lane. If they don't kill these two heroes, suddenly Team Spirit punish the lack of Chrono, punish the lack of Raw, and then Team Spirit can just utilize their minimal cooldown lineup and threaten Live to Win.
Let's talk about Axe.
Yeah, what about
so
it, mate?
he has it, and we have Battle Hunger, reducing armor, giving him armor, reduces Berserker's Call's cooldown by 2 seconds, so it's 3.2 seconds up, and 8 seconds cooldown.
The armor is so good, though.
The armor is really good, especially in this game. Really does mitigate a lot from this
but effective target, it's actually so good. Like, if he gets this on like 2 or 3 heroes, like it's 7 per, right? And it stacks. So suddenly, 3-man Berserker. Whew.
Let's do a quick roll
You're gonna be a
around,
tanky bot.
We have another shard. Never mind, that's the Beastmaster. We've seen that
Any blessings or shards, sorry?
No blessings, no shards by the looks of it. We have a gem on the Oracle. Big for the Spirit team to kind of like get some of that map control, get rid of those wards, get the those nasty, pesky sentries as well.
Yeah, pesky, that's the word we're looking for.
Yeah. Now Yatoro can live a bit easier.
Okay, so Roshan can respawn within 30 seconds. You see how Live to Win, they're changing up their playstyle. They're like, guys, wait a second. If we fight at Roshan, life's a lot better. We push in this bot lane, we keep Roshan timed correctly, and then guess what? Big Roshan fight, we win that. Live to Win should be able to try and be more confident in the game. Flip side, Team Spirit, they're looking for a pickoff, never allow Live to Win to have this type of map construct. They get the next Roshan. I could easily see Team Spirit just punishing this game and maybe even looking for high ground if they get the right pick off.
While all of this was happening, they were hunting for a kill. Nobody defended this bottom tier 3 tower for like the last half a minute, so they know something's up. The tower's already lost 700 HP. And I was about to ask for Roshan timers, but
50. Oh, nice. This is so good.
Less than a minute.
It's close enough where both teams are really confident to take a big fight right now. And Toronto Tokyo
closing up. Yatoro goes in. Doesn't have the silence out yet. Now he does, but look at that. That AoE. Oh, actually, that's never mind. That's the DP silence, and Immersion is the target, and the Shadow Demon goes out. Linken's has been popped by Ricky, so now they finally know at least that, okay, Ricky has a Linken's. We need something to pop that as well. But that's a pick-off, and SD down for 40 seconds. Roche is up in 20. They might be able to start Roshan. If they do make the call for it, they might start Roshan while SD still dead. But the timer is not going to be very long. On the positive side, there's no outpost to TP to, so mid tier 2 is the closest way to get to Roshan for Live to Win.
Yeah, luckily they at least have this mid tier 2. That is like probably the saving grace of this Roshan fight, where like Team Spirit, they have this Radiant tier 1. This is going to be insane value for all these buybacks. But
I wonder what's going on in Team Spirit comms right now. Yep, collapsing on Roshan. 10 seconds. 10 seconds before SD.
Nearly died.
And this
is Lithuania even aware of this?
I'm not sure. It doesn't look like they
haven't sent any couriers. They've not sent a Hawk. They've done nothing to check.
They're using a dire scan on FN to make sure that Quap gets out.
Oh, this is actually horrendous. The most critical point in the game. They're too late. They're just too late.
That's a double exorcism. That's a cheese and an Aegis. Toronto Tokyo double ulti available.
Okay, they're gonna maybe still look for the fight.
They know they used Exorcism for Roshan, so they might fight without the Exorcism being up. But then there's the refresher that is still there. They're trying to set up Yatoro. They're coming in from the side as well. It's Afterlife looking for the opener. He's got a Hawk, giving some vision. He's also in there. He's in the zone. This is a full commitment. They're going to go for this right now. And look at Team Spirit, how they are sitting very close to each other in this small little box formation. FN is here. Dream is here. Looking for the opening. Still can't get in. The enticement. The anticipation.
They're really good, though. They
retreat
to the high ground, though. This is really good, though. They retreat to the high ground, and it allows them to... Yeah. They have the double ward set up, so you don't need to play in the river. Just pressure the mid-tier 1, tier 2 tower.
I was getting in the zone.
Yeah, well, you just got a bit carried away then, mate.
At least, it has set up something to wait for the next time, because 60 seconds for Exorcism to be back up again. And Team Spirit, they have a 9,000 gold lead, Aegis, Cheese, and of course, already mentioned twice, that double ulti. What do Live to Win have? Well, what do they have? Chrono MK.
There's 700 gold from Snapfire having Gobble Up, and for them, they just need to find the backlines. If they can kill off the Phoenix and Oracle at the start of the fight, this Ricky Aegis just won't have that much value. And you saw in the positioning of that previous attempt of an engagement, they were really trying to get around, but again, like, the last two Roshans going the way of Team Spirit is honestly like the most potentially game-winning plays that they could have made.
Oh, what a beautiful blink call from Collapse. Knows exactly where Beastmaster is. The roar comes out, but Yatoro and Toronto Tokyo, they're both here. So is the Phoenix. And they kill the Beastmaster. Gone for 75 seconds. And no roar.
The line has been drawn.
The line
Phoenix wants out.
has been drawn.
You can see it instantly when they're like, guys, push the lanes.
Okay,
quickly.
37-minute mark, tier 4 items dropping. Penta-Edge Sword comes out. I saw something else come as well. Let's see. A Penta-Edge Sword, Timeless Relic, and Flicker. So Relic and Flicker are for Live to Win. Relic is actually really nice to have on their team. That's either a super long roar or more control for the SD. More duration on the ulti and the disruption. And the Penta-Edge Sword basically gives Yatoro some extra melee attack range. What wouldn't a Ricky love to have more than plus 80 attack range and a Sanj on top?
Yeah, it's a nice little sign. But okay, so Sneko, he just completes his Ags. We're gonna have a Gobble Up. It's just the fact that Team Spirit have this Aegis. Like the Ricky, he's just running around doing whatever he wants. He has Skadi, Lincoln's, Manta. Like he's so annoying to kill now. Like he's got over the hurdle.
Spell Prism.
Yeah, look at that.
Nice item. Really nice items for Live to Win, honestly.
Yeah, but Void needs.
Is it going to help them, though? Because Yatoro's just going in, and he's found Dream. It's going to be the primary target. The Soul Catcher comes through. They're going to heal this Ricky up, preventing from dying.
This is where Live to Win, even though they're 11k down, Team Spirit can never truly threaten high ground because DP, sure, she can walk up and try and ult, but like there's so much high ground defensive Live to Win, like the SD spells.
What the heck was that? Holy crap! That's a long jump, and Beastmaster's just given up all hope, basically.
What did he?
What the heck can he even do there?
What did he? What? Why is he there?
He literally got blink struck from here. From here to here.
He is level 24. Like, the level 20 talent
that
is
was
very
an
good.
insane. And here comes Dream. He needs to be the saving grace. BKB is available. He's going to get Disrupt saved for now. Toronto Tokyo. Exorcism is running. Has another ultimate available. And Dream is going to jump back to safety. Team Spirit. Can they do it? Against all odds. Against everyone's doubts right now. Taking a lane of racks for themselves. Dream. Mersion. Holding on to the Mortimer's Kisses. Dream. He knows he cannot panic with Chrono. Otherwise, that is going to be the end of the game. As soon as he uses it, Oracle is just going to save the target. That's going to be the main focus. So Ricky technically has almost 3 lives. And he's found FN. Outside of the base. Pops his BKB. Gets to safety. That's a 10-second BKB. Yatoro's still going to relentlessly keep on going, maybe. No. He's going to let him go. That's a 10-second BKB on cooldown.
I don't know what's happened to Live to Win. They were so dominant in game 1, and in this game they just like, especially the Beastmaster all day. He's just being a little bit out of position. Like for example, the top fight he never TP'd to. It suddenly gave him the big advantage, and then like he keeps getting picked off now because Collapse is playing so well, and then he dies again in this bottom area of the map, and it just gives away another rack. Like Team Spirit, that third Roshan was such a game-changing point of the fight where like it wasn't scouted out. Like we never saw Beastmaster send a Hawk to check. Like the fact Live to Win never utilized their vision advantage.
Yatoro, you don't have any friends around right now. You've got to get out. Gobble Up comes out, but the man to dodge! Is it going to be enough though? He gets to jump to safety. FN is silenced up. The Chrono comes out. Is going to hit on the Phoenix, but there's an Aeon disc, and this Phoenix ain't going to die. Not so soon. Finally does. Toronto Tokyo, 3,800 HP, going to survive. And Immersion is going to take a lot of damage, and Collapse isn't going to be getting anywhere. He's not going to get this SD. They can't get the Dream kill either. He's going to go back away by the Dispersion. Disruption even. Immersion is out. Dream is also trying to get to safety. Saneko is here. And on the back lines, it's the Beastmaster trying to get something to happen. Buybacks are coming through. Collapse is getting kills. Dream is dead inside the base. Collapse just went for a quick snipe all by himself. And Beastmaster is dying, and he is dead. The gem on the ground doesn't really matter. Team Spirit, meanwhile, Collapse space. He has at least some kind of space has been created because he did get the kill on the Faceless Void all by himself. Everybody else went to hunt for the Beastmaster, but the push. And do they have the cheese on Toronto Tokyo. The shard is on the Phoenix. Double egg. Let's see if that is the case. FN.
He's probably just holding it for now.
Going in. It's going to be used. The buyback coming in from the Faceless Void, and the Phoenix still makes silenced up, but he's going to be there. He's going to get the Sunray. He gets his ulti up as well. He's healing the DP. The DP ain't going down. He's not dying at all. The Oracle ulti comes in as well, and Dream's already half HP. He's popped his BKB, but he's not doing any damage right now because Team Spirit are holding their ground. The Exo is running right now. The Glyph has been used. The Tier 3 tower is falling. Chrono, 40 seconds. Roar is off cooldown, but there's no buyback on this Beastmaster. He's 300 gold short. Still pushing this mid lane. The melee racks, the range racks down. And down to one singular lane. As there's still a tier 2 tower, which they will get out of the way. They're also smoked up in the back line with Miposhka. So bad will pop his. Collapse is also still smoked up for a few more seconds, but Live to Win ain't going to leave their base. How do they fight this? Chrono's going to be up, though.
They need to be the aggressors. They need to be the ones setting the pace of the game, but I don't want to say it again, but since that third Roshan, where they just failed to check it, they just can't play Dota. This Ricky, he's overcome the hurdle of what Live to Win has. Every time he has Aegis, he doesn't care about Beastmaster having the Necro Free. He doesn't care about the Void having Chrono. Like, he just runs around, does his thing, and because he's had now 10 minutes or 2 Aegises of time where he's just been able to do his own thing, he is so farmed. And Live to Win, they just haven't executed their draft rate. When have we seen them other than the first 20 minutes of the game, when have we seen them hit a big chrono laid with the Snapfire or the big Quappo? It's always been, like, if you look at highlight reel,
we saw one gobble up, but it looked like Yatoro Manta dodged the initial stun.
Yeah,
he got cookied right after.
Yeah, exactly, but it's the idea that...
And he's going in.
Look here. Yeah, they're just... LiveToWin is being ran at non-stop
target,
for 24
Snapfire.
minutes.
Tried to cookie away. He's gonna get killed by the Crypt Swarm. Has to buy back. There we also have the BKB from Dream looking for the Chrono. He's got the Phoenix, but the Aeon Disc will pop once again. They should be able to kill the Phoenix this time. No, the egg goes off, but they're gonna have to focus this, and they're getting the Yules on one. But FN trying to get out. They get the egg to get destroyed, and Phoenix is out, but they also have to save their Faceless Void. FN also in big trouble. The Mortimer's Kisses finally fly through. A bit late from Soneko, but he's getting something done here. FN is dead to Yatoro. Dream is dying 300 HP. They've lost immersion. They're gonna lose even more. Dream is trying to make his way out, but Yatoro doesn't go the right way. Well, it doesn't go the same way, at least, with the Live to Win remains. It's a 2 for 2, but how many buybacks were used? Soneko bought back. It's a 2 for 3 with a buyback on the Snapfire, and that's the last one.
It's just a little bit too late. Like, Live to Win are making all these, you know, the big spells. They're chronoing the Ricky, they're doing this, but they're doing it when they're 20k down and 2 racks down. Like, in the grand scheme of it, it just doesn't matter. They need to somehow they need to team wipe them like 2 or 3 times.
The last lane.
This Ricky is just way too disruptive. Like, this DP is way too tanky. The Oracle is so hard to
once
kill.
again, Yatoro just dodges it. Beautiful stun comes out as well. The BKB has been used from Dream. He's got no chrono. He's going to have to man fight this, but there's nothing to hit. There's nothing to hit. He can't even clear these illusions out. Girono Tokyo. Man, he's manning this front line. Almost 4k HP with that heart picked up on this DP. Soneko gets a bit. He's going to have to watch. He's just going to have to watch his buildings fall. This is mega creeps.
They just have to reset now. Like, if they wanted to be like super disciplined, they could literally wait for another Aegis. I.e. go to Roshan and then go again. Like, it has respawned.
Thank you, my beauties.
46 minutes. Team Spirit 25k ahead. Mega creep secured. Live to win. They're on the edge. On the edge of this game too. Remember that probability graph at the start of the game?
What are we saying? What's it now?
I'm not looking at it now, but it was 55-45 if I remember.
They factored in Live to Win never contesting Roshan after the first one.
Do I want to press F8? I don't think I'm going, because Collapse is already going in. Soneko is falling low. He's at 5 HP, and he's down.
No good.
Half AP indeed. Immersion. The next one to fall. Collapse double kill, donk in the face.
Collapse is absolute god on Axe, by the way. When he gets a lane that he can play...
He's a god on Mars, but apparently he's a god on Axe as well. There's a dive bomber. He wants to kill the dive bomber first. Then there's the roar coming out. There's also the Chrono. The egg comes in the back line. Axe might fall, but Oracle's there to save the day. FN will fall as well. And Dream gets stunned up by Yatoro. Over the Phoenix stun. And GG, well played. Ladies and gents, we are going to a game 3 in this CIS brawl.
Yeah, I will say, especially like, at the start of this game when I was talking about the draft, I really didn't like the idea of what Team Spirit had, especially the DP, the Ricky, going into SD, Quap, and Beastmaster. It just didn't sit right. But then the way that they played Team Spirit, they punished the sloppiness of Live to Win, and I think, I still am a believer that Live to Win's draft is objectively better. But my God, Team Spirit, the pacing that they had. The Collapse Axe just running around the map, just making it so hard to play around.
Yeah.
And their ability, I think this is the key thing. As a team, their ability to identify and secure Roshan for the second and third was the most game-winning thing they could have done. If they, in any moment, looked for aggressive plays and weren't able to capitalize on quickly taking their Aegis, this game would have been so hard. But they gave their Ricky 10 minutes of having a free life, an ability to tank up a chrono if needed, and Live to Win was so scared in that time. Like, if you compare just the simple way in which the map was played, Live to Win never checked Roshan realistically with Couriers. They barely checked it with Hawks. They never cared about this objective, which is the most game-winning objective in this type of game, where one team is jumping you with an Axe and the other team is jumping you with a Void. So Team Spirit 100% deserved to win this game, not only because of their early map pressure, but because of the fact that they identified Roshan was their big win condition, they controlled it, and they punished the sloppiness of Live to Win, not caring about it realistically in this game. So, yeah, amazing game from Team Spirit, and I'm happy that they proved me wrong and that they were able to really showcase this draft, not simply in how the draft was executed, but how they played out the map to enable their draft in which some weaknesses were present.
If we look at the upside of this, now that we kind of set some kind of drama for this and the result was completely different, that means we actually have a real series in our hands, because Team Spirit was very, well, I'm not sure if flabbergasted is the right word, but game 1 was a bit off. Game 2, rough, a whole lot better. So game 3 can only give us good things, because Live to Win has improved during series. Team Spirit has improved during series. I hope game 3 is a real battle and a brawl for that last spot. One thing I do want to say, Ricky spell prism at the end of the game, so he gets even lower cooldowns on his jumps and his silences. So we'll see what's in store for game 3, but do remember to consume your monster energies, because we have one final game of the day, and it's after the break.
Yeehaw, everybody, and welcome to the BTS Pro Series Season 4. We've made it. It's the Americas edition. It's the last day, brother. You know, Neff, we've had a fantastic ride so far, but boy, do we got some great games coming up today. What do you think? Oh, you're muted. You're muted. You're muted. Neff, you're still muted. What's going on?
Well, buddy, I'd go as far as to say it was the longest ride, but it's been a hell of a ride, my friend. Unfortunately, I've got to switch my microphone real quick. We were cutting it pretty close there.
Yep, indeed, indeed.
There we go. Looking good.
So today, everyone, you're still muted. Are you still muted?
I thought it should be all good. Might have to reconnect to the call real quick if you don't mind.
Okay, it's fine. I'll show the bracket to everyone here while we're waiting. Go ahead and show that bad boy. So right now, we are. We've got Sad Boys versus Thunder Predator, the lower bracket finals, the semifinals going against Zoomers in the grand finals. You know, Zoomers have looked very good so far all tournaments. And we're going to be going into Sad Boys versus Thunder Predator here in just a moment. Neff, how's that microphone going? We all squared away?
We're all good.
Heck yeah, dude. Love to hear it. So, it is the last day. We've got 2 series, 1 best of 3, 1 best of 5. Should be a lot of fun. Which, you got to be excited for this bottom series, right? Thunder Predator, they're your boys. You love this team.
Yeah, big Leo style fan here. I'm excited. Yesterday, I didn't get to see the results, actually. I ended up going right to bed. I had to have a good day's rest before today. Do you see how they did in the Movie Star Liga Pro Gaming?
I did not. I did not get a chance to take a look at it, unfortunately.
That's all right. I can pull it up right now. We got the technology.
We indeed have technology.
It was Thunder Predator taking it 3-0 over Team Brazil, which has rebranded, picked up by SG Esports.
Well, there you go, man. Thunder Predator is coming off of a high. They've just they went 2-0 against 5-Man Midas. They 2-0'd Beast Coast, and they 3-0'd Team Brazil. So this team feeling like unstoppable, it would seem. So this should be, putting Sad Boys through the ringer here. They do at least get their Marana Timbersaw opener. They respond with Windrunner and Ursa, though.
Yeah. God. Leo Style had an amazing performance on this Wind Ranger the entire tournament. I'm pretty sure he's undefeated on it. Is he not?
Yeah, I believe so. If it is going to be Leo Style in the Wind Ranger, he has not lost a game all tournament.
They've ended up trading into Sladen a number of times. MNZ, he's been looking solid as well. He's been looking big. I gotta say,
yeah.
A lot of people say that sometimes he goes too far forward. He ends up throwing away a lot of leads that this team ends up securing for him. But he's been looking incredibly good this tournament. He kept saying to me after we were done the game yesterday, MNZ, he's looking like one of the best carries out of the region now, and it's a bit of a bold statement for sure. But if they ended up winning the Movie Star Liga Pro Gaming and they end up winning the BTS Pro Series 4, then you can't really argue with it.
He's been looking incredibly good, man. In all of these games, he's been a large factor in their success, and he's done an incredible job in the role, all the way through the tournament. He hasn't made a lot of big mistakes. Yes, they did get knocked to the lower bracket here, I believe, by 4 Zoomers of all teams. Yes, they did. It was a 2-1. But the thing is, this team has performed incredibly well. Tournament long, they ended up in the upper bracket. I think they were seed 3. No, they got the 4th seed, but basically tied with 4 Zoomers and Sad Boys. So all these top teams, these last 3 remaining, they're all very evenly matched.
Yeah, it is bound to be a good game. Now, we talked a lot about Thunder Predator. We haven't talked much about Sad Boys here. DNM, he's been looking incredibly good in his showcase tournament.
Yeah, he's an all-star, man. This kid is something that we will probably see have a long future here in NA Dota. He has performed incredibly well against some of the best teams. Which is not dead,
by the way.
Yeah,
NA
not
Dota
dead.
Is very much alive.
Very much alive and prospering. We do not die here. No such thing. Hey, Neff, I feel like there's something I'm missing this morning. It almost feels like we could use a little bit of energy.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I mean, we got some big cowboy energy going on. As Sandra Ricky sent me a photo of himself before we started. Can't see him right now. Looks like a Southern lawyer.
South lawyer, for sure, brother.
Yeah, but anyways, let's crack these bad boys open. Shout out to our sponsor, Monster Energy, keeping us energized throughout this tournament. It's been a hell of a 2 weeks.
It has, man. You want to count us in?
Yep. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Let's ride.
10 seconds.
It just doesn't get any better than that. Gotta enjoy it every moment.
5 seconds remain.
But yeah, big shout out. Thank you, Monster, for sponsoring the tournament, for keeping us energized all day. Because honestly, they've been some long days. We've had some pretty long days here. Some short days, but mostly long days. And it wouldn't have been possible. I'm going to be pouring this one over a nice cold glass of ice.
Ooh-wee. That's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear, partner. Already getting a couple compliments on the ties. We're looking pretty good. These drafts are looking good as well. Banning phase just ended up ending. They got rid of Leshrac and Death Prophet here on Sad Boy, so worried about some heavy early game push coming up from Thunder Predator, it seems. Inclined to think that they're going to be going late game here on Sad Boys.
Ooh. They take the Viper. Surprised not banned here against the Timbersaw. Maybe it was an oversight, but I guess they were more worried about the Leshrac and Death Prophet and the Batrider, all heroes that do pretty darn well against Timbersaw. Specifically, we've seen a lot of success with just Death Prophet in general. But yeah, this is a great opener here. Thunder Predator got to feel pretty happy about that pick. And you can respond to something here on Sad Boys. You need something that can kite the Ursa at the moment, because right now the Ursa matchup into Timbersaw is pretty Ursa favored. And you do need something that can kite this around. Now, the question is Thunder Predator revealing all 3 of their cores right now, right? Windy has been something they've ran mid lane on Leo style, as you've pointed out. The Viper has been an off lane hero pretty much for the last few weeks. And Ursa clearly going into the Timbersaw.
Yeah. I mean, Timbersaw can deal with the Ursa the first little bit. You actually end up going a more aggressive build. You go into the chain and the Whirling Death, sorry. His abilities all look and sound pretty similar as well. Chakram and Whirling Death. They're both kind of a Whirling Death. Yeah. So Whirling Death and Timber Chain is the build against Ursa, and you pick up something else that has some pretty heavy damage. You don't let him build up this Fury Swipe stacks on you. Even with tons of points and some reactive armor, he'll end up building those things up, and you can't re-enter the lane. So you out-damage him, and that's the play. So we'll see them pick up a heavy damage hero alongside this Timbersaw if they don't plan on running the Miranda Timbersaw 3-4.
Oh my god, the chat lines. Oh, okay. We might see a Drow. Oh, Drow's banned. Okay. So maybe we're going to be seeing the core Mirana that was attempted yesterday, I believe. Did not have a lot of success, if I do remember. It kind of fell flat, but with Vengeful Spirit, it might be a lot stronger.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, that's the, 36% damage at level 4 of the Vengeance Aura now?
Yeah, and just the extra attack range as well is pretty sick.
I know that you were a connoisseur of finer things in life, such as Pause 1 Vengeful Spirit.
10 seconds.
I don't know about I'm not a huge fan of Carry Venge. I think it kind of fell off for a while, but even just as a support, it works really well. Okay, we're going to see DNM Puck. He grabs it. Pretty great pick here against the Pangolier, which that's most likely Sacred's hero, right? The offlane Pango, something that I think is level 25 Pango, if I'm not mistaken.
10 seconds.
It's definitely going to be his. Leo Styles running a number of times mid as well. So honestly, he could pick up Viper, he could pick up Pangolier, he could pick up Wind Ranger. They're keeping Sad Boys guessing here. Any of these people could be his mid. It just depends on whatever it is Sad Boys want to run. Thunder Predator do have the last pick, though, and it is going to be Ursa on the Pause 1. We know that much, right?
Yeah. I feel like Thunder Predator's draft is kind of greedy right now. You do lack a lot of hard disable outside of, Shackle. All you have is slows. And when you're going up against this Sad Boys lineup, Timbersaw works pretty well against no control. So as long as he can get outside of that Nether Toxin, he feels pretty safe. It'll be interesting. For those who are wondering, where Neff and I are, we are casting directly from the Mistwoods update. This is the actual Mistwood Forest. So it's pretty cool. Nice and swampy. Someone showed us shared a photo of us yesterday. We are actually in the swamp, from the waist down.
Yeah, but we actually had to turn things up a notch and get a little bit fancier from yesterday, though. I have got my traditional Canadian jean jacket, and Ricky broke into his bolo tie collection.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of accessories, Neff. I've got a bow tie collection, a tie collection, and now a bolo tie collection. You just got to mix it up. Sometimes calls for something special. And this is that something special. The NA Grand Finals coming on later today, obviously. I can't be happier, man.
The last tournament of 2020, we've had the honor of casting here.
It is quite the honor.
Wraith King now picked up. Now, you got to admit, you did undersell this hero a little bit, Ricky.
It looked like on paper it was mega nerfed, but I guess the advantage of being able to just get the level 20 talent for 1,400 gold, and then also have another talent seems pretty good. And then that guaranteed burst from that crit is, we saw, with Sammy Boy. He just blinked, immediately crit someone, and then they die. It's a very cool thing.
Yeah, what is it? It starts at 150%, then it scales at a 40% per level.
Yeah, something like that. I have not learned all the numbers yet.
I've got them memorized. I'm the Rain Man of Dota 2.
I love it.
That's a good thing, right? Yeah, I'm sure it's a good thing. You got Thunder Predator. They got one pick left. How do you think they're gonna round this one out? It's got to be a hard support hero, right? Your lineup's looking pretty greedy so far.
I was gonna say I think it's a beast map. I was gonna say it was probably gonna be a hard off lane because they need stun. And they're going to take Sacred on the Beastmaster. It is going to be Leo style on the Pango. So that's going to be MJZ on the 5 Viper, something we've seen, once before in this tournament. Decent against the Timbersaw, but it's not going to have the same level of impact, right?
Yeah, now hold on there, partner. We've actually seen this twice this tournament. Only once was it intentional, though.
I think it was intentional in that game, but just on the wrong person.
Yeah. Yeah, that is true. Oh boy, you got to read before you click confirm here. He's got that Viper set as well. How you liking this Beastmaster Sacred? You a fan?
Yeah, I am. I think they needed something for hard lockdown because they were really lacking it, and Beastmaster is a way of dealing with Timbersaw for sure. They also can lock down Fear. Now you do have 2 lives on this hero, especially once you get the relic or the shard at the 20-minute mark or whenever he decides to get it. You no longer are worried about any mana burn coming out from the Beastmaster Necro book. Leo style is not going to itemize for a defusal this game. So we'll see. I think the Wraith King has a lot of potential here. It does struggle in lane though against this Beastmaster.
Yeah, it definitely does. You can try to take advantage of the early damage, like I said, the Timber Chain Whirling Death build, but I'm not sure what he's going to do outside of that. But let's go.
All right, game number 1. Everyone, welcome to the semifinals here, the lower bracket finals of Sad Boys versus Thunder Predator. Jerry's got to do some optioning really quick. Shout out to Jerry, our observer production master. This guy, an actual name brand at this point.
Ooh, they can't hear me? I'm sure they can hear me. You can hear me, right?
Go ahead and talk.
Hello.
Yeah, they can absolutely hear you.
All right, somebody's making things up.
Chat just griefing you. Don't worry about it.
Let's go. All right, we got Fear moving up here with Snaking and PPD. Now, we've got a lot of stun potential between these 3 heroes.
Yes,
MNZ,
you do.
Find yourself in trouble.
Had some great arrow setups here. So they changed Venge Aura. It just does damage now. No more attack range.
No more attack range. She gets a cast range talent at 20 to replace that bonus attack range from the Vengeance Aura. So
interesting. Didn't know that. Okay.
I wouldn't necessarily call the changes of Vengeful Spirit a nerf or a buff, just a workaround.
It's a lot of damage. 32% base damage. That is huge. MNZ. Oh. Oh, they see him now. They're going to go. TNM closing it as well. He's going to be able to jump down to the low ground, but there's the arrow to follow. He's going to be able to jaunt to this orb if he wants, and he will. PPD closing in, trying to get in for the range for that missile. He does. Do they have the damage to finish off Fuzzy Wuzzy? DNM getting first blood would be huge. He has one more orb. He will send it on over. MNZ's trying to get to the rune just in time, but DNM snakes it, and he's going to get the first blood. Oh, that is rough.
You hate to see it. They're off to a good start now on Sad Boys here. What is this? 3 bounty runes, first blood going the way of the mid player as well. Leo style, he's going to have his work cut out for him here.
I'm curious what he's got on Courier. Probably Sal, finished Wraith or Ferris Null Tile. And, okay, so he picks up Tango, Mango, and the Null Tile recipe as a result of that. That is a fantastic start for the mid lane. Ooh, and Sacred lost his board top, just immediately arrowed by Snaking.
I mean, that's one of the counters, right? You either play the Mirana against it or you play the Enchantress, and it's worth a lot of XP and gold. Like 60 XP for killing that boar. That's no joke.
Yeah, it's very nice.
What is the courier? What? No.
Wait a minute. Yeah, okay.
PPD, the wand's still on it. Sorry, the stick's still on it as it goes down.
Yeah, he was struggling for sure.
His brain is overwhelmed by these updates. This patch, PPD, he's the only one who can comprehend the full nature of them.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
Of that, he's just overwhelmed.
We are going to see, obviously, the lane swap. We didn't really point it out, but it is essentially the safe lanes versus the off lanes, just, in the opposite of lanes. So it's a kind of what Thunder Predator wanted. I don't think they're too worried right now on the Timbersaw. He is getting some good solo experiences. They are tri-laning against Sacred's Beastmaster, and it's a lot of damage coming out. This magic missile into arrow combo. Sacred falling low, but so is Snaking. He doesn't have the damage. This Beastmaster, he just hits too damn hard. There's going to be the Fairy Fire. He survives. Slayton gets the kill. And there's your voice lines.
They ruin it. They ruin any kind of post-kill analysis with all this voice lines. Let's look at Snaking. He's rotating down here to the bottom lane. Arrow comes out, ends up connecting with the Ursa, and he actually ended up not going any points in a Whirling Death. This is surprising to me, especially given the fact that this is the 5 Viper. I think if he had that Whirling Death Timber Chain build, he would have gone down. Instead, he's opting to go maxing out this reactive armor.
I think he's going to just 0-point Whirling Death and max the Timber Chain. A lot of times against the Ursa, I see people max out the Timber Chain, especially against Viper too, because all you need to do is create space. And you still do a lot of damage with the Timber Chain. The cooldown ends up being very short. MJZ's got to be careful. If he hits an arrow here, he might die. Arrow not going to connect. A good throw, though.
Yeah, and there's the all chat lines, as you would expect.
Yep. I mean, Thunder Predator, like we said, coming off of an absolute high, winning a tournament yesterday. 2-0ing their lower bracket opponent here on the BTS Pro Series Season 4. So they're feeling really good. This team has all the momentum in the world going their way right now. And Sad Boys, they're coming off a defeat in the upper bracket finals.
Yeah. Sad Boys definitely up there working out for them. I do prefer Sad Boys' draft, don't get me wrong. I think your draft of Thunder Predator is incredibly greedy.
Yeah, I'm with you on this one.
I'm also not sure how I feel. I'm not sure how I feel about Sad Boys rotating the Mirana down there to the bottom lane, though. Putting him against the Beastmaster to kill those boars, I think, was a great move.
Yeah, he did get a lot of space, though. I mean, we can see Fear is level 4. He's got these 2 points in that Mortal Strike, which allows him to pretty much guaranteed kill any creep, last hit, stuff like that. Sacred struggling a little bit, about to hit level 4, finally. But DNM's going to be able to bottle a regen rune. Slayton unable to make it to the rune in time, it seems.
No, and Sacred, he'll just last hit him. Well, everyone gives him a little bit of space, gives him time to get CS in. I mean, he was sitting pretty low up until now.
Snaking bottom lane does have 1 leap, but the 4 charges from that Viper Strike, just too much, stayed around too long. I'm surprised he had 2 leap charges and managed to eat 4 strikes. Move. You also got to be careful, son. You don't have the damage to kill this Ursa. It is Juke North. No mana for a TP quite yet, and honestly, you can't really afford to use it unless this Courier's got a bunch of regen. It's just got mangoes on it. He's going to go down here on the Timber.
Yeah, nothing he can do about it. He realized just how bad a situation was. I think he could have No, he just got the mana for it. Didn't even have the option of Timber Chaining away. MJZ's doing work on this pause size Viper, I gotta say.
Yeah, he's crushing it so far already. The 5-minute bounty runes are coming. Slayton already beelining for the other one. No reason to contest that. He does get a good high ground ward here that does block the camp as well. Beastmaster going to take a lot of damage here top. This is what happens when you leave the lane. The crit from Fear. Every 4 seconds, sir. Well done. So that was a good heads-up play there from PPD, right? Oh, the Wraithfire Blast. The arrow, it connects. It's a double kill for Fear.
Yeah, it is not good to give this guy an early advantage either. He's going for a Radiance this game.
Yeah, that's what we see.
I'm not sure how I feel about that. I think you just go very heavy damage. If you ended up going Blink Desolator, I think it would do a bit more because you got that initial crit no matter what, right?
Well, oh, they managed to find Sacred anyway. The triple stuns the crits. This man just TP'd back up here, died back to back. And now you have to make that walk of shame back to lane, and you have a catapult here. This should be a tower, right, Nev?
It should. I was thinking that you might end up getting the bonus damage onto the catapult, and that would feel pretty good, but it's only to ally heroes that this Vengeance Aura is applied, so it's definitely worse than the old Vengeance Aura.
Yeah. So
I think the old one ended up going to 36% as well.
So they did nerf it quite a bit then.
Yeah, from where it used to be. At least I'm pretty sure that's what it was at, but it definitely used to apply to creeps.
So a great rotation here from Leo Style coming from the mid lane just to make sure that this tower does not go down. Obviously fighting into Pango at this point is very hard. All right, one of the strongest heroes this early into the game, but DNM's having a great time mid as a result of this rotation. He's level 7, he's basically free farming, he's top net worth. And he'll do a little bit of chip damage onto the tower, but for him, that's not really his big objective.
No.
Puck is not a tower pusher, is what we're getting at.
That is what's being said. Yeah, Puck. He can clear waves, he can kill creeps, but when it comes to trying to actually beat down the tower, he's not doing too hot. He's gonna rotate bottom though, look for a kill here on MNZ or MJZ potentially. I think MJZ is the hero he's going to catch.
That's the urn. I mean, they have a lot of damage. As long as he can get out of the Nether Toxin, he's got him for sure. Coil comes out. They have plenty of stun for the Ursa. He has enraged, but he doesn't get it off. Oh, he snapped the coil without enraging.
That had to have been a ping issue. Right?
Yeah, I imagine.
Oh no, that would have reduced the damage in the stun duration. He could have easily gotten out of it.
Yeah, that's the idea, right? It purposely snaps coil on Ursa. It's one of the reasons Ursa isn't that bad into Puck.
Yeah. That is pretty unfortunate.
Maybe he got silenced just as the coil snap. I saw the waning rift come in, but I thought it was after the coil snap, but it could have been before. I'm not 100% on that one.
Either way, he should have activated that a little bit sooner.
Yeah.
Maybe not waited until the absolute last second before snapping. I think as soon as the dream coil comes out on you, you pop that enrage and you try to shock your way out of the coil.
Oh my god, PPD does so much damage in the mid lane right now. As a DDs in the 1 point Avenger, it just hits for 150 almost.
Yeah, Leo Style faking him out, dropping the all chat lines, just forced him back, scaring the boy.
Moo zoning out Sacred here. They are rotating in the Viper MNZ here as well on the Ursa, so Moo, you're not necessarily safe, but he does have Fear behind him on the Wraith King. Like I said, they just want to get this tier 1 tower, open up the map a little bit. Leo Style deeping in. There's going to be the roar. Fear, he's going to get the tower with the skeletons, but Timbersaw is going to go down in the process. Nice Timber Chain away, but just too much magic damage now. Fear on the Wraith King taking a ton of harassment. In comes Snake King. Can he take down Sacred? These skeletons doing some work on 3-man coil, holding him in place. Leo Style, he cannot afford to die again. He goes down, and the Viper Ursa on the run already committed the enrage. DNM sitting very healthy as well. 4 heroes dead from Thunder Predator. The swap back from PPD gets his level 6 in the middle of the fight. It's a complete team wipe.
Yeah, and all they popped was that Wraith King ultimate and killing Moo at the start of that one. I mean, that was a beautiful roar there by Sacred, but it wasn't enough. It interrupted the Timber Chain, but this guy, once he's already got those reactive armor stacks, he's too hard to bring down. You initiated on the 2 worst targets basically there on Thunder Predator. They were the targets you had available, yeah, but I don't think that's how you start your fights.
Yeah, this is one of the things that makes Wraith King good against heroes like Beastmaster or Enigma and Faceless Void is the fact that you have a second life to work with, right? It's one of the things that makes Wraith King, you know, viable in certain metas. And when you roar, you know, your Timber Saw, you secure that kill, then you commit heavily to kill the Wraith King. You still have to kill him twice.
Yeah.
And, you know, there wasn't much left at that point. You know, Rolling Thunder already down. The Viper Strike was committed. Ursa enraged for it as well, so mid lane tier 1 taking a lot of harassment on the side of Sad Boys here. Moo might just have to back off. Does have 4 points in the reactive armor, but he's just still not tanky enough.
Oh, Fear found the Fairy Trinket. Wonder who's gonna hold it. It's gotta be Puck, right?
The Fairy Trinket? This might... I would say maybe Timbersaw, honestly. Timbersaw or Puck are both amazing.
Yeah, but Puck is the most lore-friendly hero, lore-compatible hero with it, right?
It is true. For some reason, Puck wants the armor, though, and he's holding onto the broom handle. Bottom lane, they find Ursa. No ability to enrage quite yet. The TP in the silence. They get him. Unbelievable, man. The damage and the timing on these rotations is just so well done.
Yeah, this D&M is doing tons on this Puck, and that could be a reason why he's holding on that broom panel. He's gonna go like semi-right click build. He's gotten this Falcon Blade, the 1.6 mana regen, a little bit of extra bulk, the 10 damage, and he's gonna continue to hold on to the broom handle. Curious whether or not he's gonna go with the 30 damage down with the 150 cast range though, because the cast range definitely works a little bit better.
They're going hard on Timbersaw bottom, but the focus fire just gave him max reactive armor stacks. He just turns this bad boy around and melts Leo style. Slayton, this is not the hero to focus fire.
It's starting to look like a disaster for Thunder Predator. I mean, yesterday they were looking hot, managed to take the series and took the best of 5 finals for the Movie Star League of Pro Gaming 3-0. But today, it's a different story. We're 12 minutes in, basically 5K net worth up on Sad Boys, and yet it's 13-5.
And Fear's about to have a Sacred Relic.
Yeah, I think this lineup was just too greedy. It can't fight early enough.
Yeah, that was what I was realizing as well. Fear taking a lot of harassment top, but the thing is he's not really in any danger. He's got reincarnation now off cooldown at this exact second, and DNM's gonna chase Sacred here. Coil comes out, the Waning Rift to cancel out that roar mid animation, and yeah, you might be able to get the roar, but there's the phase shift to dodge. Sacred just goes down. DNM toying with his food today.
Oh no.
I mean, that was a DD rune. The only reason that gank is successful is because of that DD aim. He ends up doing 1,300 damage on the Puck in that fight. But I mean, yeah, he's 4-4-1 on his build. He's got tons and tons of damage coming out spell wise. And then you know, DD rune doesn't hurt either. PPD looking for the swap, not gonna find it.
I'm curious as to if Puck does end up going with 30 damage talent again. He's can scale pretty well into a right clicker right now. And when we talked about all these new Aghanim shrubs briefly when the patch first hit as we were casting it, the guy just like the extra shove back potential, the extra jump potential, being able to play around with your enemies, you'll get that many more right clicks and being able to shove somebody out of that Waning Rift with a 400 radius.
Yeah, I actually played Puck last night and picked up the shard. It is very good. The weird part is, what it felt like, is that the knockback was the worst part of this shard. Legitimately, which is surprising, because I thought that was going to be the best part. But it's not enough to really secure a coil most times. You do have to usually rely on either an ally or something. But the 70 bonus damage and the true sight actually was incredibly useful. Bottom line, another great gank coming in from DNM is he just can blow apart that Viper with the assistance of Moo. Tons of pure damage coming out from that hero. But yeah, it felt like just the 70 damage and the true sight was just way stronger than the actual knockback.
Yeah. I don't know. I think the knockback is really good for the like Egg's Dream Coil. I mean, it's a 4.5 second stun when you have your Aghanim Scepter.
And it's a lot of things people don't expect, right? You're like, oh, okay, I'll just sit near the edge here, no big deal. But now if you get Dream Coiled and he has that shard, you have to sit in the center of the Dream Coil, right? Otherwise, he's gonna snap you.
Yeah, it's 600 break radius. So actually, he could just drop it somewhat near you, or sorry, catch you on the edge of it, and then pop that waiting rift directly afterwards and shove you out. There's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
4.5 second stun.
Fantastic kill here in the mid lane. There's the roar getting put to good use this time. Has those double bore and the archers there. Bottom lane though, they get Leo style once again on the Pango, and they're gonna be able to chase down the Viper. Stun after stun, crit after crit as Fear takes him down, and he's got a 15-minute radiance on this Wraith King. DNM gonna continue the chase here on to Slade. No wind run for 5 seconds. Fear's gonna be able to gap close with those phase boots, and hello big boy, here's my sword. Oh! He gets the wind run off, but still too much magic damage. Beautiful plays here from the Puck over and over, and Sacred almost manages to find a kill there on PPD with these Necro units. He will survive, though. Is he going to pay for this? No way DNM continues this chase, right? Well, with the help of Moo, he's going to, and he's going to go down. Dude, they have no chill here. It is 19-6.
Yeah, I'm curious if they take Roshan here. I mean, you probably want 1 or 2 more items in the Wraithing. The Radiance makes it kind of hard to grab. But they've got the catapult with them, so they'll just shove this mid lane. They continue to zone MNZ back underneath the tier 3 tower at only 16 minutes in the game.
Yeah, it is. This is the thing. Like, Fear is already incredibly strong on the Wraith King. He's level 13, has the Radiance, going for his halberd. Obviously, a fantastic item to build into an Ursa at any on almost any hero. But when you're a Wraith King, even better, giving you that extra healing regen. And then you have obviously the extra evasion being provided from both Radiance and the halberd. So it makes the game very difficult for the Ursa until he has like a BKB, which I mean he's getting, soon, but I don't know if it's going to be in time.
Soon isn't enough.
Yeah, you gotta need it now. Yeah.
This is another issue. They have to stall for time because they've opted to go this Battle Fury build on the Ursa and then get the Black King bar afterwards. And I do think that going the Black King bar second item is the way to go, but I'm afraid it's just going to be too late. I mean, look at them. They're ripping these heroes apart. Sladen ends up dropping. MJZ, he's down. And MNZ, all they can do is fire up these creep camps up here as they take their tier 2.
Yeah, I mean, this has just been perfect execution. The Yule set up there, double leap forward from the fog just to make sure to catch that Windrunner. And Viper, he tried to throw some assistance with another Toxin, but Fear targets correctly, throws that Wraith Fire Blast onto the Viper, knowing the Windrunner is dead. And he's just like, cool, we'll take a free kill. 2 for 0. We get your tier 2, no big deal. Snaking, he's found Pango bottom. He has a Yule's. He's honestly just going to wait for the Rolling Thunder to end here as long as he doesn't die. Yeah, there's the first leap. The TPs, they're coming in. Their coil just comes out. You can't get out of here now, Leo style. Again, they'll just follow it up with the Yules into Arrow, and that's just a dead Pango.
Yeah, him doing his best to find some farm and shove out the lanes to slow down the push here from Sad Boys, but then they're not slowing down at all. Top lane Sacred. He's dropping low. He might just drop to the Timbersaw by himself.
Oh, the Ursa. If he goes down, he pops his enrage, but Fear has just no intentions of slowing down. On the backside, Viper just going to throw his body to distract them. Be like, hey, kill me instead, please. Sladen behind the tower. They do see him now. Puck gets the Waning Rift. Does have Windrun available, but currently silenced. Timbersaw does not really care about evasion. And he'll just find the kill there with that last Timber Chain. It is 24-6, a 10,000 gold lead. Sad Boys are just running away with this game.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a way stronger ability to fight into them, and so they've just been doing that non-stop. I mean, I talked about the versatility of all the heroes on Thunder Predator, but none of them are that good at taking team fights. You can get these solo pick-off, yeah, and
they found Leo style. He's coiled up bottom. Do they have the follow-up is the question. He's going to have to Rolling Thunder away, and he will be fine. But look at Snaking hiding on the side here. He's just going to follow him. The Eeks come out. Fear is there as well. He gets the swashbuckle, but the Yules again into the Arrow. Do they have the damage? Looks like he's going to be able to walk away. Fire Blast. Oh my goodness. DNM snipes him on the tier 3 tower.
Yeah, he's not walking anywhere. Fear, he's very close to going down, though. He will be
bottom lane. They're going to go for the Ursa as well. He enrages. He could go for a TP. But he's a little bit afraid. He doesn't know who the rest of the heroes are. MNZ just going to go for the run, but he's going to run right into Moo on the Timbersaw. He doesn't have a lot of mana. He's got to be careful. There's going to be the magic missile. And another kill going to be going in the way of this Puck here. Godlike 9-0 and 10 at 20 minutes, Neff.
And he's doing this with barely any items. I mean, all he's got is the the Falcon Blade as far as bonus damage goes, despite being such a high level. I mean, Blink Dagger, Boots of Travel, Wand. I mean, yeah, these allow you to take fights at enemy heroes, chase people down, but he's doing so much damage with so little.
Yeah, I mean, Puck has an incredible magic damage kit, right? You just do so much spell damage early on. He also took that cast range and now the spell amp at 15. This is just, yeah, an incredible performance from DNM once again. I mean, all tournament long, it has just been DNM. Somehow Snake King manages to snipe that kill. It looked like it was definitely going to Fear there, but yeah, just there's no safe spot on the map for Thunder Predator anymore.
No, they've got such mobility as well, which is one of the benefits of this Puck picking up the Boots of Travel. If you're popping off like this, it's definitely the item you get. So the moment anybody shows, you know, it's Boots of Travel to whatever lane, then drop the Dream Coil on them. In fact, Puck, he could, I guess he's trying to fill up his bottle of oh no, PPD.
PPD came from bottom lane.
Oh, okay, never mind. I'm wrong. PPD's right.
Your left PPD is right. Come on, don't ever say you're wrong. You're never wrong now.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, Puck could have just teleported over to the catapult in the bottom lane, but instead he sat mid, and that's so they can take Roshan here.
It would have seemed that this is a pretty easy objective for them. They dropped the boys, also known as the Wraith King Skeletons, but I like to call them the boys, you know?
Yeah.
There's a bunch of undead lads who like to party together. Nothing wrong with that.
The fellas, socially distanced, of course.
Socially, I mean, they're pretty close right now. I don't know if they're following the guidelines.
They got little helmets on.
Yeah, they probably they don't have lungs. All right, Viper gets caught out. A great swap there from the vent. She is level 12. A nice bullwhip coming out there from Fear. It's so funny. I forget this has like a cast on enemy sometimes because there was a hero over there, Sladen. Jerry missing his first kill of the tournament. Leo style dancing behind. Did you see him drop the bottle? Oh my gosh, that was pretty funny. They didn't see it.
Swifter than ever.
I mean, all right. Stop. Yeah,
they're gonna find Leo style again. The Yule's into arrow. I mean, he tries to cut the mid wave. He gets it. It keeps their high ground survive. Like, you know, protects their tier 3. So it's a necessity. But you are gonna die for these plays. They have so much catch.
Yeah, they keep on putting Leo style and Sladen out on the other side of the map to try to keep the lane shoved in and stall out this game as long as they can, so this Urza can get another item with his Battle Fury. But again, I'm not sure it's worth the cost. We were talking yesterday about how they couldn't get a kill onto Thunder Predator. Now it seems like Thunder Predator can't find a kill. It's been a pretty long time since they grabbed one. I think that was 15 minutes into the game, so 8 minutes now since they found a kill, and the one before that was at like 10.
Yeah,
They've been just stomping them here on Sad Boys. We have a 98% win probability, and we've had that for the last like 5 minutes now.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you're right. It has been. Yeah, it's been 8 minutes since they found a kill, and it was on the Marana. Wow.
Yeah.
This is gonna be rough. The Halberd Radiance completed, obviously going for the Blink Dagger next on Fear. I mean, we saw what happens with Wraith King Blink. You just get that guaranteed 270% crit. Bottom lane, they find Ursa. DNM, he's not going to take the jaunt as he manages to see Sladen on the backside, and Coil comes out onto Ursa. He has BKB, Timbersaw, Spirit Vesseled up. He has Yules. He needs to be very careful here. You cannot go down on this Timbersaw, but they don't have detection. He's able to remove that dust. And now Ursa just going to go for the TP, but the swap. PPD was here. Oh no, MNZ trying to take down that Timber, but there's just too much burst damage, and Fear just going to burn down Sladen with this Radiance. 2 more kills. That's your 10-second BKB Ursa. He tried his darndest. There's just nothing you can do, and Moo is not done. The Yule's into a nice arrow once again, and Puck, he finds Sacred. He's got a DD rune. Waning Rift, obviously, to prevent him from getting a Roar off, and then the boys come out. That Necro Book does some serious work. The Roar comes out onto the Marana. He's gonna get him! Sacred finally finding a kill for his team. DNM now on the run, doesn't have a lot of mana, but neither does Moo. And he gets the puck. He dies to the Necro Book. Oh, DNM. 1,063 gold going to Sacred for that kill alone, but overall gets almost 1,400 gold and 5,600 experience on the Beastmaster.
That is absolutely nuts. I mean, he killed both Mirana and the puck, but 5,600 just for those two heroes.
Dude, he's level 18.
Yeah, that's all because he was just the Necronomicon unit was just slightly closer to the puck than the Beastmaster, right? So it ended up killing that before it killed him, and he got the XP for it.
Yeah, exactly. The Necro is between them, correct, yeah. Ursa bottom lane, they're trying to force something out. Sladen's here as well. He's got to run the swap back. You're right into a Wraith Fire Blast, waiting for that wind run to end. He'll get this crit eventually. No, he will not. Moo takes it.
Thunder Predator, they're just falling apart here. You know, I don't know what they can do to get back in this game. The Dream Coil comes out onto Pango, and he rolls himself up, but he can't do anything else. Can't pop into that Rolling Thunder. We've got Aghanim Scepter on puck as well. Even if he managed to get the Rolling Thunder off before he got there, I mean, this pierces magic immunity now.
Yeah, so that was interesting. He has the roll up, which I didn't think could be cast during Coil, but apparently it can. So it's a pretty decent counter considering Pangolier is hard countered by the existence of a puck in a game. But that's 4 seconds of magic immunity, during Dream Coil, which is actually pretty sick. So I have not been impressed. I think roll up is a pretty bad shard in most scenarios. I feel like that's like something you pick up like 7th item, like not even joking. But I guess against the puck, if you get coiled, you can just roll up and just be invulnerable or magic immune, I guess, for 4 seconds. Nice blink onto the backside. They find Sacred. The boys are here. Roar comes out. He's running for himself. He bullwhips himself. Can he chase him? DNM absolutely has no intention of letting him get away in mid lane. They're able to take down the Wind Runner. Oh, he misses. He's gonna have to. Oh yeah, I was like, he's gonna have blink. He is out and deeper in the base. MJZ just getting burned down by Fear on this Wraith King. Rolling on through. Pango, there's gonna be the Dream Coil holding them in place. Ursa, he's gotten enraged, but Yule's there, canceling so much of that duration. He's got to BKB and run, but you can't leave the Ags Coil. MNZ held in place. Now the only surviving member of Thunder Predators. They're just gonna chase him down. BKB expiring. Cannot leap over a throne, sir. There's gonna be the blinks, the stuns. They come out. They call the GGs. 43-8, an absolute beatdown from Sad Boys.
Yeah, this game it looked incredibly one-sided for such a long period of time, and that's got to be a little bit tilting going into this next game. Yesterday, you managed to take the 3-0 against Team Brazil. You were looking very clean, but Sad Boys ended up destroying you, and it looked like they had this patch figured out, but their draft this game was just way too greedy. They couldn't do anything, and they did their best to deal with it after realizing that they couldn't take fights in the Sad Boys after that one thing not going so hot for them top lane, where they brought down Fear in his first life. They brought down Moo. But they didn't get the heroes that did damage. I mean, PPD is somebody you need to bring down because he's providing his damage order to everybody. DNM, if you can't get that lockdown onto him, he's going to provide so much damage to his team too. I mean, he did almost 25,000 hero damage here on DNM.
Yeah, I mean, he just absolutely crushed it. You can look at player net worth, and then for the first like 15 minutes of the game almost, it's DNM and Fear neck and neck, and then obviously you see him get Radiance and he just takes off, but Puck is always at the top of the net worth chart this game, pretty much right with the Ursa, and with that much farm on a Puck, he manages to do so much work, like you said. The most damage in the game, has a blink, boots of travel, ends up getting a decently timed Aghanim Scepter, and he finishes the game 14-1-13, like a near flawless game from DNM once again. I mean, this is what he has done all tournament long. This guy is an all-star.
Absolutely. But that concludes game number 1 for us, doesn't it, Ricky?
It does indeed. Now, this is the lower bracket finals, so it is an elimination series. We're going to be going into game number 2 here in just a moment. Thunder Predator, their tournament lives on the line. So we'll be back after just a short break, everyone. Stay tuned. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. It's the BTS Pro Series Season 4 Americas. My name is XctN. I've got Neff here with me, and we are going into the game number 2 of the lower bracket finals, Sad Boys versus Thunder Predator. Neff, game 1 was pretty rough for Thunder Predator. Fill us in, man. What's got to change here?
They got to change up what their supports are. Your supports got to look like supports. Your cores got to look like cores. I mean, hell, that was greedy last game, if I don't say so.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think you're right on the money. They picked like all these different heroes to deal with the Timbersaw that, you know, we normally see, like the Ursa, the Viper, and then they even had Windrunner. It looked like they didn't really know what they wanted to do with their draft. Like, hey, if we just pick all these flexible heroes, you know, we'll put them where we need to put them. And PPD, the Giga Brain that he is, was just like, I'm just going to run at you guys and kill you by 20 minutes. That's my plan. And it worked. It really worked.
I mean, when you pick your heroes like this, I mean, you can put the Viper into the position 5. Yeah, sure. You put your Wind Ranger in position 4, and these work great for the laning phase. But once it's time to take team fights, I mean, Sad Boys, they started ripping through them there.
Yeah, it wasn't even close. They just ran them over. And we'll see what they do here in game number 2, but a very familiar hero coming out from Sad Boys. Once again, the Mirana. And they respond with Wind Ranger. So I don't think the issue is Wind Ranger, right? You know, Slayton and Leo Style both play this hero incredibly well. The issue was that it was on a team where there was no lockdown. And Wind Ranger from a support position, like, yes, you can do a decent amount of damage sometimes with Power Shot, but Focus Fire is incredibly underwhelming until you have the Javelin or another damage item. And it's not easy to hit Power Shots without any other stuns, right?
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky. You know, I really like the Wind Ranger that they flex pick. I think this is something Thunder Predator has done for a long time. Just pick a potential Leo style hero that you can switch over to the 4 if they end up picking up counters to it. And I think that's great. But again, once you start flexing every single hero, your draft isn't looking as good as it could for taking these fights. And sure, Sad Boys don't know exactly what you're up to, but it felt like Thunder Predator didn't know what they were up to either. They had no way to take these team fights, man.
Absolutely, man. They just they're kind of panicking. There's going to be the Ogre Magi. Now, we've seen a lot of teams pick up this hero recently. He's pretty straightforward. You cast Bloodlust on your core, and you put your body in front of the enemy team, and it's worked out pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, the hero's got some girth to him, so he's quite good at that.
Great use of words there. My favorite.
5 seconds.
Thank you. But I like him. You know, he pairs up very well with a number of heroes right now. Bloodlust is excellent. I mean, we saw last pick it. We were hoping for a potential, was it carry Ogre Magi? He's got that 25 talent with the 1.5 second bash now, 20% chance, right?
Yeah. It's one of those things where, like, hedging your entire hero's build on getting to 25 is usually the worst thing you can do in Dota. But you see it in pubs all the time, and it's the reason pubs you're not the most enjoyable experience. You're like, this guy is just building for 25, and he just goes Midas on Ogre and AFKs for, 25 to 30 minutes, and then he comes out of the jungle if you're still alive. But yeah, it's probably a support. I hope to see it one day. I really do. I think Arkosh was the only team that ran Ogre in the off lane, and it wasn't actually that bad. Gremlo had a good time on it, but it did fall off.
Gremlo normally has a bad time.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure, maybe Gremlo got food that morning. You never know. Maybe they did feed him before the games.
Yeah, that's entirely possible. All right, let's move over. They got Beastmaster again here on Thunder Predator. Sacred, he ended up getting the kill on Murata and Puck, like 5,000 XP in a single team fight, right?
Yeah, that was, I wouldn't really call it a team fight. I'd call it a botched gank. But yeah, they thought they could kill the Beastmaster. He immediately roars the Murata, kills him, and then Puck ran out of mana and killed himself on a Necro book. And yeah, getting 5,600 XP immediately is pretty nice. He went for, he gained like 2.5, almost 3 levels, maybe more. I'd have to look at the exact numbers, but that's a lot of XP.
It was a lot of XP.
I'm curious.
I think this is something that goes well for them. I miss Frank the Tank, I'm going to be honest. Eventually, I'll stop bringing him up, and it'll just be like Sacred the Thunder Predator player, not ex-Thunder Predator player Frank. Shit, Sacred's doing a pretty good job on the Beastmaster as well, but he seems to struggle at the start of the games a little bit more. I mean, last game we saw he didn't have that many last hits in lane. I think like 4 or 5 minutes in, he's hit on 11 CS.
Yeah, that was rough.
Yeah, that was pretty rough. This game, I hope, will be a little bit better. They got rid of some early game carry heroes here on Sad Boys, the Monkey King and the Juggernaut. So they might be looking at playing a little bit faster again themselves here. I mean, it's the Agnum Shard that gives you that 1.5 times crit during your leap duration on Mirana, right?
Yeah, the Shard makes carry Mirana definitely more viable. It's also just generally good. If you can ever afford it, you're gonna get it, right? It's just one of those things where you get an extra leap charge and you do more damage. That's never bad. And for 1,400 gold, that's pretty good. There's a few shards like this in the game that you look at them and you're like, okay, this is pretty much core no matter what game you're playing. Like, you're gonna get this eventually if you get the spare money, but it's not something you feel like you're gonna want to rush. Oh, Leo style Ember, we're in for a treat.
This one's a goodie. Now, before we go into Leo style and his Ember Spirit, Ricky, there were some people in chat last game asking us to do an introduction into DNM.
Oh, people don't know who DNM is. Okay, let's do it. You wanna start it off?
Sure. I'll go ahead and start. I mean, got a 17-year-old kid. Gotten a lot better over the years. I think he ended up hitting top 20 on the leaderboards. Really started accelerating with his MMR climb. I think. God, in this past year now, a couple of people mentioned him to me after Jungle Jam. His name started spreading around a little bit more. I guess PPD took notice of him. They played together in the last open qualifiers for the Summit 13. Didn't end up going so hot. They got eliminated by No Pango. And this time, they got a direct invite, given the fact that they end up having Moo and Snake King on their team, who ended up winning the entire thing in Summit 13.
Yep.
That's what I got on him. I know he plays with a couple of people. He did RD2L for a pretty long time. He's friends with, is it Empyrean? Do I have that right?
Yes.
Yeah, he's good friends with Empyrean. I've talked to Empyrean about him a few times. God, that's all I have on the guy, other than the fact that he's a position 1 player originally, and for this team has transitioned over to mid lane. What do you got, Ricky?
Well, I mean, you pretty much hit it up very nicely there. He is, he traditionally was a safe lane player. He actually ended up hitting top 10 on the leaderboards. So he held the 9 position on the leaderboard. I think was his max rank. It might have been lower, but I think he hit 9. He was able to maintain it for quite a while, and that was when people started taking a lot of notice. That was when PPD invited him over for the open qualifier stack, and obviously he was impressed. Right, DNM looked great in the open quals. When he was playing, it was never really his issue, but his transition to the mid lane in this tournament has been incredible. I mean, he has been a significant reason as to why Sad Boys have won as many games as they have, and is probably one of the biggest reasons as to why they are going into this game with a 1-game advantage in the lower bracket finals against Thunder Predator.
Yeah,
he has performed incredibly well. I mean, this is fresh blood in the NA region, and he is crushing it.
I mean, I think that a big part of who's going to succeed the most when a patch comes out comes down a little bit to dedication of the game and age. As awful as this sounds, I think, well, it's hard to say because I don't know exactly what life at home is like, but Fear, he's got like a wife and a kid now, right? He's getting a little bit older. I'm not sure he's got the time to pour like 12 plus hours a day into Dota 2.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the thing is like life's a thing, when you get older, you're unable to commit as much to Dota as you'd like, but Sad Boys are here to show that they've got the wisdom, they've got the experience, they're not kids anymore. There's a reason people have nicknamed them the 4 boomers of NA, but Sad Boys, I mean, they're crushing it this tournament. I am so excited to see them, continue their run here, and we're going to get a DNM Storm Spirit. Woo! I'm excited, man.
All right, this is going to be good. I mean, the guy's done an incredible job on all the Spirit heroes. Storm, he's played a bit interesting. There's Electric Rave now, which I'm not crazy about, but it did wonders against Sammy Boy yesterday.
Yeah, it was really good.
5 seconds.
all that magical damage going right through the armor on him. I don't think he'll go Electric Rave this game, but it allows you to, if you rush that Orchid, you can blow up Ember Spirit, you force him to get a Yules, it does wonders against a Wind Ranger. It's pretty good against Phoenix, so you can jump the back line as well. Storm Spirit makes a lot of sense. You're also a little bit lacking on these instant disables. The one thing that you do have going for you is the Roar. But I'm not sure they have enough damage to bring down the Storm Spirit inside a single Roar with how their lineup looks right now. They need a big damage carry coming out last here. And for some reason, Sad Boys, they ban out Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you see the Shadow Fiend ban there? So I think what they might do is dodge the Ember Spirit, because it is a very favorable lane matchup for Storm, right? You pretty much crush the Ember Spirit in the mid lane. It is very difficult to play. You don't really ever have like a good, levels 1, 2, 3, and 4 all favor the Storm Spirit, and then as soon as you get level 6, Storm just can kill you. So it's one of those things where you usually want to try and dodge the lane if possible, but looking at their draft right now, we're likely seeing Sacred Beastmasters. We're going to be seeing probably a 5-position Phoenix. I don't think you can really flex this Ember elsewhere, but they go ahead, they ban out the Shadow Fiend anyway, and then they ban out the Anti-Mage.
Yeah, the Anti-Mage ban makes sense against the Storm, given the fact they need a hero that could do a lot of DPS, and he'd be able to bring down both the Wraith King and the Storm Spear with that.
10 seconds remain.
PL is still in the pool.
He is, but we saw yesterday Wraith King just dumpstered PL. I think, honestly, his new kit might be good enough for dealing with him, and one of the things that is an interesting interaction, if you're against Phantom Lancer, you definitely go the Shard because you need the mana burn, but here's what makes it really good. Those skeletons spawn on hero illusions when you reincarnate. So if there's 10 Phantom Lancer illusions when you go down, it spawns 30 skeletons on the reincarnation because you get 3 skeletons per hero near you.
Now, here's my question. The skeletons start attacking other heroes after the...
If the illusions die, they act like regular skeletons and they start attacking everything in the area.
Oh, the boys, though!
The boys! It was an interesting interaction I saw. I'm not sure if it's been patched out, but it's kind of funny. So the PL might be a bait here. We are looking for an offlaner on Sad Boys. Now, they do ban the Tidehunter and the Underlord. I mean, it's going to be Moo. His Timbersaw's banned as well. We're just going to see what they pick. Sandu King. I love this hero right now. I think this is a fantastic pick.
Yeah, the Sand King, he feels super strong in this patch. He felt like he was all right before. I'm still not convinced with how good his shard is. You raised a pretty good point when you say, all right, you have to move 700 distance. It's only 1 epicenter pulse. It doesn't feel that good. I think the slow in it is all right.
The slow is what makes it good, actually. From experimenting, it is the slow, because it is a full duration slow from an epicenter pulse, which is like 3 to 4 seconds. And you basically can't move unless you have BKB or like a movement ability, because it just keeps proccing and you can't move.
Okay, because you got the Caustic Finale, which is the slow, and the Sand King can just walk 700 range in those 3 seconds as well.
Yeah.
So he can slow you again. So you're essentially not getting away from Sand King. It's a lot like the Orb of Corrosion with the Ghoul Frenzy on Lifestealer now.
Yeah. Well, we see a last pick, Alchemist. For MNZ, I mean, here's the thing. Alk did get some pretty solid buffs this patch, despite being, an Alk. A lot of people were like, oh god, I don't want to ever see him in my game. But he did get a pretty decent patch, mostly for the support side of Alk. So one of the things that you can do now is if someone already has an Aghanim Scepter and you grant them the Aghanim's Blessing, it refunds them the entire cost of whatever they currently have, whether that be the Ag's Blessing or the regular Ag. So you basically just donate someone 4,200 gold for them to do whatever you want with. So it allows Alchemist to kind of actually use trickle-down economics. It's weird.
It gets tax returns, is what you're saying.
It's the first time we're seeing it happen. But whether or not he'll spread the wealth, we'll see. To me, this looks like a pretty rough Alchemist game, because Wraith King, we've seen have a fantastic time, and he fares up really well against Alk, honestly. I mean, it's a good matchup for him. Typically, you want to get an early BKB and on the Alk and just kind of fight, but you have to go through 2 lives now on this Wraith King, which will be difficult.
Yeah, but this should be a lot better of a game number 2. I think that you still have a bit of a weakness with your support heroes. I'm not sure if 5 Phoenix and 4 Wind Ranger is the play, but I'm liking this better than the draft last time.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is a much more well-balanced draft. We'll see if they decide to lane dodge. It looks like they are. Moo is going to go ahead and just try and go up against the off-lane Beastmasters. They're going to try and put Wraith King into the Alchemist lane, which, I mean, it's going to be a pretty big favored Wraith King lane, if I'm not mistaken. You have a lot of damage from these two supports. You have Ogre Magi and Mirana. Windy does not offer as much in that laning phase.
Yep. So a bit off topic here, but just came up with an amazing business idea as I struggled to wear.
Wrap around. Hold on. Hold that thought. They're going to see MNZ and Sacred. MNZ once again. No. The Alchemist. He's realizing he's trapped. He can't go anywhere. The Fire Spirits, though, giving him some assistance. A Fire Blast on the mark. The Remnant doing what they can, but MNZ on the Alch. He died first on Fuzzy Wuzzy last game, and he goes down again, but they're taking a lot of damage from this Acid Spray. It did get a nice buff. They trade for Fear on the Wraith King. First Blood going on over to DNM's Storm Spirit. There's going to be a nice Fire Blast onto Sacred. Snake King doing what he can to get away, but the power shot, it comes through and it doesn't hit Snake King. There's a nice blast. Leo style trying to run away, but Fire Blast in one. Can they do it? They're looking really strong here. DNM holding the high ground. Leo style taking some serious damage. The Fire Blast, it goes on to the Windrunner instead, and Moo. Jesus, a huge brawl here ends in a 2-for-2.
Yep, Fear is going to get both the bounty runes up here at the top, though. But my God, that was a hell of a dangerous play then. You know, I guess this proves once and for all, it is not good to trap yourself somewhere, even if you're hiding. They're going to end up finding you. And MNZ, he's given up First Blood twice. Both times to the enemy mid lane. I mean, he's making Leo Styles' game so difficult.
Yeah, this is an amazing start once again for DNM in the mid lane. Now, he is quite low on health. Leo Style out of mana, though. So he will get level 2 very quickly here on the Storm, and he's already got a bunch of regen coming out, the completed null tally, and that salve to kind of top off his health. He needs to back off because Leo Style, he can't, yeah, I was like, he could Sleight of Fist cancel, but he has now moved off the lane.
Moo. He's, I mean, it's a pretty good matchup here for the Sand King up against the Alchemist. He's forced to play pretty far forward inside the lane. You can just burrow straight Caustic Finale, a couple of creeps, and you just potential blow up and MNZ on this Alchemist, right?
Yeah. Do you remember when Caustic Finale worked on denies as well? It worked on allied creeps and on denied creeps, and so you just literally couldn't play the lane. But it does a lot more damage now, but the balance obviously was that you have to, the creep can't be denied, and it doesn't work on allied creeps, so, you know, a little bit more balance.
A period of time where Sand King was run mid against melee heroes for that reason.
Yep. One hero that I'm kind of curious to see is the new Bloodseeker. I don't think people realize how strong his new Thirst is. We may be seeing that hero come back to the mid lane in certain melee matchups just because of how good of sustain he has.
I think, I'm not sure. I mean, the reason he was so strong before is because he had such a huge pure damage nuke, and you've lost 60 pure damage, which is pretty significant.
That is true. Oh, Alk, he's taking a lot of damage bottom lane, and there's going to be the Burrow Strike. He can go onto that range creep potentially. No, he's not opting to. Moo also getting harassed down pretty substantially from Phoenix. He has a dive. He's forced to TP. Yeah, Acid Spray and Fire Spirits is a ton of DPS in both magic and physical, so you can't really itemize, you know, for it too well. Snake King has come to the bottom lane, though. They do see him thanks to the Fire Spirits, but MJZ has to be careful, as well as MNZ on the Alk. Like, the Sand King Mirana is a fantastic duo, right?
Just like the amazing setup with the Burrow Strike onto the arrow. I mean, Burrow Strike is such a lengthy, high damage stun. It feels very good.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, Snake King just baiting out the dive, you know, constantly leaping forward onto him, right-clicking, waiting for him to try and back on out. And now your Alk is left in the lane alone against Sand King Mirana. She does have this earned 0 other items, which has been kind of the build recently. It
looks pretty good. Ooh. audio issues. I've had a couple today. This is curious. Not the day to have them.
You know, it's all right, Neff. We're doing great today.
Top lane here. Sacred, he's having a better start than he had last game. Before it was like 10 minutes in, or sorry, 5 minutes in, he only had like 10 CS. Now he's got the same at 3.5, and he's CSing pretty nicely underneath the tower.
Yeah, definitely the tri lane ended much sooner, so the Beastmaster was given a little bit more space. We're still seeing Slayton up here on the Wind Ranger, trying to offer some assistance this time. Mid lane, they are TPing in Slayton. DMN, he really wants this rune, but with the Wind Ranger here, he's going to have to just give it up. Snaking does have an arrow throw, and it will be tanked by the Windy. Well played there by Slayton. A great TP to the mid lane, giving Leo Style that bottled Arcane rune. You know, it honestly cannot be understated how important the 4-minute power rune is, because it wins the mid lane.
Yeah.
In almost every matchup, it wins the mid lane.
Well, that's the reason why they got rid of the 0-minute rune and the 2-minute rune.
Yeah.
It's not as bad with the 4-minute rune, but still, that 50-50 makes all the difference in the world.
Yeah, that's why we see in these high, level games, a support always rotates for the 4-minute rune. We haven't seen a game once this tournament where a support chose not to rotate for the 4-minute rune and just give it up. Right? There's always a rotation. They're trying to make that rune go the way of their mid laner because, now we see, DNM, he's forced to jungle and wait for the 5-minute rune instead. And Slayton's here trying to snipe it, but it's not going to happen. He actually eats a lot of damage from that Remnant. Vortex is going to come in as well. PPD will be able to hit him with that Fire Blast, set up a third Remnant, and they get that kill. All right, well played by DNM, hiding that Spirit on the other side of the tree.
Yeah, there's a small kerfuffle elsewhere over at the Dire Triangle rune, where Leo Style ended up dropping very low and didn't get the rune for himself. Phoenix had to end up, it was Snaking who took it, and Phoenix had to dive out of the way and not die.
Yeah, you saw that one coming. Triple Remnants immediately, and he's getting a TP in from his Wind Ranger to refill that bottle. We'll likely see Mirana TP mid after this as well, just to refill the Storm's bottle. Or just to contest the 6-minute runes. We'll see. Yep. Oh, it's going to be... wait. Yeah, it's going to be PPD. They refill the bottle, and they're going to try and contest the 6-minute runes. Slayton already sitting at the top. They're going to go and hedge their bets on bottom. And it goes to DNM. Good players get good RNG. That's just how it works, sir.
How it works. Leo Style's not going to be happy about that one, but what can you do? It's been interesting to seeing the TP mid-meta come back. It was very popular in, 2014-15?
Yeah.
I remember back when I was playing my solo ranked, it was a common strategy. It's just everyone buy a bottle, everybody TP the lanes and fill things up for their mid laner. I'm glad bottle crowing doesn't exist anymore, though. That was miserable.
Yeah, even when it was the whole, you get 2 charges. Oh,
so good!
Was that just a blind arrow?
That wasn't a blind arrow. That was him knowing where Leo Style needed to walk back into and coming out of the trees the moment he tries to disengage from Storm.
Oh my gosh, Slayton's going to go down too. Snaking double kill? And he's got the urn to heal himself back up. All right.
The man just don't miss.
Phoenix going down bottom. Moose trying to chase him down, but he's got a Burrow Strike in 5. MJZ still has dive, so he's feeling pretty comfortable about this.
This is why they call him the king, though, Ricky.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely earned his nickname, for sure. Or his just regular name, I'm not sure.
His first name is just King.
His first name is Snay, his last name King.
Yeah, my bad.
The Burrow Strike interrupts the Phoenix dive, and PPD hits him with that good old Fire Blast, gets himself a kill. Fairy's Trinket for Elk. That's probably going on the Ember, if I had to guess.
Yep. Man, whenever I hear the Sand King ultimate proc, I'm sure it's going to be interrupted by a mistake, or I'm like, oh no, it's a disaster. I have to remember that it's not how Epicenter works anymore.
Last game we saw DNM make some sick rotations on the puck. He comes top on the Storm. Might be a little bit out of position here. As Sacred, he does have mana for the Roar now. We'll just commit it on the Ogre. And, are they even going to kill? Yeah, they're going to kill PPD here. They got the damage, I believe. Fire Blast. Do they break the Flame Guard? They cannot. Level 4. He ends up getting the kill on Sacred. A nice pick off from them. Bottom lane. He's going to get the epi onto MNZ's Alec. You can't run away, sir. He pops him. Moo level 8 on this Sand King.
That was a lot of damage he just brought out there. I'm surprised that he managed to burn through the 50 HP regen a second on the Chemical Rage. Alchemist just heavily punished.
I mean, it's 110 damage per pulse, 6 total pulses, and they increased the AoE on it too, so that the center, well, it does more damage, right? It's like, it used to be 225, or what was it before? And then they increased it to 500.
Slowly it got bigger towards the more pulses. I think they increased it with the initial pulses, so you end up doing more from a little bit closer now. It did need to be buffed though, because a lot of people, they weren't even getting epicenter once they hit level 6.
It was like one of those things where if it was a lane, you could just like burrow strike kill the core, you would do it. But a lot of times, like you said, yeah, they would just skip it, go the extra points into burrow strike and sandstorm.
Yeah, or even Caustic Finale, because you won a couple of points in those, and they help you farm faster. Like, it was great for team fights if you could get it off. Now it's just a solid ability because it can't be interrupted.
Sacred top lane, he might be in trouble. PPD is here. They're going to have the arrow available as well. Fear can get in range for the Fire Blast. It connects. Sladen, this man, get down, Mr. President. Is he able to take the arrow? And now Sacred does have rage, but Moo is here. There's going to be the burrow strike into the sandstorm. Way too much damage this time. Fear still got this reincarnation. Another Fire Blast coming out onto the Phoenix. He does have the dive, able to get himself out of danger, but Sladen, he's been left out to dry.
Power shots through the trees, and he'll be able to build
I don't
himself.
know. Moo's looking for him. They're pinging him out. He's out.
I don't think you can walk through these two. I think they're too close together. The shot ended up, yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, he had to go north.
And then walk out like that, but he couldn't. Minus 90 gold, but he managed to live. Top tower will be taken by Sad Boys, though, and they're looking pretty good again. Thunder Predator definitely doing a little bit better than they were last game.
Oh, absolutely. It's not nearly as much of a, shutdown, but you do have this Alchemist, and you have a 2k gold lead on the side of Sad Boys. Fear level 8 now on the Wraith King, 8.5 rather, and he's almost to his relic, about halfway. Good lane, they're looking for the Ember. The Vortex does not have the duration to set up that burrow strike, so Ember will just disengage. They smoke up immediately. They're going to find MJZ. I don't think that was the ideal target. PPD sitting behind, obviously, under the cover of the smoke. There's going to be the burrow strike into the sandstorm. They can time it perfectly. Okay, they don't time it. It's all right. They're just going to back on out. He was pump faking the Fire Blast, waiting for the dive, right? So you can immediately cancel it, but the cast point on Fire Blast is pretty slow.
Yeah. Which outside the certain range threshold, you are not casting it anymore. Or you lose vision. Hawk and Boar both come out. Yeah. Arrow. And Sladen's down.
It's just an easy setup, man. Sand King Marana. We know about this combination early on and how much damage it can do. And Fear's going to TP bottom. He's got the 3 points in the Vamp Spirit, which gives him those, what we like to refer to as the boys. And he's going to use those to try and push this bottom lane tower. They bait out the Ember Spirit. Potentially Snaking able to dodge out that Sleight of Fist. Now, they do have a Burrow Strike being wrapped around on Moo. There's going to be the Moonlight Shadow. Leo style, he's got to be careful. He can't go onto the high ground. Moo pinging him out. He knows, but it looks like they're going to turn over for Sacred instead. The arrow off the mark. DNM gets an Arcane Rune. They're just going to keep walking. He still has the Burrow, but there's no follow-up this time. There's going to be a roar onto Sand King. This guy incredibly tanky. Has that early Hood of Defiance and the Magic Wand. They're just zoning out them as they take bottom tower. Again, Fear using the boys.
Yeah, and MNZ, his farm's coming online too slow. This battlefield is way too slow for about an Alchemist. I mean, he's only sitting on 7.3k net worth. It should be way higher than that, and it's at your team's expense too. You have,
they found him. They're going to be able to force his Alchemic Rage. But yeah, you're right. You can go ahead and continue that. It's a really, really good point.
Yeah, the guy is just way too slow, and it's at the expense of the rest of his team, right? I mean, Leo style, he's sitting 1,000 net worth behind the third highest hero, Fear here.
That's a nice pick off there.
I mean, it's all right. It gives you a little bit of gold, but even still, PPD, he doesn't really care if he goes down. He's playing the position 5 Ogre Magi. The guy's like a moving ward / bloodlust machine, right?
Exactly. Ooh, there's a lot of gold going the way of snaking there. That's level 4 Starstorm. I didn't even realize. Normally you don't see the Starstorm max on the support Mirana, but he wants to farm, it seems, and he's almost even with Sacred on the Beastmaster.
Yeah. Beastmaster, just as I was saying that he's having a better game than last time, and I mean he is, but that's a low bar to set. Unfortunately, last game was miserable for Sacred. Yeah, exactly.
Ooh, DNM's got an Orchid. This was we saw what happened in a game earlier in this tournament when Gunnar got an early Orchid on the Storm Spirit in a good Storm Spirit game, right? And I feel like this is another one of those games. He's against, several heroes that rely on spells for survivability. Bottom lane, they're pushing this tower. Moo is here, just trying to zone out Leo style. He's gonna go on in. He has the Orchid. Ember, he gets caught vortexed in. Too much magic damage. Just gonna pop again. Behind the tower is Sacred. He's got no TP for 5 seconds. Looks like he's gonna drop a Hawk. He's gonna be safe. He can TP out now whenever he feels like it, or just cut the next wave.
Yeah, this was something I was concerned about at the start. If they managed to get an early Orchid on the Storm Spirit, the game would be basically over for Thunder Predator, and that's exactly what the Storm got. I mean, Leo style, he's going for Blade Mail, so he wants to be able to fight into them and make space for his team, but we might be in another one of those too late situations where the Battle Fury came out too late on the Ursa, and so they're going to end up losing the Blade Mail and getting end up too late on Leo style here.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting really farmed on this Alchemist, right? You have the Yasha almost to that Black King bar, but they still have so much damage to deal with the Alchemist at the end of the day, right? You're not going to chew through 2 lives on the Wraith King on this hero, and that 10-second BKB can be kited out by the Storm Spirit and friends. Now, bottom lane, they just go for the blind stun onto the ward, or onto the rune, rather, just thinking someone might be going for it, but another 3 bounty runes going the way of Sad Boys. And when you're an Alchemist, it makes you pretty sad. You need these runes.
You really, I mean, they've got barely anything. This is a dire game. This is a very sad Alchemist. I mean, he's got 11k net worth, but his goal is definitely coming out way too slow. And as I kept talking about, like, it's at the expense of everybody else on your team. Leo style, he's been brought down twice, and Beastmaster, he's not able to find any farm. Yes, they're dancing around the map decently here, but they can't find anything for themselves. The wealth, I don't think, is going to end up trickling down this game.
Dude, it's hardly trickling at all, even for the people at the top on Thunder Predator, brother. Like, MNZ is struggling to find his own money. And he's got the money printing machine. Like, money printing machine goes burr, but it feels like it got jammed this game. This pause obviously was brought to you by Monster Energy, our sponsor for the tournament. Now, Neff, what flavor are you drinking today? Is it just the Classico?
Classico. I actually had one before we started, as my morning began somewhat early.
I'm drinking myself the Zero Sunrise. Big fan of this flavor. All right, well, they know there's a sentry there snaking. He just gets immediately hit with a point blank fire spirit, and he's like, all right, I guess I'm just gonna deward you, sir.
Storm Spirit. Every time I hear one of those zips, I get a little bit nervous, and I should be right now, given the fact that Storm Spirit just got himself an arcane rune. Now is the time to be nervous.
Well, Alchemic Rage forced in the top lane. Fear just pump faking that Wraithfire Blast to try and force something, but there's going to be the blink. The Burrow Strike onto the backside. They find the Phoenix. No save coming out anytime soon. And Moo, again, he's really tanky. I don't think you have the damage to take this man down, and he's got to roar. He has Burrow Strike up in a few seconds. He can hit a huge Burrow Strike, but the power shot finally takes him out, and now DNM looking for this Ember. Fear's got to be careful. He does have his Wraithfire Blast snaking. He's just stuck on the high ground. He does have an arrow, but they're holding down Wraith King. It's time to get on out. You made a terrible decision here. They're unable to take the fight, and now Thunder Predator is going to find some very necessary gold as snaking 0 leap charges, cliffs himself for the entire duration of the fight.
Yeah, he tried to TP out towards the end, but it ended up being canceled by that shackle shot coming out. I mean, I would have just left the guy there for as long as possible and killed him once he leaped down. He's been doing some mean things to the heroes on Thunder Predator. I feel like that is well deserved.
Yeah, that was a really great fight from Thunder Predator. I mean, they've been struggling for a while. They've had the gold lead the entire time on Sad Boys. We'll probably see it be taken over here on Thunder Predator in just a moment just because of the Alchemist. But they're unable to get that kill onto Leo Styles' Ember, despite having the Arcane Rune there on Storm. Just a little bit of a sloppy fight. I mean, you really want this Sand King to get these epicenters off, and just did not happen.
Yeah, I mean, he's going for a Vanguard now. He might even go for a Crimson Guard up against this Alchemist. Up against
Beastmaster too.
Beastmaster, Ember Spirit. You know, being able to prevent a lot of the damage from the Sleight of Fist. Moon not getting off the epicenter of the Burrow Strike, which would have hit many, many heroes, and the fight would have turned out different, I feel.
Ooh, there's a haste rune there, but Storm Spirit has to just bail as he's taking way too much magic damage. A nice roar, holding Moon down in place again. He can't afford to die twice, and he does. The rune fight going their way. DNM Storm is being hamstringed here, man. Like, he doesn't have a lot to work with. Sacred, very quick thanks to his haste rune, but they get the control. Snake King's going to trade his life here on the backside. MNZ trying to run away from fear. He has this Radiance online and a lot of damage coming out, but it's a 2-for-1. MNZ going to stun himself. Yeah.
There's 5 seconds off Wraith King Reincarnate now. I think they realized it was still on cooldown. That's why they wanted to jump on him, but this next team fight here, it's going to be done. Fear's going to get pretty scary, and his farm's going to start to catch up to Alchemist with this Radiance.
Yeah, he's got a Imp Claw coming out, which I'm not super sold on, honestly, because only one crit can apply at a time. So that Imp Claw will literally never crit. It's just damage.
Yeah.
It's a 7-second cooldown, whereas internal crit is 4-second cooldown. They act exactly the same, so it is just 24 damage. That extra critical strike will never work.
Yeah, that's exactly how it works. In Dota, if you can proc 2 crits at the exact same time, but the higher crit will always override the lower crit if they both roll on the same attack. Mm-hmm. Which is the exact mechanics of it, which is the industry term.
The industry term is mechanics. Mid lane, they catch the Ember. They pull him into a nice arrow. Snake King just finishes him off. They are able to cancel the FB, but again, it doesn't go on cooldown, but MNZ just slaps that bad boy down. Fire Blast there to hold Alchemist at bay. He still has this Sanjin Yasha now with the BKB, and he is strong. He is a big boy. Wraith King, he may not have the damage to deal with him quite yet. It looks like they're eyeballing this Roshan, but they are sitting underneath a ward. Everyone here. MJZ, he walks in. He's just going to get popped. DNM with the exact same play from the beginning of the game, hiding that remnant on the other side of the tree, just baiting out a hero.
Thank you. This guy with the mind games.
He plays Storm Spirit. That's what I can tell. He's had very good placement with those.
It's interesting him switching over from being a carry player to being a mid player and picking up Storm Spirit and playing it this well. Usually this is something that you like specialize on, but DNM, he has done an amazing job.
Oh, does it not go on cooldown when you... If Imclaw doesn't go on cooldown off because of Mortal Strike, then it might be very good. You do have Reincarnation in the mid lane, and it is level 2. They're pump faking that epicenter, trying to bait this out. Wraith King's first life down. There's going to be the egg. Snake King just jumps right in. He's got to take it down, and they do, but can you keep Wraith King alive? He's falling super low, just getting destroyed by the BKB of the Alchemist. DNM on the side, stunned up by that concoction, and they get to Moo. He finally pops his epi, but it doesn't do much of anything as the Alchemist just regenning through it. This is the Alch's timing. He's able to take down 4. A Leo-style triple kill as well. Thunder Predator turning it around.
Yeah, this Basher Sanjin Yasha, he's just able to walk down your team, and just like he ended up initiating on the wrong targets last game on Thunder Predator, that's exactly what Moo did here. That Burrow Strike Epicenter is going to do nothing to this Alchemist. He's seeing at 100 bonus HP a second, and that's amplified by the Sanjin Yasha as well. So, despite the fact that he ended up getting the Epicenter off, they all went down. 5k hero damage coming out from Alchemist, so they're going to start needing to work on solutions. They're going to need Eyes of Scotty. They're going to need to finish up the Spirit Vessel, which now Snake King working on, and they're going to need potential Shiva's Guard on Storm Spirit to even further reduce that regeneration.
Yeah, he is still going for the Bloodstone to give himself, you know, the active heal, that spell amp, as well as the snowballing effect of the item in general, but they have not been able to secure a kill on this Ember Spirit in quite a while. Like, Leo Styles bounced back. They do have, you know, the top 3 net worth behind the Alchemist, but Alchemist has now doubled everyone else in the game. He is at 20,000 net worth. MNZ, just the Munty printer machine, and has been unjammed. He's able to turn it around. Bottom lane, though, he's all by himself. You cannot afford to die. He gets the BKB up, turning around. He's able to stun them. Can they take down the Alk? He stands his ground. Unbelievable play from the Alk, and he is just going to run down Snaking. The Abyssal Blade delivered, and he gets 4. Unbelievable.
Oh my god, how much hero damage was that? For almost like 5,000 damage they did to him, but they just couldn't bring him down underneath that alchemic rage. They were so close. Just barely able to turn that. It would have been that would have been like the boost that they needed to get back into it and restore their grounding here. But now you lost your tower, your tier 3, it's going to be under siege. You do have Fortify that can stall you up for a moment, and it looks like they might get back because of that.
Yeah, that was worst case scenario. I don't know what else to say about that. They almost get the Alk. You know, it is so crucial that they find that kill. It is a lot of golden experience that would have gone their way, and instead turns into a 4 for 0. You know, I have a level 20 Alchemist with more gold than he did before.
Yeah, they just all like lined themselves up to be cleaved down to Alchemist as well because they couldn't finish him off. Quinn, 5 minutes ago. I mean, here I am 5 minutes in the future, Quinn, just saying time to throw. Couldn't be more right.
Oh, baby. I mean, I thought they would have had the damage for him. I'm not sure if they just didn't commit some spells that they could have done, but I mean, he's able to pop the BKB with that Alchemic Rage. The Sun Ray, you know, was essential to keeping him alive as well. You know, that max HP heal per second. You know, they just didn't have it. This is the problem with not getting the Spirit Vessel out earlier. I mean, yes, you can, you know, pop the Alchemic Rage and the BKB to purge it, but if you had that Spirit Vessel bonus damage earlier on, it might have worked.
Yeah. That's exactly what we were talking about, right? Like, you need your Shiva's Guard, you need your Scotty, you need a Spirit Vessel. The Alchemist HP regen is too much, especially with the Sunray behind him. Oh my god, I'm not sure where they're going to go from here on Sad Boys. This is a serious problem. And Wraith King, you know, he was just finishing up his Blink Dagger after that fight that they lost, so that ended up getting stalled up. Now he's working the Assault Cross, so a bit more damage is going to come out from him after he gets this, but there's no difference in the damage output between now and where they were sitting like 8 minutes ago.
I mean, they're about to have an Assault Cuirass on the Alchemist, right? Like, that's the thing. It's not like it's just coming out. Oh, he gets the Blink off on Slade, and you'll only get yourself some Necro creeps. Not a good feeling there.
MNZ's
top lane. MNZ's by himself again. Storm Spirit could set up something for his team, but he definitely cannot do it alone. And it looks like the boys, they're going to walk into the Roche pit here. They do have vision, seeing all of them. And I guess they just know, you know, they don't have the damage to kill this Alchemist anymore. He is too dang strong. 2,800 health, almost 2,900 health, actually. He's going to get the D-wards here on the Roche pit. Thanks to that Necro 3, and they're going to walk on into the pit.
Yeah, this is 168 HP regen a second he's got once he pops that Alchemic Rage. So once he's got this Assault Cross online, he's going to have too much armor for him to burn through.
Yeah, it looks like they are trying to dodge it out here now on Sad Boys. They are a little bit afraid to fight into them, and honestly, I don't blame them. They've lost now several fights in a row. It was looking good for a while, and then these last 2 engagements have just been all Thunder Predator, and now you have an 11,000 gold lead where previously you were able to hold it against an Alchemist, which is the dream.
Yeah. I'm glad that Leo Styles has got a little bit of room to breathe here because of that. The game wasn't looking too good for him, and once the Orchid came online on Storm, you know, I thought his game was just done, but managed to find a couple of kills now, and they opt to start heading towards high ground. They do have Fortify available, so they can fight underneath the tower flag, which will do wonders for Thunder Predator here. Or sorry, wonders for Sad Boys.
Yeah, well, they got to be careful, though. I mean, the tower, it's falling very quickly. Move. Not quite back, but there's the Abyssal Blade. Kind of baited for a moment, but this is an Aegis Alchemist, so he's not really the target you can kill. They do get the buyback on the Ogre. They take some decent damage onto Sacred, but he still has the Roar. Everything's still available for Thunder Predator. Looks like they're going to respect the damage on the high ground here and back off. I guess Alchemic Rage is expiring. Maybe that's why.
Yeah, you don't want to fight outside of that. You are Alchemist, you know, despite the fact that he is so strong, he's only got 2,700 HP. You can't burn through that fairly easily. It's just you don't have a lot of burst. All your burst comes from this Wraith King, who actually is going for this Aghanim Scepter build. I was talking about this one to you, Ricky. This one is actually pretty cool. The extra 25% movement speed and 70 attack speed.
It's the counter, dude. When you're all dying, just get the Spirit Boys out. A nice gank there does find DNM, and you know he's had a near flawless tournament, but he is struggling so hard right now, and you know, just not very characteristic of his play this tournament. Alchemist top lane, no cares in the world, just gonna beat down this barracks. Sandstorm does not do enough damage. He's gonna get himself the first barracks of the game. MNZ, he is unstoppable on this Alchemist.
Yeah, he ends up popping that unstable concoction on himself, but it doesn't matter. They're still just way too afraid to commit onto him, so
Snake King gets found mid. Slayton doesn't have the damage solo, I don't think. Yeah, Yules, he's just gonna go for the TP, but guess what? Leo Styles here offers an assist.
Doesn't even pop that DD. Manages to snag him up with those Searing Chains. He'll go back to base because he needs a little bit more mana, and he'll shove out the bottom lane just a little bit, then he'll come back, I imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. Mid lane tower now under siege. The creeps have made it. I mean, he did an attempt to try and cut the wave, but it doesn't matter. And you're about to lose potentially a second lane of barracks. This Age is still good for 2 more minutes. Fear gonna go ahead. They're just gonna try and jump the Alk and get his first life, but the Sunray heal, it's quite a bit. The roar onto the Sand King. He's falling very low, able to pop that wand and the barrier. He's able to walk away, but the Abyssal Blade comes in from Alk, the Alchemic Rage, the BKB. He's incredibly tanky. They had the Axe this fight. Fear, I mean, you gotta be careful, I guess. His first life on the Sand King will go down. He does have buyback. You've now forced everything out of the Alk.
They might just get back after this one. I mean, they didn't get enough after popping that BKB, Chemical Rage, and Abyssal Blade, so they'll take the Sand King, and they'll disengage. I mean, might as well wait for whatever it is your next couple of items are. They're working on Pipe on Beastmaster's Courier, dead for another 44 seconds.
Did he sell something for this Ags? I didn't feel like he was gonna... I didn't think he had the money for it when we last looked at him. He was like almost 2,000 away.
No, he's 1,000 away.
Was he? Oh, okay. All right, that makes sense. Yeah, Aghanim Scepter, I mean, it's an interesting play now. I mean, it definitely got a massive buff from where it used to be. It was something that, like, no one ever picked up on this hero other than, like, you know, 7th item type of scenario as a blessing, or hopefully from Roshan. Spider Legs drop. That's going to be a fantastic item for the Wind Ranger. She loves this. They also get Orb of Destruction for the Alchemist, so even further amplifying the armor reduction. Mid lane, they might have caught him. A nice arrow tank there. The roar comes out. Can Alchemist get brought down in time? He gets the BKB, the Alchemic Rage. There's the Abyssal. Sand King goes down, but the Spirits isn't going to matter. You've lost Storm. You've lost everybody. Oh my god, it's a disaster. They cannot kill this Alk. First life of the Wraith King. And his second, no buybacks available. You know, they try to take the fight here onto the Alk, but he is just too damn strong.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything that they're able to do now on Sad Boys. You know, you need to complete that Aghanim Scepter a little bit earlier. You just couldn't burn through this guy's regen. Once he got that Alchemic Rage off, you know, he became invincible. Not enough burst damage.
All right. I mean, they might have it this time. The Epicenter, no BKB. He finally gets popped. Moo finding something for his team there, but now we have no heroes alive.
Slayton, does he have Focus Fire? He does not.
It is going to be the slowest tower push here in the bottom lane. A Phoenix and a Wind Ranger. Oh, man. I mean, this one you have to go. They have to just back. There's no way that they can do this. They'll whittle down some buildings here. You know, Ogre going to be respawning soon. Just trying to push these lanes out for the super creeps to come on in. The Phoenix already backing for the runes, though. So, again, more damage done here. Up to 23,000 gold.
Yeah, they did manage to pop those heroes there, though. Alchemist, when he blows up, he's like a gold pinata. So, It closes the net worth lead just a little bit, but that was such a costly defense. They had only one set of racks left. You do have potential to defend from Mega Creeps here with Wraith King. I mean, you're never really going to be out of the game, but it's just going to get harder and harder. That Rax is indefinitely exposed because you've lost your tier 2 as well. Cutting those creep waves is not going to do nearly as much or be nearly as effective as it otherwise would.
So Fear actually picked up the +6 skeleton spawn, so you can hold up to 14 charges now. Now, in the past, the way it worked is each charge was just worth 2 more skeletons. So now you actually have to farm additional stacks, whereas, you know, as compared to how it used to be, I think. Maybe I'm wrong, though, and that is just a bug tooltip.
Interesting. We'll have to see.
It's a lot of skeletons. The boys are out for blood.
Yeah.
One thing that's interesting, though, is you don't typically take this talent against an alchemist. Each of these skeletons is like 30 gold times 2. He sees the skeletons, you like usually boots of travel to that lane immediately, and you're like, ah, yes, 1,000 gold, thank you.
Yeah, don't mind if I do. He's MNZ. Speaking of MNZ, has he started handing out Aghanim Scepters yet? Not yet. I mean, he's been dead for a pretty long time.
He wants items. He's going full carry items before then. Oh, yeah, 27 gold, 27 gold, 27 gold, 20. Oh, my lord. It was so much money. He actually might get caught here, the epicenter into the burrow. If they can initiate the stun, can they finally take down the alchemist? It's time to roar. No, he stands his ground again. He turns around with the satanic. They just cannot take down this alch once again. The GG just gets called. They throw everything at him. And MJZ every goddamn time perfectly positioned with the Sunray, making sure this alch does not go down.
The heroes on Thunder Predator, they're just too strong. I mean, all the damage came out from Alchemist there, right? And if you can't kill him that initial burst, he's going to heal up. I mean, they threw absolutely everything at him. I think just the Sanjay by itself gave him enough status resistance to survive that roar and get off the BKB. Maybe if the Orchid came out slightly sooner, like at the exact same time as the roar, the Soul Burn burst would have finished him off, but he managed to BKB through that one. That is all they need to do, but it ended up being too hard for them on Sad Boys. And I gotta say, it could have been a different game if you end up getting to waste that BKB and you have that HP regen reduction, you have a little bit more burst, but Fear by himself with his Radiance build, it matches up pretty poorly to the Alchemist.
Yeah, I think like you were talking earlier, like the Armlet Deso build, you know, is better at fighting earlier than this Radiance. And the Radiance, you know, it gave him a lot of farming speed and potential, but you just cannot keep up with this Alchemist. And a couple good fights there at MNZ. Holy crap. I mean, I can't, like, we were tense. I can't imagine what he was like. He must have just been clenched so tight during that engagement bottom lane. But they turn it around, man. They're doing incredible. Thunder Predator, they are down, but they are now not out as they tie the series 1-1. Thank you for putting your hat back on there, Neff. The viewers definitely appreciate that.
Yeah, about that. Very important to the show.
Yeah. Incredible performance by Thunder Predator. It honestly cannot be understated. They are ready to go to game number 3, and this is exactly what we wanted to see on the final days of the Americas bracket. So stay tuned, everyone. It's been a heck of a series so far, but we got one game. The winner will advance to the grand finals to play 4 Zoomers. We'll see you after just a short break. Howdy there, we're ready to go. GuvnOR 3, it's the BTS Pro Series Season 4. Dude, what an insane start of the day. I'm our Cryptic, and I'm here with Neff, as always. Dude, fill us in. How insane is this?
This is one hell of a rodeo. I'm going to tell you that much, Ricky. That last game, you know,
I love it.
Back and forth. It was looking like it was going to be a quick 2-0 for Sad Boys there, but Thunder Predator, they kept their hands on the reins, and my God, did they
keep it rolling, man. Keep them rolling. Oh my God. Incredible performance game 2 from Thunder Predator, man. I honestly don't even know how they managed to turn that one around. It was just so close, so many fights, you know, won by a fraction of health on this Alchemist, and just going the way of Thunder Predator. It just, I don't know. It was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Sad Boys, it looks like they're pulling out all the stops this time. They get rid of the Phoenix and the Earth Spirit. I mean, they're probably pretty worried about that. Phoenix is a pretty sick job they ended up doing. That side of doing just as much work as that Chemical Rage. As I've been corrected, is apparently not Alchemical Rage.
Oh yeah, it's Chemical Rage, yeah. Were people malding in chat? Is that what's happening?
Yeah. I just like myself some vowels. What can I say?
You're a big vowel fan. I get it. Leo style Ember, most likely once again. You know, even though he had a rough start to the game, he took off in this mid game. Like DNM, he's been the all-star for Sad Boys in most of this tournament, and he just never really came online on the Storm Spirit. Like, he got an Orchid, never really got to his Bloodstone, and he needed a BKB, so he was just kind of sitting there like, what do I can't do anything. I have no momentum. And meanwhile, Leo style, you know, creeping his way forward in items. There's going to be the IO Gyro. Just open it right out of the gates, baby.
Yeah, I mean, this one was a classic, and they managed to make this one work even before the Gyrocopter buffs this patch. Gave him that Aghanim Shard that gives him, what is it, the 2-target Rocket Barrage, right? So it ends up 2 Rocket Barrage and extend by a second.
Exactly. It allows you to hit multiple units. It's a great amount of magic damage. I think he's still the same type of like bully in the safe lane that we've always seen against certain melee matchups. But yeah, this is a fantastic matchup for him.
Yep. And then the agility on him as well increased by 7. They decreased his base damage by 7. It ends up being the exact same damage at level 1, but that much more attack speed, that much more armor to work with. The hero feels a lot better. And, you know, Gyrocopter, I think that there's almost always a place for him, just given his kit.
Absolutely.
This period is a bit weaker, and periods he's a bit stronger, but just so good at taking these team fights. Awesome hero, especially when paired with the IO. I do think he's a little bit worse with how items were changed. Oh, the AA.
This is sick.
I'll get to that in a sec. But I think he's a little bit worse with how they change around items. You know, Gyrocopter is somebody who wore status resistance very well. And they've been removing that one from the Satanic, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think the Falcon Blade is an item that you could see on the Gyrocopter as like an early pickup, health, damage, mana regen, all things that are super useful. Since you have an IO, though, it may not be necessary. You could just see like the standard Drums build. Drums doesn't give mana regen anymore, so it's one of those things where like, yes, the movement speed is great, especially with IO Tether. So you kind of like weigh your options there, and you know, is investing into Falcon Blade and Drums. It feels too costly, slowing down the Aghanim Scepter too much. So
10 seconds.
We'll see. Tell me about the Ancient Apparition, though. It looks like you had a lot you wanted to say about it.
You know, this hero changed around a little bit. I think he was buffed a lot. His biggest weakness was the fact that he couldn't farm and he couldn't shout out creep waves by himself. That's all changed thanks to this Aghanim Shard. I mean, you throw the your Ice Vortex onto the ground, you end up doing 40 damage a second with it. It slows people's attack speed, too. Already an amazing ability. It does even more damage than the 40 a second decrease because it ends up reducing their magic resistance, right?
Exactly.
It's like a tree protector light for shoving out waves. I mean, yes, you can't hide in the trees, but you can cast an Ice Vortex from so far away. And a lot of the time, you'd like to stay pretty far in the back of team fights so you can always get off that Ice Blast. So such a huge upgrade, that Aghanim Shard. I think he picks up 100% of the time at the 20-minute mark.
One other thing to notice is they also improved the Ice Blast travel time. So it, instead of taking 2 seconds to get to its location, it's now 1.75. So It's just a quicker nuke, which is always better. You don't have to. You have a higher percentage chance of hitting it on the target you want to hit. So it might throw some people off if they're used to like that 2-second travel time and like predicting where they want to go. But overall, generally a buff in that respect.
Yeah, easier to land for sure. Got a lot of heroes banned out. Faces Void, Bat Rider, fellow Cowboy. You hate to see him gotten rid of. Beastmaster, I guess they finally are tired of playing against on Sad Boys. They've had to play against it 2 games in a row now. But they ended up giving up Mars because of it, who is a very strong offlaner, despite the fact that he was nerfed a little bit. That God's Rebuke mana cost increased by 15 at level 1, and they removed his level 10 talent that gave him the minus 3-second cooldown on his spear, right?
Yeah, exactly. And the thing that's odd is it doesn't seem like it's a good lane matchup into Gyro. Flat Cannon and Rocket Barrage deal with this hero pretty well. I mean, yes, you have Bulwark to reduce some of the damage, but Rocket Barrage, you can just run over the Mars. These are the types of lane matchups that Gyro typically thrives in.
Yeah, I think they're thinking post-laning phase, which is one of their issues in game number 1, where they mostly thought inside the laning phase. Outside the laning phase, Mars, he has the arena to work with, so none of the projectiles from Gyrocopter are actually going to get out or into the arena from the outside. So if they can fight around the arena, well, they'll be able to take this Gyrocopter on no problem.
Wow.
He's very early BKB and kind of dance around the in and out of this arena, though. It can get difficult to get the ideal arena up in team fights, as you want to use it on your initiation a lot of the time.
There is a lot of damage on the side of Thunder Predator, and okay, I was gonna say they need some way to reduce it, and they pick Night Stalker from Moo here, which is fantastic. We've seen this Night Stalker show up big time in some games just because of Crippling Fear. And I mean, this is a really good Crippling Fear game already. Ancient Apparition, if you throw the Tracer for your ult and then just get silenced, you're like, okay, bye. Saving this ult for next game type of thing.
Throw that Ice Blast over to the next game. Yeah, exactly.
It's so rough. But yeah, I mean, this is a fantastic pick. If they can't shut down the Night Stalker early, he can definitely run away with it. Now, one thing, if I'm Sad Boys right now, I am 100% banning the Naga Siren here. Naga Siren just seems really strong for their lineup. If MNZ plays it, it's a great counter to the Night Stalker. It gives them setup for the arena, the Ember Spirit, the AA, like everything.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you're going to need to build a BKB on the Naga Siren for sure against a Night Stalker, just so he can't blink on you, then stay on top of you with that Crippling Fear. You have to be able to get off your illusions. I mean, if you're underneath the Naga Siren illusions, you end up dying. You're forced to move away. But if you can get her first, is kind of stick on her and start the team fight and stop her from getting that ultimate off, you're in a very good place. Wraith King banned out on Sad Boys. So that would have been a pretty good pick for Thunder Predator, I feel. If they end up getting the Aghanim Scepter, I mean, your Ice Blast is always going to get off. Your Skywrath Mage is always going to be able to go through his entire kit. Your Mars can get his spells off. Ember Spirit, I don't think pairs quite as well with the Wraith King, but still, it'd be a solid setup there for sure.
It's a hero that also dominates Night Stalker in the beginning of the lane stage too, which is something that is kind of scary. So they may end up just banning out. I mean, in my opinion, I feel like it is Naga Siren, but it could be something else here that they go for. Just heroes that really push Night Stalker out of the lane phase early. And do combo well with their team. I'm just trying to think what that would be. The Faceless Voids band. PA still in the pool. And she's pretty good, especially at dealing with the IO, because she can just jump the back line.
They got rid of the Shadow Demon, which I don't think is necessarily a counter to whatever carry they plan on picking. It would just stop them from being able to chain stun them up with like the Siri Chains, with the Spear of Mars. It's an excellent save from Skywrath Mage's ultimate and from Ice Blast. So taking the save out of the game is a good move, and I think PPD was thinking, okay, he sees the Shadow Demon, that means they plan on taking the Spectre, and I'm not necessarily sure that was the case.
I mean, the Spectre is probably safe, though, right? Because it does just win the lane against the Night Stalker, and then it can always blow up the IO. And that's the scary thing. There's your Oracle. Okay.
That's just saved from a chain stun. They added his shard, so they brought back the invisibility on false promise with a 0.3 second delay.
Oh, is that what his new shard is?
Yes.
That's super cool. I did not know that.
Missed that one. God, I guess Thunder Predator, they've got a minute of reserve time to fall back on now.
I mean, I'm still looking at PA and Naga Siren as pretty good heroes here, right?
Yeah. Naga Siren, I can't think of that many things here. You got a decent front line already with Mars. I think you can get away with going a hero that likes to sit back and farm a little bit.
I mean, what's the chance they just last pick the Alk again? Okay, they take Terrorblade. I was skeptical of Terrorblade because of the magic damage here coming out from Sad Boys, but they don't seem to be worried.
Which is interesting. Do you think he'll end up going something like a Mage Slayer this game? That would be hilarious.
I mean, I feel like Mage Slayer just slows you down too much. Like Terrorblade needs just raw stats, and Mage Slayer is just damage. Like it's magic resist, agility and damage. I think, isn't it? Or attack speed. It's something like that, and then puts the debuff on your enemy. But interesting pick. We'll see. I mean, MNZ has been what was it?
Both the Gyrocopter and Void Spirit. But
yeah.
Again, you don't have enough HP even with the extra magic resistance on Terrorblade to go that far out of your way, spend all that money on the Mage Slayer if you want to tank up. I think you just go your regular items like your Eye of Scotty. You get Mars to build a pipe. You get your other supports to build a Glimmer Cape for you, and then just press the buttons onto you, as they say.
Now, the question here is, can Sad Boys close it out fast enough, right? Because they do not want to go into the scaling Terrorblade, especially with, the Ember Spirit. Like, every single hero on this team does pretty well in the late game, and you're running a very defensive draft here with Io and Oracle, so you need to try and end this out quick. The crazy thing is you pick this all into Ancient Apparition.
Yeah, you did. Which is a bold move. I mean, Night Stalker's going to have his work cut out for him, forced to jump onto the back line there and get the Ancient Apparition. And I can talk to you real quick about my business idea.
Oh, I like the business ideas here, Neff. Fill me in.
These teams clash. You got the headphones for gamers with little cat ears on them, right?
Yeah.
Except a cowboy hat headphone.
Ooh. Okay, it needs to be done. You heard it here. Someone... make it happen. Give us tiny cowboy hat headphones.
Is anyone from HyperX listening, or anyone from generic headphone brand listening in right now? Make it happen.
That's true. That's true.
A lot of cowboys run into this issue where they need to wear headphones, but their hat gets in the way.
This is a good point. And you don't want to cut your cowboy hat or anything, to make room for the headphones.
You thought that I was going to do that this morning.
Yeah, I was like, dude, what? You got a knife? What are you doing? Sacred. Gonna hit a 3-man God's Rebuke. DNM, Resonant Pulse doing some damage. You actually cannot fight this, I don't think. And DNM, he might go down here if they can close the gap. MNZ rotating over, just pops the meta. Slaps him down. First blood for the Terrorblade. Oh, Lord. This is the worst case scenario.
Yeah, I mean, the shoe's finally on the other foot here, Ricky. 2 games in a row now, DNM managed to get first blood and have the advantage over Leo Style and the Linny Face. Now it goes over the way of MNZ. Can he beat Leo Style mid without that gold advantage? We're going to find out.
They did manage to get the runes here, so they do have the ping advantage there on Io. Bottom is able to snag it, but I don't think you can kill this Ancient Apparition. Moo's coming down for this as well. I mean, you are too slow on the Night Stalker. It is daytime. All right, Terrorblade, the one thing they have going for him is he did commit meta for this kill, right? So you do have an easier time in lane right now as the Night Stalker. PPD just continuing to chase down the AA, but he will finally give him the break he needs.
And AA ends up solving up as he heads back to lane. He's pinging people out, but nobody else is a care in the world. They're busy CSing away in the various lanes. PVD actually wins these trades just due to the fact that Fortune's End is a bit more and his auto attacks somewhat faster. Very low base attack time on Oracle.
He also has a lot more regen. He's forced the salve already. PPD doesn't get the block on that camp, and he gets the voice line immediately. Oh, no. He's going to be forced to salve on the high ground. So just some regen trades here. In the lane, though, like I said, I think Moo's pretty okay with this. He can... Oh, doesn't get the last hit on the range creep, but doesn't get denied. And this is mainly just because, like I said, the meta was committed, you know, for that first blood. MNZ, I think, is okay with it because he gets a lot of bonus gold, but Night Stalker not nearly as zoned out of the lane as you would expect.
So, how do you think this is going to end up going here in the bottom lane?
Well, as you say it, they're chasing down Mars. They might have the damage. Rocket Barrage in one, but the creep wave doesn't save him. Fear gets the last hit. Okay. Well, it's going pretty good. This is kind of what I expected, honestly. Gyro, like I said, thrives in these types of melee off-lane matchups, and Rocket Barrage is a pretty good spell. It's only level 1 Rocket Barrage, too. It's just going to get worse, I think.
Yeah, Gyrocopter's got 7 armor as well, so he's already reducing physical damage by 31%. These Gobs of Abuse aren't doing a whole lot to him. And Snake King is keeping his HP topped up even more on this IO.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of mana to work with here, but it's just going to be some good harassment damage for sure. And Sladen, I mean, you're 0 armor on a Skywrath Mage, so you can't really afford to trade against an IO and a Gyrocopter. Mid lane, we haven't really talked about it. DNM versus Leo style. I mean, he's on his Ember Spirit, which is, you know, one of the best heroes for Leo style. We've seen him do incredible over and over again.
Courier makes the ultimate sacrifice.
Well, Leo style, he's having obviously a better time now that DNM doesn't have that first blood gold advantage that he's had in every other game, and I think he's pretty happy about that one. I mean, it's rough when the enemy starts with like almost like a full extra null talisman over you, right?
Yeah, I mean that's exactly what he does. He started every lane so far with a free null tally, and that does not feel good. Ooh, Searing Chain's off the mark. That might be a ping thing.
Yeah, that might have just been a misplay thing. I'm sure he like has the timing for his ping down on situations like that. The Leo style rookie mistake by him, not something you'd expect to see.
Yeah, Leo style doesn't make mistakes. DNM farming really well in the mid lane too, though. It's pretty much dead even, right? Based on the creep wave right now. Yeah, they're doing really great.
So we're almost at 4 minutes. We're going to see the rotations to the power runes, as you mentioned, happens every single game right now in the current patch.
Sladen's here. They're not opting to rotate anyone from the top. So DNM, I mean, he does win the lane or the rune because of that. Because of Remnant every single time. That's why you always get a single point in the Aether Remnant by the 4-minute rune, and it ends up netting him a regen.
Yep, you're just slightly too early throwing out those Searing Chains there on Leo's tile. So not 1 but 2 misplays for the Searing Chains so far.
I mean, it's about all you can do is just try and get the body, like Searing Chain, and then get a body block, right? And DNM just plays it like perfectly every single time.
Did you think it was yours?
People were talking about what Mage Slayer is a couple of minutes ago. I thought we were seeing somebody commit for a kill there. Looks like everything is all right, though.
New Dota item.
New Dota item. Reduces magical damage from whoever you hit with it by 35%. Was it spell damage?
All spell damage for 4 seconds by 35%.
Yep. Gives you 20 damage, 20 agility, and 20 magic resistance.
Yep. Top lane, they're fighting for these bounty runes. Moo, I mean, it's nighttime now. This is a problem fighting into this Night Stalker, and MJZ might go down. PPD has one more file. Oh, he's not going to be able to get off, and then there's going to be the meta pop from MNZ. MJZ just survives it.
Yeah, MJZ is actually going to be so fine because there were 3 stacks of PPD's heal onto him as well.
Yeah, he tried to snipe him with the Purifying Flames over and over and over, but it's only a level 2 Oracle, so you don't have that extra damage coming in from the Purifying Flames.
Yeah, you definitely want level 2 in it before you have, or you usually need 2 points before you have too much kill potential is what I mean to say. They try to go into him again, but it's hard with him still having that Metamorphosis pop. It looks like Moo doesn't want to commit. They might run at him after the Metamorphosis ends or as it starts to end, which will be in a couple seconds here.
Nice use of that flak bottom lane from Fear. It's like 1 point, but he immediately cancels the clarity from the Skywrath Mage. MJZ, I mean, I don't think you get, okay, you do get this kill, 2 levels, Purifying Flames, but Moo, you're underneath the tower, so a rotation in from DNM. If he can find this kill, it would be huge, but silenced up by Sladen, another Astral Step, and a Remnant available, taking a ton of damage from this Terrorblade. They are going to close the gap. They have plenty of magic damage to work with, but TP canceled there, I think from Leo style? Yeah, it was the Ember, okay.
He realized the enemies were backing up, and he'd be much better off just running them down. He's going to find DNM. Leo style, God. Come on.
He does have Astral Step and Dissimulate. Ooh, does he have the damage to finish it off? He gets it. The Concussive Blast. Oh, man. That is a big kill for the Skywrath Mage and for the Ember.
Yep. You can afford all sorts of cool things now, like boots and perhaps even a windlace.
Sacred forced to back out bottom. The Spear obviously creating the space, so Fear can't run him down with these Rocket Barrage. I mean, overall, net worth already a decent start here for Thunder Predator, and I don't see it getting that much better here for Sad Boys. Like, they're going to be able to pop ahead in these lanes. You have this Terrorblade that he's just going to get super farmed.
Yeah. You have surprisingly little farm on Fear as well, despite how well this lane is going. He's only sitting at 29 last hits. It is pretty wild to me.
Yeah, that's actually definitely... that is really surprising. You're right.
Didn't get a chance to touch on that. I think they've just been keeping the creep wave pushed very close to the tower, and Sacred's been doing a decent job denying him a farm, despite the fact that he doesn't have much.
They might go for Sladen here. The missile's coming out. Sacred has no mana for the Spear, so the Concussive Blast will slow him. And Sladen pretty fast on these boots, but the Overcharge and the Tether might be enough to chase down the Skywrath Mage if they have another Rocket Barrage in a second. But you got to be careful because Leo Style's coming over to save the day. Top lane Moo does just dive down for MJZ. They get the kill, trade 1-for-1, but you have Dark Ascension. He could level if he wants, but he's just going to get... Oh my god, the damage from this Terrorblade. Moo's got to be so careful.
He's forced to run all the way back. He bottles himself back up a couple of times, but he's going to hold on to that Dark Ascension that you mentioned to probably wait until daytime or a potential bigger kill here onto Terrorblade. And he's going to need a point to Crippling Fear for that.
Yeah, I mean, 160, 170 damage on the Terrorblade here during this meta, so he is not something you want to mess with.
Yeah.
Well, they're pinging him out. He doesn't have vision of them. Obviously, Night Stalker having that bonus night vision makes it really nice, and they could go for it. His ult has ended, also known as meta, and they're going to go ahead and pop the Dark Ascension, try and trade and chase him down. Leo style, he's rotated bottom, but DNM's coming top. They might have the burst damage to take down this Terrorblade. Finally, the Dissimulate will allow them to do so. The Illusion Rune gets popped. MJZ dies as well. The bottom lane rotation was also a success as they managed to take down the Gyro. No arena committed, just plenty of damage coming in from the Ember Spirit.
Yep. Both teams rotating to the enemy team's safe lane, so ends up, I think, probably turning out a little bit better for the Sad Boys as they got 2 kills rather than just 1, and they shut down the Terrorblade, who's doing quite well for himself. Fear, he's gonna have to play catch up though. Searing Chains is off the mark, and because that Dina manages to get out. Nice dodge there by him.
Yep. Fear is gonna need a lot of recovery here. He just now hits level 6 here on the safe lane, and it's almost 10 minutes. I mean, this is looking really rough for this Gyrocopter. Normally you'd like to, you know, be closer to level 7.5. And he doesn't have many points in flak. Like, you went 2 in the missile, 2 in the Rocket Barrage, so your ability to farm is very slowed down. Does have that chipped vest at least. Gets a broom handle. He might just keep that himself, but we'll see. Might just go to the Night Stalker.
It depends. Again, the HP regen of the chipped vest versus how much are you taking up these neutral creeps, or do you want extra damage from the flag cannon? I'd like to see the broom handle handed off to the Night Stalker. We'll have him have that much more rundown potential against MJZ and Sladen.
DNM, I mean, he might find Leo style mid here. Silenced up for the moment thanks to Sladen, but he's going to go ahead and jump the backside, maybe take down the Skywrath Mage, but a beautiful Searing Chains comes in. He does have an Astral Step forward, but he's not going to take it. PPD drops a ward on the high ground to snipe the kill. Now gets his level 6, so he's false promised himself. He's going to be fine here. Pops the wand. Plenty of healing coming in as well. He should survive this. Yeah, more than enough. Look at that heal. Very nice.
It's based on the color of the sun
orb, right? It was so weird because it was like red for a while and then suddenly just went straight green and he came out with like plus 600 HP. Very nice.
Radiant's bottom tower is in danger.
All right, Leo style here, protecting his top tower from this catapult. His Mu was, you know, positioned behind, pulling the creep wave, making sure that they can try and chip it down over and over again. But Mu, he's TP'd bottom, snaking. In some trouble. The arena is going to catch him. The AA blast as well. He gets the relocate out. Potentially, no, he walks into the wall. Okay, yeah, he gets it off. Mu, however, jumps in back onto the Ancient Apparition. Will be able to find the kill, but he's not going to shatter to MNZ's Terrorblade. He's able to get the tower. PPD here on the backside with the help of DNM. They're going to try and maybe find a fight here, but he skewers him right into him and snaking. He doesn't have a tether target. He's going to go down a 2-for-2 trade, but they catch the Void Spirit. Oh, this is a huge win for Thunder Predator.
Yeah, and Night Stalker, he's not able to fight anymore. That Dark Ascension ends. It switches over to daytime, and that is going to be a 2-for-3 trade. You end up grabbing the mid laner as well. So, about 1,000 XP going your way, and 600 gold. And the Predator managed to snag the tower while they're there, too.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
They'll probably turn their eyes over to mid tower now, as just continue to take map control, take advantage of the fact that it's daytime. Dark Ascension isn't available. Leo style, there's no reason for him to not be aggressive, right?
Exactly, and MNZ's Terrorblade is getting incredibly strong. I mean, he is starting to pull away very quickly, similar to the Alchemist that we saw last game, right? He's given a few minutes, and this man farms. He's had an incredible performance all tournament. Like, he had a rough game 1, but this man, he manages to find gold everywhere.
Get to the drums of endurance.
Top lane, they have Arena in 2. They're going to be able to find Fear. Searing Chains on the mark. He just gets bursted by that Ember Spirit AA and Skywrath combo. Once again, the Mystic Flare. Plenty of damage for these heroes. They just get 2 quick kills, and he just goes back to the mid lane.
Yeah, there's not much to say about that one. Snaking, of course, he's forced to go down with the gyrocopter. And I was expecting them to see turn their eyes mid lane here, but I guess they might wait on Metamorphosis before popping another tower down. US style, just look for these pickoffs. If you're going to slow down Fear's farming, the guy's net worth is pretty low. Only 4.3k, and he had a favorable lane matchup as well. It's not like any of the harass that they threw out to him from this Mars is actually going to stick at any point, right?
Yeah, I mean, the problem is they spent so much time trying to shut down the Mars and so much harassment coming in from the Skywrath mage that they just didn't CS well. Sacred once again baiting them perfectly, snaking, going for the relocate. It will be able to pull him out. No, he doesn't. He gets perfectly silenced by Slayton. Another 2 kills potentially here in the top lane as they chase down Snaking. The Ice Vortex providing enough slow. He's got God's Rebuke, a couple of auto attacks, and another finish off here with a spear. They get to Terrorblade finally goes down bottom.
Yep. I mean, that's all Mu, right? There's no way you're going to get your center off once he's on top of you with that crippling fear. Leo style might even go down. There's a lot of damage.
Yeah. Stuck around just a little bit too long. PPD, never worried. Had false promise the whole time. Okay, I mean, that's a 2-for-2 at the end of the day, and a large gold swing going the way of the Radiant. I mean, Darkest Edge. Oh, Mu going for the TP out, but he gets saved by PPD. Oh, the Fate's Edict. Dang, that was close.
Yeah, PPD's got quick reaction time there. Ends up dropping the Fate's Edict on him instead of the larger cast range False Promise. So, nice job there by him. Keeping the Night Stalker back in. Mu, he definitely didn't want to go down after committing that town portal scroll. He probably knew that he was teleporting inside that Skywrath Mage ultimate, right?
Yeah, absolutely. He 100% was just relying on PPD to save him. He's like, I'll be fine. No big deal.
Peter?
Peter. Bring back the old school Peter baby rage. That was a good one. Peter!
My fart.
Top lane, DNM trying to scout out for his team. Spear off the mark from Sacred. And they will be able to get a nice Searing Chains onto the Void Spirit. A very mobile hero, does have his Yules completed. So a nice itemization here as he's going to go in towards that Aghanim Scepter. You definitely need the Yules this game, right?
Yeah. He definitely... Man... MJCB is kind of broke this game.
DNM might be in trouble. I mean, Slayton's rotating over, gets the silence onto the Oracle, and Sacred is here as well. On the backside, look at Mu, though, just chasing after the AA by himself. You're just isolated, sir. All 5 heroes from Thunder Predator quickly bring him down. And that's a big gold spree as well. 435 on over to Sacred's Mars. Oh, a relocate in? Snaking? Not ideal, or rather a relocate out. I mean, he's just super dead. We'll get false promise for the moment, but AA Blast just shatters him.
Sacred finishes off PPD with her Ice Blast. He shatters underneath that spear as well, and there's a Metamorphosis onto the mid tower committed. I don't think they'll be able to get Roche off of it. That one is still a little bit scary.
I did not realize you could shatter during false promise.
Oh, absolutely, if you drop under the threshold.
Yeah, crazy. All right, Moo almost able to close the gap there, but Missile still going out to Leo style. Slight chains, again, keeping them at bay. They just can't do anything. They are struggling really badly here. I mean, DNM's Void Spirit, he's got some farm, but it's not enough, it seems. Like, they really need this Gyrocopter to come online, and he is the lowest net worth of all the cores. Like, Fear doesn't even have his Aghanim Scepter yet, and he's still 1,300 gold away. DNM here, he jumps really deep onto the back line. He's got to be careful. The AA Blast is there to simulate to dodge out some of the damage, and he will survive. They will catch the stun onto the Ember, actually, and he's going to go ahead and Remnant himself inside. Moo trying to make space, but a Searing Chain's holding him there. The Sacred Blink catching form with this arena, and now they're just going to get ran down. The Terrorblade is here, just trying to back as a squad. You have no false promise. Looks like they're going to disengage, but Moo able to pull the attention of Leo style.
Yep, ends up taking him down on the back line here. Going the drones with endurance is a little bit interesting. I don't feel as if it's as worth it anymore now that it doesn't give you the mana regen. I think that was an important factor of it. Bottle past to Sladen and then back to Leo style, I imagine. They have 2 bottles? They do. Water boy Sladen over here.
Oh, gotta love it. You know, every team needs a water boy.
Yeah, make sure to stay hydrated, everybody. We need to change that to a Monster Energy bottle or something.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that. That'd be funny.
Yeah.
Just put the M logo on it. Oop.
2 tournaments that did that. There was the Kit Kat shared tangos on what was that tournament called?
I have no idea.
It was like a copy of Midas Mode 2.
Yeah, I did not know. I did not see that one.
Ah, damn.
Ooh, what a convenient DD rune you have here, sir. Don't mind if I do. 500 damage Terrorblade as I'm going to start wailing away at this Roshan. They scan it, you know, they're like, okay, we got to go contest this, but it's might be too little too late here. You lose the ward you have on the high ground. You do have Moo, Dark Ascension in 5, but Roche, it's already dead. You cannot contest. MNZ now has Aegis Manta almost to his Eye of Scotty.
He did all of that without any minus armor as well. Roshan brought down in no time at all. And like you just mentioned, only another 1,000 gold left. He's got this Eye of Scotty, and they're playing against a number of ranged heroes again. Io, Oracle, Gyrocopter. Oh,
that is some good drops there. Bullwhip for the Io. Terrorblade gets himself an Imp Claw of all things.
Yeah, that bonus damage, that critical strike after he pops the Metamorphosis is going to work wonders on the heroes on Sad Boys, and they're going to struggle to get back into this. I mean, they do have the damage. They can set up some great things with Moo here, but he's going the Aghanim Scepter rather than a Blink Dagger. I think right now they're concerned about clearing out the illusions and having AoE damage.
This is just an
I don't know if it's the right play.
Yeah, I mean, this is just an incredibly late Ags coming out from both of these guys. Like, we just see Fear pick up his Ags on the Gyrocopter, you know, almost 20 minutes into the game. The previous time we saw the Gyrocopter, I think he had this around 16 or 17, but he also had drums. So you can just see how much slower this Gyrocopter is this game. He will start to farm pretty quickly, but nothing is going to keep up with this Terrorblade.
Middle tower is under attack.
MNZ is having an absolutely insane game this time around. Last time there was a lot of trust placed in his teammates to keep him alive after that initial stun. This game, it's the MNZ show, though. Just very heavily out-farming this Gyrocopter. And I don't think anyone's going to stop him taking this tier 2 tower in the top lane. That'll open up the outpost. Just hammering away at it. I mean, Moo trying to finish up this Aghanim Scepter. He's only 200 gold away. It will help a little bit with this base defense, but they'll also need to be nighttime. They need to fight under this Dark Ascension. If they end up being able to disengage and reset the fight, they're just down. Oh no, PPD.
That's a big death. He does have buyback. You are going to lose to tier 2, but like you said, Mu will be able to get his Aghanim Scepter here, which, I mean, Dark Ascension plus the level 4 Void is pretty substantial. It is a lot of damage in fights. And Fear, I mean, I don't know what he just managed to buy, but he's going for something. Where's his courier? Oh, it was a Tome of Knowledge, so not anything super important there. Your base under siege, brothers.
Yeah, you have lost your Fortify, and it is going down incredibly quickly. There's a Catapult here as well. You're going to have to make a move. You might just end up losing your rack before you even set up a defense here.
I mean, Mu's wrapping around on the backside with DNM. He pops an Arcane. No, what rune was popped there? Yeah, an Arcane onto Moose. You're going to have a lot of these Voids coming out, but he almost dies immediately. They managed to take down AA, Sacred falling low. Yeah, he's just dead on Mu. They chased him down to the backside. MNZ and Leo Style make quick work, and now you're all trapped inside of the arena. You die in front of your base on 4, and now DNM's going to go down as well. You have 2 buybacks.
They couldn't do anything there. In Fear, he wasn't able to commit the flat cannon because of that arena. He had to hold it until everything fell down, and they already lost Mu on the back line. They just lost everyone for almost nothing. Ancient Apparition and Mars had already done their job, so the Rax goes down after, and they lose every hero after they take the Rax, for that matter. Or sorry, no, the Rax is almost taken. Oh my God!
Yeah, they were smoked back here, right? On Leo or on DNM and Mu, and like Mu just gets focused and pulls way out to the back, and on the front, all they get is an Ancient Apparition, while Mars Arena's 4 heroes, and you're just stuck in there with a Terrorblade. Yeah, what are you gonna do?
I don't think they realized Mu would go down that fast. I mean, the guy melted like paper to this this Ember Spirit, and so much damage coming on the rest of them because of MNZ, and all they have to do is rinse and repeat. This Aegis is up for another 50 seconds here.
Mid lane, they are going to find AA and chasing after this Terrorblade. He does have Aegis and Manta. Will pop it now. The Sunder, Fear, gonna get False Promise, but you cannot fight this unless they can take him down. A Yule's into a Remnant. They buy back the AA. Mu manages to go down bottom lane. He will survive the relocate out. DNM doesn't make it out of the arena. He's trapped. He doesn't have 4 seconds on that. Oh, he goes down 80 seconds. No buyback. They're chasing for Peter as well. Leo Style chains in 3. He preemptively tips him. He's like, I know I'm dead here, sir. This is going to be a dieback. Oh, not a dieback. He still has his buyback, it seems.
Aegis going to expire in 11 seconds, which is the same time they have Metamorphosis. So MMZ, he's going to top himself back up, and then he's going to go in, take this top set of racks.
I mean, this is looking so bad. How do you kill this Terrorblade? I mean, he's 11,000 gold lead, now has a BKB delivered, and he's just going to go for more damage. They have not been able to close it down.
They can't do anything. They have to wait inside their fountain, inside their base, for everyone to come back up in order to have any chance of defense. The tier 2 bottom lane will keep the last racks alive.
I mean, they're just going to cut waves, right? They managed to get, the top tier 2, but they're just trying to farm up on this Gyro and get to a BKB. I just don't see it being enough anyway. Like, this Terrorblade pick was just perfect. They don't have an answer for this hero.
No, it's like, you can try to do magical damage in, but by the time he gets the BKB online, I mean, you got your 10-second BKB now on MNZ, there is no way you end up doing the physical damage through to him. Gyrocopter just doesn't have enough by himself. Only 25 or 125 in attack. You have to somehow kill MNZ's entire team and then kite him around afterwards.
Slayton also has an Aghanim Scepter on the Skywrath Mage, so you can only save 1 hero here on this Oracle, and now you have double silence, double concussive blast, an extra arcane bolt and an extra mystic flare. So being trapped inside this arena is even more scary. Backside, they're going to look for the Ancient Apparition. He's the hero they need to pick off, but again, they just tunnel down the Night Stalker. He cannot survive. False Promise committed. Yes, you get the AA, but you lose. Mu, and DNM has to run back into the base. PPD is going to buy back immediately. Dissimulate available. The BKB committed on the Terrorblade, but DNM no escape. He just goes down. PPD cannot save him. The tier 3, the final structures here for the side of Sad Boys starting to fall, and a Blink Spear sends Oracle into the base. 4 heroes dead. The buybacks come out, and Fear has nowhere to go. The GGs are out. It's a rampage for MNZ. The perfect finale for this game.
And that will end the lower bracket finals, and Thunder Predator, they will advance to the grand finals against 4 Zoomers. That looked so rough for them at the start of this series. I mean, they could have lost that, been 2-0'd by Sad Boys here, but Thunder Predator, they shaped up in game number 2 and in game 3. Just everything they did felt so right. Fear not managing to scare himself any farm here on the gyrocopter, and them not having the damage to bring down this Terror Blade.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Summed it up perfectly, man. DNM mid lane, you can just see the difference here, right? He's was a big part of them winning a lot of these games, and 2 games in a row, he just does not have a good game. He goes 6-6-5 as opposed to Leo style 10-1-17. MNZ had pretty much free farm from minute 1, gets first blood, which always, you know, makes it a little bit easier. And now you're just in a scenario where you have no answer for this Terrorblade late game. He presses BKB, and what can you do?
Yeah, I mean, even before he got the BKB, they took these like amazing fights against them. Usually ended up getting his Sunder off. And despite the fact they tried to take these team fights in, you know, some creative ways on Sad Boys, the Aghanim Scepter on Moo, it felt a little bit underwhelming. I mean, he spent the entire game trying to farm it, right?
Yeah.
By the time it came out, I mean, he ended up getting blown up, and he couldn't even engage into the entire team. I don't think he got like a 4 or 5 man void off. He tried to jump the backline in 2 fights. Both times he ended up getting bursted down.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what that means, Neff? We got a grand finals underway. Let me go ahead and show you all the bracket. I am so freaking excited. 4 Zoomers will be going up against Thunder Predator in the grand finals, a best of 5. Now, these teams have seen each other before in the upper bracket. It was a 2-1 for 4 Zoomers, but those games were very close. And now Thunder Predator, I mean, they're looking to take a second tournament here to finish off the year. 4 Zoomers trying to get their first major victory here in the year. I mean, these teams have gone head to head all year long, fighting for dominance. I mean, this is like the perfect storyline, in my opinion. Like, these teams going head to head to finish off the year is incredible. So I'm super excited. I could not have asked for a better match. What should we expect here, Neff? I mean, these teams coming off of, you know, incredible highs, and Thunder Predator look borderline unstoppable, but 4 Zoomers have looked amazing as well.
It's hard to say exactly what to expect. Thunder Predator, they had a clean 3-0 grand finals in Movie Star Liga Pro Gaming yesterday. They started a little bit slow today, but, you know, this is a good warm-up match. Meanwhile, 4 Zoomers, you know, they've got some games to analyze and figure out exactly how it is they're playing this patch with Leo style, with MNZ, and they're rested up. I mean, I'm on the board with you here, Ricky. This is one of the best finals I could have asked for. Both these teams have made so much progress in 2020. Absolutely amazing that we did see the 2 of them to end the year.
Yeah,
but that's all I got before this next match starts.
So excited. That being said, everyone, we're gonna go right into the grand final, so definitely stay tuned. We'll be back in just a short break. Honestly, grand finals between Thunder Predator and 4 Zoomers. Stay tuned.
Look, wave. Tapped in. Lately my life had a fast man, but it's ass plan. Fight for my life with the brass hands, and I still ball with a bad hand. Got an aerial point of view, but they'll never see the big picture through zoom lens. From the quicksand, make it push start, type of band's coupe, but the tent plan. I'm back on my bender rolls for the kicks. They quick to give them 2 cents. Put my circle tight like we glued hands. Like I don't believe in new friends. Tread light, I know the ice thin. I drop the song, get a few wins. I crave the comfort in my own skin. Really, I just wanna feel the world spin. Go for check, watch me double that. I get it lit, I watch it bubble up. Remember opening for shows, no a show, but I pulled through, I muscled up. Not a label one, fuck with us. I spin the paper, let them know what's up. I figured out we really onto something, cause jealous niggas give a subtle love. Crazy, they hella shaky on that really, but that's fake. Shit see through the shade, shit they so unstable. Done waiting, I'm a wanderlust, I'm really going all the way to places. Never thought I'd take it all off the phrases, but I can't get no sleep, landing in the weeks. Life is bittersweet, I can't really explain it, but it's everything I need. At least for now I think that everything might be alright, okay, yeah. I can't get no sleep, landing in the weeks. Life is bittersweet, I can't really explain it, but it's everything I need. At least for now I think.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. It's the BTS Pro Series Season 4, the America's Grand Finals. We have waited so long for this moment, Neff. It is 4 Zoomers versus Thunder Predator. I know you're getting suited up here, throwing that cowboy hat, gonna yee some haws here today. We are casting directly from the Mistwoods, those who are wondering. We have been in the swamps since the beginning of the tournament, since the beginning of the patch, rather, ready to go. We've got all the Dota knowledge coming your way. Neff, what an amazing game we have coming in front of us. Tell the viewers what we can expect.
You can expect the top of North America fighting the top of South America. These two teams, we were talking about it as the last game ended, the Sad Boy versus Thunder Predator series. Both these guys, amazing progress that they made in 2020. Thunder Predator, they were looking pretty solid towards the start of the year, but they've climbed to the top of the region. Nobody can doubt that after they managed to 3-0 Team Brazil in the grand finals of the Movistar Liga Pro Gaming League.
Yep.
And, beat Sad Boys out in the semifinals, the lower bracket finals here in BTS Pro Series 4. I mean, they've been looking better and better every single tournament. And here we are at the end of the year, a best of 5 between these two to round it out. And I cannot wait.
This is literally the perfect storyline. It really is. There's no better story arc that could have happened with these two teams coming in all the way through an incredible year of struggle and success and like ups and downs, and then they get to finish off the year both in a grand finals going head to head. I mean, these have been two teams that have battled it out against each other in so many tournaments going back and forth, and I'm super excited. We're just going to jump right on into the draft, and here we are, ladies and gentlemen. 4 Zoomers versus Thunder Predator, and they open it up with an Enchantress, and they respond with Ocean's Dark Willow.
Yeah, this hero looking, Ocean looking incredibly solid with Dark Willow. I mean, the guy, if you give him anything, he ends up just taking heroes down by himself. He does great work with the Terrorize. He does an amazing job in a landing phase with the Bramble Maze. Unfortunately, they don't get to pair it with a Mars this game.
Mm-hmm.
That's something we see pretty often.
Yes.
But see what 4 Zoomers what Thunder Predator respond to this Dark Willow with. Enchantress, great setup, can use it as either an aggressive support or a way to defend your allies. You do a lot of damage both with impetus and taking over creeps, though it is sometimes decided on how good the neutral creep beside your lane is. Timbersaw picked up now.
Sacred Classic. I mean, he's taken it in almost every game he's had the opportunity to.
Yeah, but it's a little bit weird grabbing it this early when you don't know what you're up against. It does allow 4 Zoomers to pick whatever plays pretty well against it. It falls off towards the late game. It really depends how good your early game is. Team wins or loses. If you can end up getting the early tower just by maxing out those reactive armor, playing very aggressive against the enemy safe lane carry, it's great. The rest of the time, it seems to fall off and not really do enough.
And this is something that they actually picked as a response to it in the last time Thunder Predator met 4 Zoomers, if I'm not mistaken, was this Storm Spirit and Gunner. I mean, his Storm Spirit is, I think, undefeated here this tournament. Sacred, I'd have to double check. Has not lost many games on the Timbersaw, if he's lost one at all. And I mean, Storm Spirit's a great counter. You can get an early Orchid. You have a lot of magic damage. It forces Timbersaw to get the Hood of Defiance, potentially even a Eul's if he slows his Lotus Orb down too much. But like you said, picking this hero this early causes issues from the safe lane. There's a lot of options. You can pick the Viper if they want to pick a Viper support. You still have plenty of carry heroes that match up well into the Timbersaw. They're going to start banning those out with the Ursa, as we can see. But you know what, Neff? I'm feeling like if we're going to start this series off right, there's one thing we need to do, and that is to crack open another cold one. And I am super excited because I'm going to grab a new flavor here. I have got the Ultra Paradise. What are you sitting with there? The Classico still?
I just keep going with the Classicos. I had too many Mango Locos earlier on. You don't want to go overboard on those guys, but the Classics I just can't get sick of.
Yep, there you go.
Ricky,
what?
You want to count us in for this one?
I'll count us in. That sounds pretty good. You ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, dude, this can is see-through because it's all green. Poggers. Okay, this is nice. Thank you, Monster, for this one.
All right, we're looking good. We got bands coming out. Talk to me bands so I can pour with precision here into my glass.
No, you're also a glass and ice kind of person. You know, you guys, we're fancy here. You know, this is what we're all about. The bands, we're just seeing some more of these counter picks come out. The Drow Ranger. They also get rid of the Wraith King here on 4 Zoomers, which is a nice pick into the Storm Spirit, the Dark Willow. You know, heroes that. You can get his first life potentially, but can just burst down the rest.
So it means that they might want to pick up something like a Faceless Void or an Enigma going forward here if they're getting rid of the Wraith King. I mean, that is one of the classic counters. Wraith King looking pretty strong this patch. I mean, they changed around his reincarnation. They didn't win last game with it on... 2 games ago with it on Sad Boys. Unfortunately, that was one of the 2 games they lost that knocked them out of this tournament. But it's looking pretty good with that new crit, right? The 4-second cooldown means you're always going to get that initiation damage.
It is. I mean, it looked really good in a couple of the games we've seen. I don't know if it was exactly the reason they lost that game too. But it seemed to have a lot of success so far. They do have a few more options still. Ooh, they actually banned the anti-mage. I was wondering if it was something they would pick up themselves as a little bit of a deny pick there, but they go ahead and do it their own way, I suppose. And there's the Monkey King. Okay, that was obviously one of the heroes that got a nice buff here in this patch. Pairs up well against the Timbersaw.
And Puck picked up here on Thunder Predator, one of the big winners of this patch for sure. I mean, you've gotten the chance to play a pub with them, right?
Yep.
And that one went pretty well for you. You said that you really liked what is the true? Is it pure damage?
It's 70 additional damage and True Sight under the Waning Rift.
Sorry, True. I thought you said Strike.
No, True Sight. Yeah, so you reveal wards and invis units.
Yeah. God, the puck change around though. The knockback is definitely the biggest feature of it, in my opinion. So you can drop the Dream Coil onto somebody on the edge of it, and then just shove them out. If you have that Agnum Scepter, and it ends up being a 4.5 second stun. It is absolutely insane, in my opinion.
Yeah, it is very good. Now, the one thing you have... Oh, the Nyx. Okay, I've been wondering if we're going to see this hero, because he also got some pretty interesting changes. But it's a great pick into both Timbersaw and Enchantress. You just ignore the Untouchable completely. Your Vendetta has True Strike.
10 seconds remain.
Oh, correction. You don't ignore it completely because you need to get that initial hit off onto the Enchantress, right?
Yes, I believe that is correct.
So that means you're kind of stuck there for a moment.
Yeah, you're doing the big wind up. You're like, hit.
But afterwards, it worked pretty good. They improved the cast point of his Impale. That one was a pretty big issue. I mean, such a low cast point and cast range. It went from 0.5 to 0.4, I believe.
Yeah, you are correct.
And then they gave him his Shard, which that gave you uncapped movement speed during Vendetta, and then a minus 20% magic resistance for the duration of the break, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, it is pretty... Ooh, wow, they just pick up the Alchemist immediately. Okay, so we saw MNZ on this Alchemist in the earlier today, game 2, and how it just popped off, and they're just going to go ahead and grab it right away. They don't want to risk it. Now, when you see the Monkey King and the Storm, you're not too worried about these heroes. Alchemist can farm pretty fast.
Yeah, I mean, as Alchemist, you're not as worried about the break from the Nyx Assassin. Nyx Assassin doesn't really have the same kill potential as a lot of, or doesn't have the same kill potential onto Alchemist as he does a lot of other heroes, and he's able to regen off any harass if Nyx Assassin just pops his head out for a little bit. But you're also worried about him walking underneath your acid spray, stunning you out for a moment with that Spike Carapace, and 4Zoomers just playing this very fast, not giving you a chance to come online. It really depends on how hard the Alchemist gets shut down at the start of the laning phase. If you can get that initial Battle Fury, then I think they'll be all right. But I don't know. I think you should have picked something that isn't as farm intensive. It can play a little bit quicker with your puck and your timber saw.
Yeah, you're right. I think you have a little bit of a little bit of a mismatch on the timings. Now, that being said, if Alchemist has a good lane, he is the perfect hero to match that timings. But what we've seen typically with the timber saw in recent games has been heroes like Ricky, because it just, he gets diffusal and starts killing people, right? And that's just how it works.
5 seconds remain.
So pretty interesting stuff.
Last ban here for Thunder Predator. They got rid of 4Zoomers got rid of the Earth Spirit here. They got rid of the Underlord on Thunder Predator, so they're worried about a dangling offlaner, right?
Yep.
Yeah, we
do need that. We're a big fan of big danglers here. We mention this all the time.
Yeah.
They have the big dangler in the form of the timber saw here on Thunder Predator, but Zoomers, they're definitely lacking a dangler.
Mm-hmm. Slaughter gotten rid of here on Thunder Predator. I guess they're worried about that one. I mean, he is one of the big winners of they nerfed him around in Sun aspects, but his Aghanims is absolutely amazing, applying the 5-second corrosive haze to everybody that gets hit by this Slitherine Crush.
Yep, it's pretty interesting for sure. One of the better ones, but it's one of those things where it does slow down some of your other timings, right? You can't really afford to just get it at 20 minutes. It's definitely good as the game goes on, but you need a blink usually, you need a 4-staff, sometimes a BKB, and those are items you can't really afford to slow down in some games. They banned Clockwork. Okay, I mean, that's a really good hero against the Monkey King. You can never ult if there's a Clockwork in the game.
Yeah, just stays on top of you. It's possible they plan on picking a backline hero last on 4Zoomers. I mean, I don't know who it would be. Given the fact you have Storm Spirit as your 2, you Monkey King is all likelihood your 1, and you're lacking a Dangler. The Earth Spirit and Clockwork are definitely heroes that come to mind if you want access to the backline, and I'm not sure that's something they need on 4Zoomers. I guess they're just worried about each of them against the Storm Spirit and the Monkey King individually.
Sladen Tiny. This is going to be great. That's a great pick here. A lot of burst magic damage does do wonders against both Storm, Monkey King, and Dark Willow. I mean, these are heroes that are really susceptible to the blink when it comes out on Tiny. And on 4Zoomers, I mean, you do need a big, bad front line. It could be Brax's Tidehunter, which gives them some great team fight potential. Combos really well with Monkey King's Wukong Command. The question is it good enough against Alchemist in the lane to try and shut him down?
I mean, Tidehunter is going to be all right. I don't know if it's good enough against the rest of the lineup here. Your Kraken Shell, it's going to go a long way. I mean, Puck isn't going to be... No one's going to be able to break you or keep that silence onto you. You'll be forced to build a Silver Edge on Alchemist eventually. Yeah, Tidehunter would be a good way to round this out. I can't really think of any options that would be that much better here.
The Enigma, right? That's the only other one? Because they don't have really... The only real good cancels they have is Concoction from outside, Puck, and Tiny. And if you can get a decent-sized... Whoa! Okay! This is a good pick. It is a Dangler for sure.
That one does dangle, but I'm not sure he's going to do the job as well as Enigma. And Doom, they changed that one around. They made his Aghanim Scepter back to the old Doom, where it applies the break rather than the Infernal Blade. And the Infernal Blade stun and extra duration is on the Aghanim Shard now.
Now, the Shard is quite good, though. For 1,400, getting that additional Infernal Blade damage is very good at dealing with the Timber Saw. But like you said, you need to farm an Aghanim Scepter to get the break, which that's your main source of dealing with Timber Saw and Alchemist likely as this game goes on.
Yeah, I mean, your break doesn't really do anything to Elk, though. He's still going to have his lowered base attack time if he gets his Doom off. It doesn't really matter what comes out afterwards. It's mostly just the Timbersaw reactive armor stacks, which, a lot of the time you don't want to throw, or you don't want to apply the Doom to the Timbersaw. If you Doom him, you take him out of the team fight with just that, essentially. So it doesn't feel that important, which is why I would have preferred the Tidehunter here, but I'm curious if they have something in mind that I'm not aware of here on Zoomers.
So here's the thing is Doom can farm very quick, and Alka's going to peel off into the jungle pretty early, so that will make space for Brax to kind of find some items, and Enchantress has no way of dealing with him from the support position, right? Because he can just run her down. Inferno Blade and Scorched Earth are way too much damage for the Enchantress to deal with, so we could just see the Doom kind of keep pace and find some big items early on, and that's a pretty big deal. The one thing they have to consider is the fact that Doom is a very low armor hero, and you're fighting into Corrosive Haze. Or not Corrosive Haze, sorry, Acid Spray.
Acid Spray, yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. It's the first series of the Americas Grand Finals. I hope you're as excited as we are. Pogs out for Zoomers versus Thunder Predator. Both these teams have done an incredible job to get here, and they absolutely deserve it. So make sure to show support for your favorite teams. I know Neff and I couldn't be happier with this matchup, so hope you guys are all ready as we are.
Yeah. Let's hope Thunder Predator, they don't get MNZ first blooded this game. It's definitely a problem they had to hate Sad Boys.
It happened twice against Sad Boys, and then game 3, they're like, okay, we see what you're doing here. We see what you're doing. We're going to just respond with all 5 heroes and not let this first blood happen again.
Yeah. I don't like how close MNZ is hugging these trees. I mean, the enemies don't have a vision of him, but he doesn't have vision of them as they approach him when he does this kind of stuff. I really don't like it, in fact.
Well, now that it is nighttime at level 1, or before rune spawn, you can't see across these high grounds. Usually, you could just stand and see if there was another hero up there, but you cannot do that anymore. Bottom lane. Oh, Sammy was hiding. What was he hiding as? I didn't even see him. Was he a tree? I have no idea.
I was watching MNZ, who had just decided for some reason to put himself on the peninsula.
I had no idea. I didn't even see. They are going to go ahead and aggressively lane Tiny, Enchantress, and Alchemist into the Monkey King. I think that's absolutely the best case scenario you can get here.
Yeah.
So smart play from Thunder Predator as well.
Let's just jump right into the lanes now. And game number 1 of the best of 5. Dark Willow TPs to the bottom immediately. Wants to deal with this tri-lane aggression. Sladen, Tiny, he does feel great level 1. He's got pretty big base damage. Toss can do a lot of work, but not nearly as much work as Bramble Maze.
Now, yeah, one of the things that's also rough is because you always go for the Grievel's Greed 1, is you have no Acid Spray to contest this Monkey King in the lane right now. And he is itemizing for this Orb of Corrosion, the new item here that came out in the patch. Very interesting. Good on Monkey King. Very good on Monkey King. It applies on his ult, all of his soldiers once he gets the Aghanim Scepter. So it is one of those heroes where the Orb of Corrosion is genuinely very good.
Mm-hmm. It's I wasn't convinced by Orb of Corrosion as the patch first started, but I've seen on a number of heroes you can kind of excuse the cost of it.
And Monkey King is one that it's actually genuinely a core item on, I believe, because he's super vulnerable in the lane. He doesn't have a lot of HP, kind of suffers to burst damage, and so just getting an extra 150 HP from the Orb of Corrosion, you almost always want an Orb of Venom, and you're just like, all right, I'll spend a little bit of my early game gold into playing aggressive and having some survivability. Bottom lane, I mean, they're just, like you said, doing really well in this tri-lane. Tiny's probably he's just blocking the camp. Okay, I wasn't sure if he was going for a pull here.
Sammy Boy dodges out the impetus with that Mischief. They actually decreased the cooldown of it in this patch as well. So
yeah, 20 to 15, right? So actually a lot more spammable.
Mm-hmm. It's something that Sammy Boy is very well practiced on. One of his specialties, is you like to say.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the Terror Blade. My God, was he terrifying yesterday on it.
Dude, his Terror Blade was insane. All right, we're going to just start seeing Brax do what he needs to do on the Doom. Obviously, you do not want to lane against the Timber Saw, so Timber will drag to hard lane, and Brax will drag to small camp, and they're just going to keep trading for farm, essentially, which is really funny.
Yeah, Leo Style just taunting Gunner here in the mid lane. He's gotten a couple outplays onto him by spamming that phase shift.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely pretty even right now. 15-1 versus 13-2. He does have a couple extra creeps still here on Leo Style, so he might be able to even it out. But Gunner, his bottle on the way. Leo Style doesn't have his quite yet. There we go. Oh, Sacred. Wait a minute. Did his courier die? Whose courier died?
That was
it was Sacred's.
I
think it just. I was like, did it die to neutrals? Like, what happened there?
There's a couple things. If the creeps take damage when nobody's nearby, the creeps will aggro onto a courier. But I wasn't watching, so I'm not sure how that one went.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a weird mechanic, as we call them in the industry.
Big fan of mechanics. Neff and I, we talk about mechanics all the time. Doom manages to get the toughness aura, so 3 additional armor for his hero, which helps him just tank these creep waves as he drags them over and over again mid lane. We're going to see Sladen on the Tiny. He's invis. There is a ward here. So, or not invis, rather. He's smoked up. So as soon as the smoke pops, you will be able to see him. But Husky's wrapping around. He sees him now. That smoke's going to pop, and that ward providing all the vision he needs. And the question is, who's going to get the 4-minute rune? You do have the Vortex. He's just going to give it to Leo Style. He's a little bit afraid as Sladen's wrapping around. He cannot risk getting avalanche and tossed back, and that's exactly what's going to happen. He's a little bit out of position, forced to just TP out.
Yep, to his tower, though, so he's not going to go too far, not losing any XP from that one. He didn't choose to use the Vortex at the moment that he came into range of it. The Waning Rift would have come out, which would have gapped the rest of the distance for Leo Style and silenced up Gunner, and he would have been in an even worse position, so...
Ooh, Sladen just sniped Doom's courier. On the way back, it looks like, because he did get his boots delivered. He is just going to go... He's holding his level 6 right now for his Doom. Bottom lane, Sammy Boy falling really low. The enchant is there. He's going to go down. Ooh, he dodged it with a mischief. He has Battle Strike in 1. He's going to pop him. The first blood goes to the Monkey King. What a play.
Just getting started.
He dodges the impetus just like you talked about with that mischief and just turns around with that Boundless Strike. An incredible play by him there.
Stupendous.
Theo Style might be in trouble. He has Doom here. Pops the Waning Rift, the orb. He'll be able to survive. Husky chasing after the Enchantress. He will get a clap. Nice.
Is under attack.
He has Impale in 3 seconds, but I don't think he can keep up with the Enchantress. She's getting boots delivered as we speak. Oh, he might actually. Impale on the mark. Can he get the kill? Fairy Fire's pop. She's too fast. She might be able to chase Husky here. You do not want to throw an impetus because he can definitely spike Carapace it. She's got a salve. She's going to be fine. This bug is very fast. Who would have guessed?
Yeah.
Rotating the top lane on Ocean here. I mean, they could try and punish MNZ as he's just TP'd up, and you do have level 6 on Doom. There's going to be the Stomp. Doom comes out, and that's going to set up a nice Bramble. He is trapped. Level 2 Realm as well. Do they have the damage finished off? It doesn't look like it. A huge rotation. They're going to just coil up the Doom. Leo Style should be able to pick off this kill very easily. He does just that. In bottom lane, Sacred is just diving the Sammy Boy Monkey King.
I mean, he's not happy now when Sacred Sammy Boy's managed to grab first blood, which put him pretty close to the Alchemist, all things considered. Alchemist just got like a triple creep wave underneath his acid spray before they doomed him, so he caught right back up, and now he's pulled ahead of Sammy.
Good old Alchemist stuff here.
Yeah.
Sammy Boy is in some serious trouble bottom. We'll Boundless Strike that creep wave for health, but he is just going to continuously get ran at, and he's going to have to build these Jingu stacks once again if he doesn't want to go down here. Sacred's just going to keep diving. Nice mischief dodge there on the burst damage once again. Husky rotating over. Should be able to break the salve. He does just that with a really nice impale, so Sacred obviously not really in any danger.
Sammy Boy knows exactly how tanky he is with all of those stacks of reactive armor, so focuses on the creep wave. But in the top lane, Ocean managed to bring down MJZ.
Yeah, a lot of damage from these 3 points in the Scorched Earth. He also has the Klappa from the Tomato Creep.
The dire scan. On the hunt for
love the Klappas.
Man, shout out to the old Twitch chatters who know the OG Klappas.
What's the... Oh, just going for the last hit on that creep there with that Dark Realm, or Shadow Realm.
Gunnar is just farming MNZ's woods. He's like, oh, you wanted these? Sorry. Bottom lane, Sammy Boy with Sacred. He is TPing out of vision. They could potentially get him. A Vortex will pull him back. You have 3 points in this Remnant. A nice boundless strike. Sacred's just too damn tanky. They don't have the damage for this Timbersaw. He doesn't have the mana, though, to continue the chase. In top lane, they will fortify the structure. Brax, he's just chasing him down, man. He is so strong on this Doom. I mean, yes, as far as net worth goes, you're up there on the Alk, but Doom will catch up because of Devour, right? That's just how this works.
Yeah, he's gone to the more aggressive build. He hasn't opted to max out the Devour. He's going Scorched Earth, but regardless, I think he'll end up maxing out Devour because he's playing a little bit slower here.
Yeah.
They don't want to play too slow against the Alk, though. I think they'll start to invade the jungle after taking this tower, but removing this from the map, one more TP point for them to be able to defend Alchemist. One more.
Sammy Boy, you ain't going to survive this one, sir. There's going to be the toss. He's able to mischief off some of the damage again. They're diving behind the tower. Sammy Boy, he can't get the Primal Spring off, and he's going to go down. I mean, he's tried his darndest to not get shook out of this bot lane, but the Sacred Timbersaw, as we know, I mean, this hero does not have a lot of counters despite being picked in the first phase.
Now Sacred, he's going to end up grabbing this tower. I mean, a little bit later than Timbersaw would otherwise like to have it, but there's no way they defend from this one. 4 points in reactive armor. The tower just not hurting him anymore.
Not at all. I mean, you keep the creeps alive for a little bit to keep those stacks up so you can keep tanking the creeps, or keep taking the tower shots, and now he's just got double wave under tower. Someone will TP bottom to clear this wave because this is a ton of experience in gold. Likely to be Storm Spirit if I had to guess, just because he is pretty... Ooh, mid lane. Leo style almost gets hit by the impale. Dude, that 3-point mana burn. Oh my lord. That did so much damage.
That one, they didn't change around at all, though. It was the impale they improved, but still, mana burn does do quite a bit to Puck. Brax manages to find an MJZ, and this is the power of maxing out the Scorched Earth early on.
Well, Doom comes bottom. He's the one who wants to soak the wave. He's just going to Doom Sacred. He has a lot of magic damage. The question is, can he do it alone? 23 stacks on that reactive armor. The Doom's still on top of him, and no one else rotating in, so he is going to live. Now, they did buff the Doom damage level 1, didn't they? I don't remember. 25? Maybe not.
No, I think they nerfed it, actually. Didn't it used to be 30?
Maybe. I could have sworn they buffed the Doom somehow, but maybe not.
It's definitely way weaker than it was back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
Spell, but then they realized, hey, it basically removes a hero from the game for 16 seconds. It's maybe lower its DPS a little bit.
Yeah. Gunnar did find himself an arcane rune, and it is bottled. Do go ahead and drop a ward on the high ground there. Gunnar knows it's there, and MJZ, he's gonna regret this decision. Leostal cannot afford to get caught by this Brambles. He's gonna be able to find the kill. Coil, however, holding Gunnar in place for the moment. Pops that wand. Nice avalanche. Gunnar, you gotta get out. It goes over the high ground. He runs right into the Puck. No, Gunnar, you can't do this. He's gotta run, and he's gonna be able to find the kill. I'm surprised. Wait a minute. Do you see Sladen toss Sacred right there?
No.
It's really funny. I'm really surprised Gunnar went up there. He knew the Puck was still there. That's where he orbed to.
Well, I guess he's just feeling overconfident for some reason, but you're playing into your direct counter. You need an Orchid and probably a Yule Scepter or a PKB directly after that in order to play against a Puck, who, again, is one of the winners of this patch. Gone for earn this game, which is interesting. It's good against both Doom and the Monkey King, but I'd imagine there's other things you want to focus. I mean, if he turns into a Spirit Vessel eventually.
Yeah, so there it is. Alk Battle Fury, 11 minutes and 25 seconds. Now that is like 3.5 to 4 minutes faster than we saw it in the previous series, correct? So this is, I mean, just a fantastic start for the Alchemist. He's going to be very happy.
I think it's only a minute or two faster, but yeah, he's definitely having a better game than he had last time. Way more CS, and he managed to get an Ancient stack immediately, clear out these creep camps in no time at all. So it won't be very long until we see that Sanjay Nyasha. Leo style. showing off this urn.
Yep, Slayton basically snapped the coil with the toss, and Samuel almost makes a nice play there, but just still goes down in the mid lane. Timbersaw just gets bursted by the magic damage. In comes Leo style as well. They could go for the Doom here, and he's just gonna find it on the Alchemist instead. But Brax, you gotta get out. I don't know if you're tanky enough to fight this. You do have the 4 points, but you're all alone. They toss over that next assassin. He gets a spike carapace off. They go in onto Leo style. One auto attack is all that's necessary. There's the Vortex and Impale. They get Leo style, and Brax, he's going to try and come on back into the fight. Does have Infernal Blade, loses a little bit of health there, but now Gunnar, gets slapped down by MNZ on the Alchemist from the high ground. The question is, do they continue the chase? He does have this Chemical Rage still up. There's going to be the Curse Crown. Looks like he's just going to harass out this Alchemist, slow down his farm a little bit as they focus on the mid lane tier 1 tower.
Yep. I mean, you aren't going to be able to grab the Alchemist underneath that Chemical Rage, but taking down this tower will give you more access to the dire jungle. Sacred's distracting them, though.
Ooh, Husky, he might go down here. This is only a level 1 Spike Carapace. He get 4 points into the mana burn, so that is not what you want. Ocean should be able to grab the Enchantress here, and he does 4 points in the Shadow Realm. Has to drop the Curse Crown here before he dies. Sammy Boy, he drops the Wukong's command. Sacred, he might be in trouble. The Curse Crown pops, but they don't have the follow-up damage. Just too much physical health. The Primal Spring from the Ironwood tree. That was sick.
That is an incredibly risky move to pull against the Timbersaw.
Oh my god, I can't believe that actually worked. Found the strike mid lane, trying to clear up these creeps. But not a very successful first. Wukong's command feels kind of underwhelming, and a lot of it's just because of this Timbersaw. I mean, he's incredibly tanky already.
Yep. I'm somebody who is in the camp of thinking that Monkey King's ultimate is very underwhelming. It's great for either holding a position or I guess just holding a position. Whether you're taking towers or trying to defend, the enemies don't really want to fight into it, but you just walk out. It's got such a huge setup time, and on a lot of time you want to run people down.
Dude, Husky is so freaking annoying on this Nyx Assassin. Just mana burning so many people with a great coil, and a huge Avatos comes in from Slayton. Again, they're trying to focus this Sacred Timbersaw, but he is immortal, sir. You cannot bring him down. Terrorize being pump fake, but they get a double kill on Leo style. 3 heroes fall for 4 Zoomers. They're just completely unable to fight into this Timbersaw. Overcomes Storm Spirit, but silenced up immediately. Avalanche is there as well. Gunnar, he's dead. Just gets bursted.
Yeah, Leo style, he's just taunting him, Slayton with the tip and all chat. I don't know what some of these plays from Gunnar have been about. You saw that he ended up chasing the puck earlier and the illusionary orb came out. That one's also not the best.
Yeah.
I mean, he just first game.
I mean, we saw this last pick, Tiny, coming out, and it is an incredible Tiny game. You know, we pointed out it's fantastic against pretty much all 4 of the heroes that we're showing from the 4 Zoomers lineup. And Storm struggles a lot because you cannot ball lightning during Avalanche. You don't. The cast point is too long, and it's rough. I mean, every time he tries to go for a ball lightning out, he just gets avalanched.
Yeah, it's not fun. I'm wondering how long it is until they start picking up, this Abyssal Blade on the Alchemist, or almost has a Blink Dagger on Slade. I mean, once he has that, the Storm Spirits game is going to become so rough. He's not even done his Orchid yet. We're 15 minutes in. Just went Brown Boots straight Orchid here on Gunnar. He had a great start to this game, but he ends up getting slowed down.
Yeah, I mean, he'd like to have the Orchid completed here around the 15-minute mark, but still not even close. And Brax, I mean, he went for this really aggressive 4 points in Scorched Earth, and it just hasn't really paid off. I mean, he now has the 4 points in Devour, but, I mean, you're way far behind on where you'd like to be net worth-wise. Mid lane Sacred, I mean, he's built up a lot of reactive armor stacks. He's not really the target you want to go on. They don't see Husky off to the side, but they do see Sammy Boy. Gunnar's gonna be able to bottle up an Arcane Rune, a nice find for him.
Yeah, and he'd like to take this fight, but I think you want to finish off the Orchid, given the fact that you're like just a little bit more than 200 gold away from it before you actually pop this Arcane. Yeah, I think they had a quick discussion about that one, then he goes back to the jungle to finish up this item, so... They get on top of Puck with this Orchid, he's going to do a lot of work. Leo style, 5-1.
Yeah.
Bringing him to be a real boon to 4 Zoomers.
So Al the Chemist, I mean, he's just getting further and further ahead. A lot of space being made for him, clearing stacks after stack. I mean, you do have Monkey King, who's on his way to an Agnum Scepter, does have this early Maelstrom, which is nice, but they smoke immediately to the top lane for him. And Sammy Boy, I mean, you got to get into some trees here, sir. If he Primal Springs this, he's dead. Ooh, Boundless Strike out. Sammy Boy, you got to run, sir. They know. Thunder Predator, are they going to guess the right direction? They do not, as he jumps north into the trees.
Oh, God. Does he know?
Oh, he does not know. He is lacking some critical information here, as he might Primal String. The orb. He sees it now. He gets the coil. They found the Monkey King, but they can't break the trees. They can with a toss. You can toss Leo style, sir. Oh, they don't know. They toss it out. Oh, Sammy Boy, he's still on the run. He's got to make it out. You're freaking kidding me. Oh my goodness, space made by Sammy Boy, a huge gank, but mid lane, Timbersaw, he's been found. The Orchid is there, a ton of burst damage is going to come out, but can he survive? The barrier looks like it might be enough. They finally take him down, but it costs you Gunner once again. And Ocean, he can't get out either, a 2-for-1.
Hey, go for that dive, but you're punished for it. That's one of the issues with not getting this tower earlier. They could go.
Oh, the Doom comes out onto Alchemist. He's going to stun himself. A Boundless Strike will hold MNZ in place, but, I mean, that's about it. They're going to have to just try to disengage her, I think, as the Alchemist, very strong, has BKB available as soon as this ends. Alchemic Rage, or Chemical Rage, rather, now has expired, and he's just going to be able to stun up this Monkey King. An easy pick off once again. I mean, they just don't have the damage. They just very much are lacking damage right now.
Yeah, this is the same problem that Sad Boys ran into against the Alchemist. They weren't quite able to burst him, especially if that Doom comes out after the Alchemic Rage. You know, it doesn't matter that you get that off on him before he got the BKB active. You still can't bring him down. You got great dots, but not enough burst.
Yep, absolutely. And the issue you're dealing with is I think you just have to change your targeting here. I think you just have to ignore Alchemist and go for Leo style in this puck, because he has an incredibly early Spirit Vessel, and he's going for an E-Blade.
I mean, is it really such a great idea to ignore Alchemist, though?
I mean, I feel like you can't Doom him, and like you said, if he has Chemical Rage up, you cannot fight. Dooming him is just pointless. He's just going to continue running you down and clicking you, while the rest of the team, I mean, they have plenty of kiting potential. They have, you know, the puck. They have, you know, tons of control from Tiny. Sacred, obviously, on the Enchantress. Just has Enchant herself, so...
That's a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. You ignore Alchemist, he continues to farm and do tons of damage in his team fights, but you also don't have the damage to bring him down. His allies will just wail on you while you have him stunned.
Top lane Brax gonna go for... Oh my god, they ran barely by him. Checks the wrong tree. Woo! Brax. Very lucky on that teleportation out right there, as two heroes were hunting him in the trees.
Yeah, they're dodging some of these fights, and they'll need to continue to dodge them for the next several minutes now. I mean, Alchemist, once he gets this Abyssal Blade, I mean, that's his critical mass, right?
Yeah,
4
absolutely.
items into the Aegis. Fighting into that will be difficult. If you could stall out the game past that, somehow get a kill onto Alchemist with some heavy burst, maybe get the Doom off on him before he gets the Chemical Rage, then you could win this.
Some really nice jungle items dropping for both teams. The Bullwhip for Doom is fantastic. Ring of Aquila for Monkey King. They're going to get a Essence Ring on Storm, and now a Money Orb. I'm assuming for the Nyx Assassin, but they are smoked up, running right into the jungle here. Husky, he's going to pop this, and immediately Vendettas. Slayton blinks in super aggressively, gets silenced, but you have to know the rest of the team is in pursuit. So it is just definitely time to disengage here. Husky trying to just reveal them as much as possible, grant some info for his team, but Ocean will go down in the end.
Poor Ocean.
Uh-oh. The coil. Leo style from the high ground. You cannot get out on Husky here.
Poor Husky as well. I mean, they're not increasing the net worth gap at all, or by very much on Thunder Predator, regardless of the fact that they keep on finding kills and Alchemist continues to farm. So Sammy Boy is doing a pretty good job of keeping up with this Maelstrom build he's got. But is Maelstrom Agnum Scepter enough to keep up with Alchemist, or can you even fight into them with Maelstrom Agnum Scepter?
You can fight into them with Maelstrom Agnum Scepter, but you still need a BKB after that. The problem is like they don't have enough control during Wukong's command to do anything, and I think that's the main issue. we see a lot of times when this Monkey King gets picked up, that if there's no control during Wukong's command, you really lack a lot of teamfight damage. So you have to really play around your Aghanim Scepter because the soldiers are very significant amount of damage.
Haste.
Lane, they are going to find Slayton potentially. This could be a nice kill if they can grab him. It looks like they will do exactly that. You know, at least some pick off going their way, and Gunnar will be the one to grab it. So a nice gold bounty for him. Bottom lane, though, you've lost the tier 2.
Yeah, it's, I wonder if that tiny kill was really worth it in the end. More map control going the way of Thunder Predator here. And that's even more space on your side that MNZ has to safely farm. And he's slowly approaching this Abyssal Blade now. In fact, he's got the recipe, just needs the vitality booster to finish this off.
He has double the net worth of Monkey King. He is at 20,000 net worth, 22 minutes into the game. Top lane, you're about to lose your Monkey King. Well, potentially not. Puck might have been baited out. There's going to be a Terrorize potentially, but he has a Ghost Scepter. He's going to be fine. They managed to get the kill, but in the trees, Monkey King, he's got no HP. No way you jump for this. No way you jump for this, Sammy boy. Oh my gosh. Sammy, no. An absolute bait. Gunnar in some trouble as well, but he will just TP out.
That was very optimistic by Sammy boy. I think him just desperate to get a kill, then get himself out. It's for the content purposes, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you had 60 HP, you know. High roller here. High risk, very low reward for an Enchantress, but he wanted it.
Yeah. Sammy boy, he wants what he wants. Alchemist, you know, he does have that Abyssal Blade now we were talking about. He's now going for that Assault Karas. After that, I think they really just aren't able to bring him down. They do have the Doom option. I mean, Storm could potentially, or Nixas could potentially get on top of him when he's sitting under a creep wave, and they could follow up with a Doom on Brax. But it's difficult. It is very difficult. You need to have the perfect initiation on MNZ. You need this Aegis to expire. We'll be gone another 30 seconds here, but you've lost most of the towers outside your base. The last one up now, if they grab this tier 2 top, will be the mid lane. And when you're locked in, how do you get the jump on MNZ?
You don't. I mean, that's the problem, especially when he has this Aegis. It just becomes more and more difficult. You can scout with, you know, this Nyx Assassin, which he has been doing on Husky, his absolute best to try and provide some information for his team. But yeah, I mean, you can see this. They try and leave the base and go bottom, and they immediately smoke up, and they're chasing after Gunnar. There it is, the coil, the avalanche, the toss, everything that's necessary. You can't leave. It's another kill going their way.
Yeah. Aegis expires at the same time. I think they were potentially, they could maybe catch out MNZ in that small window where the Aegis expires, and they think that they have it up, but you just end up losing the Storm Spirit for it, and your mid-tier 2 tower is going to go down as well. I don't even think they commit the Fortify for this. If you do, it just makes it that much easier for them to jump your tier 3s and take racks. 25 minutes are going to come, though. Bounty runes do spawn, and
they're in place to get 2 of them, which is smart. And Brax, he's holding his buyback, or he's going to buy the Shiva's Mystic Staff. Yeah, he buys the staff. Okay. So Shiva's is a big pickup. It does have the AoE healing reduction aura. They immediately TP out of bottoms. They see the TPs, the avalanche. It's not in time. Whoo! This ward providing some crucial information for Brax there.
Yeah, a little bit deeper than they'd expect them to plant an Observer ward as well, given the state of this game. And it's useful regardless of whether or not it catches out heroes, right? We've talked about this before. Since there's 5 carries in the game.
Oh, there's your Abyssal Blade, and Gunnar's dead again.
He just doesn't get to have a game right now. He's got buyback available, but he might have to use it here. I mean, they're not going to slow down. Fortify is up. They should use it right now to kill this catapult.
I mean, they can keep mana burning this. You don't have much to work with. The Nyx Assassin is actually a surprise. The Doom, it comes out, but he gets the BKB off in time. They don't want to waste it. There's the coil. Gunnar, you cannot die back here. The Doom, it does catch the Alchemist. He's going to be able to stun himself. The BKB, it is expired, but can they continue the chase? He's too fast. Infernal Blade, a nice Terrorize catching too. They need to get the Alchemist. He finally goes down. The Primal Spring forward. Sammy Boy is doing a ton of damage to Timbersaw. Curse Crown, a huge impale. The Nyx, he's doing it. They're turning it around, but can they get Leo style? That is a big kill on this puck. Brax still pretty healthy. He's hunting for the backside. It's going to be Sammy Boy, and he gets him. A fantastic fight here for the Zoomers, but they also get some big kills here. You die back on the Storm and Enchantress. Buys all the time here for Leo Style to potentially come back into this fight. Okay, yeah, he's gonna die.
Yeah, Leo Style now needs to get the hell out of there, but he did a great job cleaning up Sammy Boy on the back line as he tried to disengage from that fight. So a huge win for 4Zoomers, them getting tons of XP. They need to hold this game out, but even still, losing Sammy Boy and Gunner there, I mean, your two core heroes, Gunner, die back into that fight is a pretty big loss. He only got 637 XP from all of that.
I mean, you can see his net worth now. He was basically tied for second/third, and now has fallen behind the Timbersaw in net worth as a result of pretty much just dying 3 times in a row. You know, he has her 4 times in a row now that I think about it. In each of these fights or pickoffs, he's the first one that they target, and his game is, you know, very hard now. He's got 1,300 health. Second he gets Abyssal Blade, he is just dead.
Paladin Sword now found on Leo Style. That's going to be passed over to Alchemist. I mean, the guy is going to regen so hard during his alchemical rage.
You might keep the... I was like, you might keep the Titan Sliver, but a Orb of Destruction on Monkey King combined with his Corrosion Orb and an Eye of Scotty is what he is itemizing for. So he's just going to have all the orb items. And those all stack. I mean, they definitely all stack. Psychic Headband, a decent drop there. I mean, Storm could definitely take that if he wants it, but he might want a Titan Sliver for some magic resistance, status resist. I don't know.
Ceremonial Robe, status resistance, magic resistance down. He might hold that on Timbersaw. I mean, he could definitely use that, and I guess the extra mana go a long way on him too. Somebody wants to be holding it.
I would assume they could put it on like Willow. She's going to hold a Psychic Headband right now, it seems, but she could probably take the Ceremonial Robe since it's a lot of mana, and that aura is very strong for her because it definitely amps all of her abilities, right? The stun, 10% longer. All of her damage is amplified by 10%.
Oh, I'm crazy. I was talking about it being on the wrong team. I obviously... Huh. Oh, well. I'm sure it's fine. Smile.
Ooh, Sammy Boy. Is he going to get the TP out? They do. Okay. Husky on the run. He's going to be fine. I mean, they're doing a decent cut at cutting decent job at cutting waves right now, trying to slow down this game and get some farm here while the Alchemist is away. Gunner just going to farm up a quick camp really quick and try and get this Bloodstone. I mean, he's 40, 35 gold away. It would be, you know, definitely a crucial timing for him to win a fight right as he gets it. He's going to send it immediately. Regen popped on Puck. They are smoked in the mid lane. Ward Sentry down does give vision of the Timbersaw. That's not really the target you want to go on.
We'll see who gets a favorable initiation here. Holding the high ground does put Thunder Predator at the better spot. Leo Style, he scouts it out.
Oh, Sammy Boy, he gets broken immediately. The Abyssal, he has no way out. Immediately dead. That tree gets cut, and now they have to completely disengage. The TP is going to come out. They don't cancel Ocean. They didn't want to coil it. Oh, he had no coil. They used it. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, you see Monkey King with all his items that BKB he has at 10 seconds. You commit everything you can onto him. The damage is to come out from the Monkey King in these team fights, and they know it.
Yep. I mean, that is a fantastic drop.
Yeah.
Oh, he got the Titan Sliver on Alex, so he has the 34% status resist. So good. The way this works with Doom is it reduces the duration by 34%, right? But it also increases the damage over that time frame. So it does the same amount of damage, but just in slower, or just in a lower amount of time.
Yeah, it just ticks it down much quicker, so you end up taking a lot of pure damage in a shorter period of time. But a lot of the time, you just want that Doom off you as quickly as possible, right?
Yep, exactly.
Alchemist is going to be able to regen through it anyway. I mean, even without Chemical Rage, he's got, 42 HP a second thanks to this Guardian Greedlore.
Yep, exactly. And Aegis Cheese now going the way of them one more time. Aegis will be picked up on the Alchemist. Leo Style is going to take that cheese. He has the completed E-Blade, and he's going to go into the Aghanim Scepter. So very farmed here on the Puck, staying pretty much with pace with most of the 4Zoomers cores. Now Brax, he is starting to pull away thanks to Devour, right? But they're really struggling, and they force Sammy Boy's 10-second BKB in the bot lane.
Let's see if he can get some use out of this arcane room before they break his base. Finding a pick off with this would be excellent. Leo style, he is susceptible to getting blown up. He's got only one safety item, but
that is very risque, sir. Tiny, however, might be in some trouble here. The impales, they're onto the Alk. He does have a Lotus Orb to prevent, and there's just the Abyssal right away onto Monkey King. He's dead. No buyback. They have no way to stop this. It's the MNZ Alk show, baby. Nice terrorize, catching 3. Can they bring down these heroes? A nice impale onto the Enchantress, but Gunnar starting to fall low, has to get out. They only get the Enchantress at the end of the day. Tiny almost goes down to the tower. Husky in pursuit, but he's not going to be able to close the gap. Can Husky snipe him? He's got the Vendetta. He gets the blink off Gunnar. Gonna be able to dodge out the silence, but the coil comes out immediately. And Orchid onto Puck. That's a bigger kill for sure. They reflect the Vortex, but they cannot finish off the Puck. He lives with 100 HP, and he's gonna be able to blink away. And you lose Willow on the backside. Gunnar is not done. He keeps chasing after Leo style. Another save there. Oh my god, it's a disaster. Brax, he committed the Doom onto the Timbersaw. Can they finish him off? It's going to be a big win going their way. Oh no, that was the Alk. What? They killed Alk twice? Timbersaw, he's left. In comes Leo style. A nice silence, but he's got no health to play with. He has to be careful, but in comes Slade in a huge avalanche and a toss. Brax trying to do what he can with this Infernal Blade damage. Gets the Scorched Earth back. Has Shivas. Blinks forward. Able to take down Slade, and now Timbersaw might be in some trouble. They buy back the Nyx. He has Spike. Carapace will stun up the Timber. The Mana Burn. The magic damage. Is it there? Sacred. Can he get Gunnar? Falling so low, but Brax able to finish him off with the help of Sammy Boy as he finally respawns back into this fight.
They hold against all odds. They hold. They managed to bring down that Alchemist twice there. The Doom coming out after he gets back up from that Aegis. This is exactly what you were waiting for. The Doom when you have Chemical Rage available, but can't get it off. That's the one way that they win these fights. And because of the strategy, they kick down even faster. Just like you mentioned, for Zoomers, the impossible hold. And now only an 8k net worth advantage. That was absolutely huge for them.
Yeah, they pulled a lot back, a good amount of experience as well. I mean, Doom level 22 after that fight. Gunnar up to level 21 now. He also got some nicely needed Bloodstone charges for him, as he has been struggling to really have a game, and he's now going for the BKB, which he absolutely needs.
Are they going to be able to hold again is the question, though.
I mean, Sammy Boy was so close to this Eye of Scotty. I mean, he was about halfway there and then just died twice. And you can see him, he is just going to go for it rather than saving for a buyback. And I honestly don't really blame him. I think the Eye of Scotty is just really good if he can pick it up. If he's not the one getting initiated on, they have a very good chance of winning these fights.
Yeah, it's one of the things they need desperately against the Alchemist, being able to slow down this HP regen from them. There's no way they kill him inside the Chemical Rage. They know that on Zoomer, so they've tried to stall out these fights. They did such an excellent job of it last time. Yeah. Thunder Predator, they're hesitant to approach again. I think they realized that they need Aegis because they're able to blow up MNZ one time. And anytime he goes down, there's a huge net worth swing. I mean, look at the graphs from that last team fight. You were up almost 15,000 gold. Now they've lowered that lead to like 8k.
Look at the experience. It was 7.5 in favor of Thunder Predator, and it's now 2.5 in favor of 4 Zoomers. The win probability pretty much dead even. I mean, this is a toss-up, and honestly, I'm not surprised, is you now have these cores on 4 Zoomers starting to get some net worth, and these are very good scaling cores. I mean, Doom, if he goes late game with this Aghanim Scepter, it's going to apply the break. You can get that Aghanim Shard as well, a refresher. I mean, this hero has an incredible scaling potential.
You've got your 2 catapults in the mid lane, and they do a little bit of damage to the tier 3 tower, but that's about it.
Oh, they buffed the Doom DPS talent is what they did. So the Doom DPS talent is now plus 30. I think it was plus 25 before. So that was the buff to it. So I mean, that's a pretty substantial buff. 85 DPS over 16 seconds. I mean, that is a lot of pure damage. And if you're, this Alchemist and it's reduced 34%, all of that damage still goes through.
Yeah, it comes out just a little faster.
Almost finds Sammy Boy with that tree toss top lane there.
Right. It's eggs time, MNZ. He's ready to redistribute the wealth. The young Karl Marx.
He did pick up a Lincoln's, which is absolutely essential. So We might see Brax go for something instead of this, pack leader's aura. He might have to pick up, one of these satyrs or something that gives him the ability to pop a Lincoln Sphere. Or they can just try and rely on another hero, but I don't think they've seen the Lincolns quite yet.
No. Right now, they're moving around as a pack. They do feel strong enough to potentially kill MNZ. And I think they are going to wait for the next Roshan on Thunder Predator before they can close out the game. But like you mentioned, if this ends up going a bit later, I think if we hit the 50-minute mark, 4 Zoomers are able to take this game.
I think you're right, and we're going to see tier 3 items drop right now, and boy, does Storm happy about a Spell Prism. 12 all attributes, the 4 mana regen, and the reduced cooldown reduction. I don't think they care too much about the Leveler. They'll just backpack that most likely. Leveler on the Dire, I mean, you're super happy about that on the Alchemist if you don't want the Paladin Sword. Which, I guess he's holding Paladin Sword just for farming as opposed to the Titan Sliver. I'm not really sure.
He's going to switch it to the... Yeah, I guess I'll hold the Paladin Sword for farming or be able to top his HP back up, and they'll switch the Leveler in when it's actually time to fight.
I'm not really sure how I feel about this Stormcrafter item, honestly. It's a lot of mana regen. I mean, it's 4 mana regen, the Cyclone, and then just a random, 200 damage nuke. I don't think it's good. I really don't. I really don't think it's good. It is a slight purge there for the Timber Saw, so he doesn't have to use, Lotus Orb and the Guardian Greaves for himself.
Most welcome.
Alright, did he pass the eggs to... Who got synth? Somebody got synth.
I heard it too.
Who the hell got it?
He gave it to Puck.
Oh, right, it's not a buff on it over the top. It's the Aghanim Scepter now.
Yeah, so Ag's Coil on Puck. And that's a lot of extra control coming in these fights for this hero.
Yep. Puck, he's got the Penta Edge sword, the Maim. Doesn't have the
Trickster Cloak. Oh, this is a great item. Doom's gonna hold on to that. They're gonna walk right onto the high ground. Enchantress, Leostar comes in, he gets a great coil, but you're just gonna pop that ultimate on that Monkey King, the Doom on the backside. It doesn't catch anyone as the Lincoln Sphere is available. He's still holding it, debating on what he wants to do. Slayton on the low ground, trying to get away from Gunner, but it's not gonna happen. He should be able to finish off the kill, and he does. It's a 1-for-0. Leostar, he gets caught by the crown. Oh, just barely missed timing.
Oh my. They committed so much right there on Thunder Predator, jumping forward, dropping that Dream Coil, and Alchemist as well, committing that BKB. And for Zoomers, they managed to take the fight. Roche is going to respawn another 57 seconds here. And that's before he's going to be able to get in position here on Puck, I think. If they hang out around this pit, I think they're going to be able to control the Roche area and take it. This game, it's starting to turn around. The net worth lead for Thunder Predator isn't there.
They found MNZ. Can they break his Lincolns? They do. There's the Lotus Orb. Brax, he's waiting. He could potentially go in, but Ocean, they're a little bit afraid to dive. They don't have the backup yet from Storm. Oh, dude, this Trickster's Cloak is dope. I've been waiting to see this item drop. 20% magic resistance, 20% evasion, and then the Glimmer Cape active, basically. Except it's just instant. 6 second invisibility, 25-second cooldown.
Yeah, so that means MNZ, he's not going to be able to chase down Brax in these team fights anymore. He needs some sort of ally with him. He's already 6-slotted. Somebody has to carry Dust and pop that off onto him. And a lot of times he's going to be able to get the Dispel with the Black King bar.
This is so smart from Zoomers. They are just waiting for Roche. It respawns at the best possible time, but MNZ Abyssal Blade onto the Monkey King. He can't bring him down. He's just slightly too tanky. Your BKB is about to expire. The stuns come out. Alk is dead. Slayton in trouble as well. MJZ running as fast as he can, but a huge coil from Leostar, but there's the Doom. It's going to be able to chain stun this Puck, and oh my god, Thunder Predator crumbling under 4 Zoomers. Damages Brax, able to just zone them out. 4 heroes dead, right in time for Roshan.
Right in time for Refresher Orb, so there is no hope for Thunder Predator here. Brax, he's going to grab this, snap the double Doom onto Alchemist. I mean, it's going to be so easy for them to fight to the high ground now. I'm not sure what they do. Cheese found as well. Storm Spirit taking this Aegis. They've got all the tools they need to end this game now. And it is turned on its head. They missed the Alk timing.
That's exactly it, man. The game before, you didn't really have the counter to the Alchemist, right? Gyro and Io just was not enough. Whereas this game, I mean, you've got plenty of damage. We know, we talked about the scaling potential of Doom. He is just incredible. Now level 25, has that Infernal Blade damage. He'll probably pick up that Ag Shard here at some point just because it increases that stun duration on heroes over level 24. And guess what? Alk's 24.
Is under attack.
It felt like this entire game was won off the back of that single team fight that 4Zoomers took, where they managed to get the 2 kills off onto the MNZ. I mean, the Doom getting him as he came back up, not quite having a Chemical Rage off the cooldown. Things have gone slightly different. Thunder Predator, they might be able to take this game, but at this point, it feels hopeless. They've got nothing to be afraid of now on 4Zoomers.
And you do have the extra ring for Wukong's command, which is just basically a you can't fight here ultimate now. So Thunder Predator, if they decide to get into Sammy Boy, there's not a lot you can do. I mean, he has this Penta Edge Sword and that plus 80 attack range with, if I'm not mistaken, applies to your soldiers.
It does.
So you cannot escape. This man, he hits from so far. The maim is no joke at all. Gunnar goes in with a great Vortex, holding it back, and there's the Wukongs come in. How do you leave? MJZ just gets shredded on the backside.
That guy is dead for 120 seconds. No buyback available. I'm not sure.
Puck, he got orbed. He threw an orb right into the Spike Carapace. The perma stuns, they get him. He buys back immediately into the game, and Sammy Boy pops that refresher. You now have another BKB and another Wukong's command. Thunder Predator starting to fall apart here.
They get everything at the best possible time, this double damage rune. They couldn't have asked for more. Beautiful jump there by Ocean as well, dropping that Terrorize on the 2 heroes clumped up beside each other. Alchemist trying to farm up his buyback here. Buys a Divine Rapier. He's desperate.
He's got to do something. He's got to do something. He's running in with the Divine. He's looking for Sammy Boy. The Abyssal comes out. Can't Sammy Boy try. He pops the cheese. You got nothing left out. The GGs are out. 4Zoomers turn a game around and close it out with a nearly 40,000 gold lead.
What more could you ask for, Ricky? We have the massive turnarounds. We have the Divine Rapier pickups. We have classic Sammy Boy being classic Sammy Boy. A hell of a first game in this best of 3 grand finals.
Best of 5.
Best of 5 grand finals.
We got a lot of games, Neff.
Oh, man. Look at that. A lot of it was just off the back of that one fight. Yet again, managing to bring down Alchemist twice. I missed it and didn't see how they got him there. But, you know, even though they didn't have the burst damage to kill him under the Chemical Rage at first, they got so much just from winning that one team fight. And that's the gold swing. I mean, we still live in the same patch as far as what kills are worth here, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Kills in experience that you can get from them swing pretty dramatically, and you know, it ends up going in 4Zoomers' favor. Like the Alchemist, an incredible early game, getting to this like almost unstoppable you know, net worth and momentum, but 4Zoomers hold their cool, man. They are able to protect their high ground. They managed to get the first life on the Alchemist, and he comes back, just gets doomed immediately by Brax. I mean, this guy, he was cool, calm, and collected, to say the least. I mean, it was just an incredible performance from 4Zoomers and an incredible effort from Thunder Predator, almost to closing out game number 1.
Yeah, but that is just the first of many games in this grand finals, is it not, Ricky?
It is indeedy. I'm so excited. We have game number 2 here coming up in the America's Grand Finals. Everyone stay tuned. We'll see you after just a short break.
These days I get replays, blue faces, how I decorated the loose page. Remember how I used to serve the plate, clean the food tray, working 8 to 4 from Tuesday through the weekdays, hustle evenings at the stool off Highway 92 in Haywood, always running just a few lanes, tucking a new game, back to the crib and I color in new ways, building a new blade, but the budget tied me down like shoestrings, collected the loose change, those were the days that made me. She on my line like a beacon, she could have swore that I was cheating, be honest, I was barely breathing, chasing the life how I wanted it, knowing that you was all that I need. Puzzle that all of the pieces that fit like a glove, you sit it right in front of me. How I don't see it. Hit up the Brody to vent, like thought and I take it easy. Am I young or something, or am I reaching to be validated? Instead I get told from the parking space, why do it feel like I could have a vote for the ominous faces to all that won't save us? I thought the ground was for the breaking, look like it's all overrated. Yeah, like it's all overrated. Like it's all overrated to me. Like it's all overrated to me. I can't get no sleep, living in the weeks. Life is bittersweet, I can't really explain it, but it's everything I need. At least for now, I think that everything might be alright. Okay, yeah. I can't get no sleep, living in space. Life is bittersweet. I can't really explain it, but it's everything I need. At least for now, I think that everything might be alright. Okay, yeah.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the BTS Pro Series Season 4 Grand Finals here on the Americas. My name is XctN. I'm joined by Neff, and holy crap, what a game one. Dude, insane.
Yeah, 4 Zoomers, the American way, just not giving up, pulling themselves up by their bootstraps there.
Seems like it worked.
Yeah, it sure did. That God, it looked incredibly rough, but against all odds, they managed to take that Alchemist down twice. Then off the back of that one team fight, they managed to turn the game around. Some very clean fights from them afterwards there. Thunder Predator, knowing how Sad Boys felt in game number 2 of our first series today. It's not a great way to open your best of 5 if you're on Thunder Predator, but a hell of an experience for everybody watching.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Thunder Predator, they struggled in game 1 earlier, but came back and destroyed Sad Boys 2 games in a row. So maybe this is the Thunder Predator strategy. They feel out their opponents, shake it off, dust themselves off, and then they put on their big boy pants. We'll never know. They saddle up, as we could say here,
Glasses sheen loudly, as they say.
Yep. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the draft here. We've got this one underway. We get the first pick, Mars, out from 4 Zoomers. Brax loves playing this hero when given the opportunity, and they respond with the Mirana, picked up on the Thunder Predator side.
Yep. So that's a bit of a denied pick as well as a good pickup for Thunder Predator. Mirana definitely first pick, first ban material. They nerfed some aspects of it, but it's playable as a carry now. I think that's one of the biggest changes, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So just the you have the Aghanim Shard, you leap forward, you get the 1.5 times crit for every auto attack while you have that attack speed boost. It also denies them from comboing that up, but that is another very nice combination is the Mars with the Phoenix. Now both these heroes nerfed a little bit, I believe. Phoenix, definitely a hero you want to pick up with the Mars, though. Being able to stop them from getting that egg with that Arena of Blood is a great way to begin your draft. Mirana does deal with it quite well, though. Again, you're able to jump over any potential wall that comes out from the Mars, and you have the bonus attack speed when you have that leap or right after you activate it. So 4 Zoomers do have to worry about that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So What are you feeling now from Thunder Predator? How do they respond to the Phoenix? I mean, Mirana is a good enough solution to that. Do you start working on your own draft, or you just take a favorable lane against the Mars right now?
I think you let your Mirana be the solution to the Phoenix. I don't think you want to commit too heavily. Like, you don't want to have to pick up like a Snapfire here and then have like kind of this Mirana Snapfire support duo. Snapfire's also kind of fallen out of favor. She did get, I believe, nerfed a little bit in this patch. Her Ag Shard, it feels pretty bad as well. So they're just going to respond Sand King. Okay, a really strong opener. We saw this earlier today, how good Sand King and Mirana can be together. But is it as strong as Mars Phoenix is the question.
I don't know. It's an excellent arrow setup. This is something that you've raved about quite a bit. A lot of the time you see the Sand King max at the burrow strike first, just so you can land those arrows even further away. You're forced to sit underneath the sandstorm. 4 Zoomers, they have to be a little bit more careful with whatever it is they select in the safe lane, because you can do a lot of damage underneath that multiple caustic finales followed by a burrow strike and an arrow. You don't want your heroes blown up. I mean, Terrorblade is a personal favorite of the people on 4 Zoomers, but yeah, I think you don't have enough HP to run it against Sand King right now. So I think Thunder Predator, they'll let the Terrorblade through. They'll say, okay, if you want to pick that up on Sammy Boy, great, go ahead. We're just going to kill him in the lane.
Yep.
They might want to go, what is it, a Lifestealer, Juggernaut are probably favorite carries for 4 Zoomers up against the Sand King Mirana.
You can also pick like Clinks, because he sits pretty far back in the lane and doesn't have to like trade with the Sand King very well, or very much. And His Arc Warden is also a pick into that matchup. Granted, late game it becomes a little bit of an issue as Sen King gets, Blink Dagger or potentially an Aghanim Scepter. Marana always has leaps and stuff like that, but not bad in lane. Drow's also a great pick, but it is banned.
Yeah. I mean, able to keep its distance, right?
Yeah. It just beats the Sand King in lane is the thing. Like, it would just give him such a good start, and you're protected by the Mars Arena and the egg. And you have to decide, are we going to focus down that egg, or are we going to let this Drow just, like, shred through our team? So it's one of those things where it just makes it very difficult to pinpoint your target on Thunder Predator.
Mm-hmm.
10 seconds.
Yeah, makes sense to me. Death Prophet banned out. So these early game heroes that pair... I guess they pair all right with the Sand King when you have a good initiator. Vengeful Spirit, I think, is strong in this patch with how they've changed damage around. When you have that 1.5 times crit with an Aghanim Shard of Marana, the last thing you want is them to have access to the Vengeful Spirit to have that plus 32% damage from the aura, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's the Clink Span. Okay, so that makes sense to me. I was going to say, I think both those heroes are pretty good here. Also, definitely Sammy Boy specials. You could potentially go the Terrorblade. It's not amazing in lane. Or it's not amazing because of, the magic damage, but it is somewhat protected by the Mars Phoenix. And we saw earlier how good this Mars Terrorblade can be if you just drop an arena and, you're not trapped in there with me. Or it's like, I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me type of scenario as Terrorblade pops meta BKB and kills everybody.
Yeah. I mean, they've had some amazing performances this game with Clanks for Zoomers, right? I mean,
yeah,
Sammy Boy, he does an incredible job on this hero.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of these bans from 4 Zoomers as well. MNZ has had an incredible performance on Juggernaut in this tournament. The Death Prophet was something we saw Leo Style use to get their way into the grand finals of the Movie Star Liga Pro Gaming League. So it is just 2 very strong heroes. They actually ban out the Shadow Demon, which gives you a little bit of a save. And they respond with Undying, a hero that for some reason we haven't really seen today.
No. I mean, the heroes just say good old Undying. Decay does tons, Tombstone does tons, Soul Rip does tons. In fact, Soul Rip has been buffed up by the changes to Holy Locket, which I think is now buildable on Undying. You get those passive shards.
So good.
Save it between the Soul Rip and dropping a Holy Locket on your ally, right?
Yeah, and it increases all your healing by 35%. So Holy Locket's healing and the healing from Soul Rip, it gains a passive charge. The aura is fantastic now. I think Holy Locket is one of these items, kind of like the old version of Spirit Vessel. Like, you just get one on every team, or the old version of Drums. You just get one on every team. There's no reason not to pick up a Holy Locket.
Dyer's turn to pick.
We got Elder Titan. That's a hero that we haven't seen as much of since the patch hit. The good old staple gun briefcase, man. Were you a staple gun or a briefcase?
I think it depends on the day, right? I think today for Zoomers, they mean business. Elder Titan's gonna strap on his suit, his best tie, and he's just gonna put these guys to work. That's the plan here from this Elder Titan. He's just gonna beat down some people with this big old briefcase. Okay, Thunder Predator, you're winning me over here.
You gotta admit, Thunder Predator, they get you, man.
They do.
You wonder who these guys are if you come from North America. You watch a couple of their games. My God, is it entertaining.
It really is. Big fan of the Riki pick here in general. It's a great counter to the Phoenix. Does well in lane against the Mars, especially when you pair it with a hero like Undying. You have kill threat on the Mars. Normally Riki does not, but like I said, with Undying, you have tons of magic damage coming out from the Undying. You can drop him to low enough HP to where Riki can use multiple blink strikes, tricks of the trade to dodge out spear and stuff like that. So yeah, that's a great one.
Wraith King.
All right, we got the Wraith King finally picked up here on Zoomers. Plays definitely a lot faster than it used to, given how it was changed around. You don't need that level 20 in order to reduce or remove the Wraith King or the reincarnate mana cost. It's dangerous playing this into Riki. On one hand, Riki is a natural builder of the Diffusal Blade. On the other hand, Riki does so much damage once he has Diffusal Blade. I think it kills the Wraith King before you can burn enough mana from the guy.
Yeah, he does actually. That's the funny scenario. Is he's not like Phantom Lancer where you just like massively burn the mana, or Anti-Mage where he has percentage-based mana burn. Riki will just like kill you. He just kills you before you can do anything. So like you'll smoke screen and inhibit the Wraith King, and then you just like kill him in like 6 autos before you can actually burn all his mana, which is kind of funny. But It is a great pick. I think the Wraith King is one of those things that has had a fantastic showing in the tournament so far since the change, and it's a really good hero into the Sand King, I'm pretty sure. So we'll see how that works.
Yeah. Last couple of bans out here. Monkey King by 4 Zoomers. I'm not sure that's something they would take, but I guess it's something they're worried about. High armor heroes they're getting rid of here. The Dragon Knight, you get the added armor from that Dragon's Blood. It's not built into your base armor when you get it. So Elder Titan not able to reduce that one.
I'm surprised they banned the Ember Spirit, considering they have their Riki here. I mean, this could be safe lane Riki, like MNZ's, which he's been the one who's played it the most. You can take Riki in the mid lane. We've seen 4 Zoomers do that for Gunner, but I think what we're seeing here is most likely going to be MNZ Riki. They're going to ban out Ember and the Invoker. So Gunner, I mean, he still has his Storm Spirit, but again, not a great pick into the Riki here. So we'll see what they decide to go with.
Yeah, they get rid of the Invoker, which I think is a very important hero to ban out. I mean, when you're up against the other Titan, you don't want to get stomped Cataclysmed.
Oh my gosh, I completely forgot about that. Yeah. I mean, you need control coming out of the mid lane here, don't you? Something that's also not just directly countered by Riki, which is, a problem because most mid laners are.
I mean, you've got your frontliners, and Riki's able to jump out of the back line, so you've limited a lot of options here for 4 Zoomers by taking this Riki, right?
Yeah. What if you just take Zeus?
You could. I mean, you have enough distance, but once Riki hits level 20, he's got that talent.
Okay.
It's Void Spirit. So somebody who's got the AoE silence could jump onto Undying Mirana Sand King without too much of a care. It's still a little bit dangerous playing this against Riki. If the smoke cloud comes out onto you, you can just get blown up. But it's a safer mid pick, right?
Yeah. You also could you're like a natural Yules builder. You have some save, with that, and Assimilate, Astral Step make it a little bit more difficult to be caught out. But yeah, we'll see how this goes. I mean, Riki is a very difficult hero to play against. The thing is the only way you beat him is you play faster. You just don't let him, take over that mid game. And, I'm looking at these heroes, Mars, Phoenix, Elder Titan, Wraith King, Void Spirit, all these heroes. I mean, they're going to be fighting before 20 minutes. Like, this 4 Zoomers lineup is going to deathball it at 18 to 25 minutes.
Yep, they're definitely zooming with this lineup. I can't argue with that. You got to pick another hero that fights into it. I think the Riki will outcarry the Wraith King into the late game, especially given how he was changed around. But I don't know. The rest of your lineup on Thunder Predator, it doesn't scale as well as the rest of 4 Zoomers lineup. I think you just go all in on this early game. You take Leshrac here?
I was going to say, you need some other tempo here out of the mid lane, because
push towers. Nobody on your team on Thunder Predator hits towers.
Yeah, I think you're right. It has to be Leshrac because there's no Death Prophet to pick here. What other mid laners can you pick that tower push? That's the issue.
A very little time
Templar Assassin, but not that great against Wraith King, who's going to have Radiance and Wraith Fire Blast, right? Phoenix. Yeah, Leshrac. You're right. Neff with the 200 IQ call. This is why you're here, Neff.
And at every other game. This hero's just too good. In Ice Frog, he looked at the patch and he said, man, Leshrac, he's looking pretty strong. I should change this by giving him an eggs that makes him even stronger and turn everyone around him ethereal so he can do more damage.
Dude, what do you think of the Shard? The Shard is so bizarre. I don't know if it's good at all, but it's pretty funny.
So I've had this discussion with a couple people, not pro players, but I don't know, top 500, right?
Yeah.
Some of them have said that the Shard is awful and you will never end up actually connecting with anyone. Somebody else said, well, it's great for holding the Roche pit. Then the other person is like, yeah, well, you can just walk in and out of it. 5 seconds is such a long time. It's difficult to say whether or not it is good. I think there's places for it, and I think you'll eventually build it if you're 6-7 slotted, but I don't think it's something you go out of your way for early game.
I think the idea is they're going to have to reduce the delay on it, right? 5 seconds is a long time, and we might see it move to 4 or something, so it's a little bit more viable. The stun duration is 2.5, if I'm not mistaken, on Split Earth. I might be wrong there. I feel like it's scaled up to 2.5.
Is it really that long?
I think it scales to 2 because it's 2 seconds at level 2.
Oh my! I've got this stuff open.
Unless they nerfed it.
It is a 2 seconds stun at all levels now.
Oh, so they changed it. It used to scale up, I thought. So, because that was what made it so good against heroes like Faceless Void, is you would just get the 2 points in the off lane Leshrac, and you would be able to just Earth Split stun him, and that was it. So now it's just 2 seconds at all levels. So a little bit of a nerf going into the late game, I think. I'd have to look at the old values. I could have sworn it scaled above 2 seconds.
All right, here we go. Game number 2.
We have made it, Neff. It's the grand finals for the Americas. Super excited. Game number 1 was absolutely bonkers. And now Thunder Predator and ForZoomer is going to go head-to-head once again here on the main stage. What do you think draft-wise? Who are you liking here?
It's really hard for me to say. I mean, I think Leshrac was an excellent way of rounding out Thunder Predator's draft, but ForZoomers, they definitely win this the later it goes. It really comes down to, I guess, the first 10 minutes of this game. If Rick can get farmed in the safe lane, I think they'll be fine. I guess because of that, I'd favor ForZoomers draft a little bit. They have a bigger margin for error here.
Ooh, they're wrapping around once again, but this time they're only going to see MJZ potentially on the Undying. It is nighttime, so these early game rotations are a lot more difficult to sniff out, and they're just going to they're going to settle for Sacred instead, as he's the target that they want the spear into the side. Ocean, so much damage coming in from these fire spirits, but Sand King, he's going to be able to walk away. MJZ on the backside is just like, hello, look at me. I'm an Undying hero. They get nothing. A big commitment, but they don't time their stuns correctly, and he will walk away on the Sand King. They do force the level 1 Burrow Strike, though.
Yeah, that's a pretty big win. You'd much rather have either Sandstorm or Caustic Finale to zone the enemies away from the lane. MJZ, he's going to be forced to, I think, teleport to the lane or get out pretty quickly after this. He might just walk after all. He's got boots of speed.
Thunder Predator is going to triple rune here, potentially, unless Ocean can beat him to the other one. He will just Tricks of Trade over the wall here. Yeah, just as expected, and MNZ is going to grab it. All right, 3 for 1 here, favoring Thunder Predator, and they do not get that reward from that big gank.
Good start for them, though. We'll see how this one goes. Undying, he ends up holding his town portal scroll until the creeps get to the lane, just figuring out where he wants to go. He'll lose the gold for it, and it'll be on cooldown, so we can't rotate again, but he's doing an excellent job of forcing Ocean back already. Oh, MNZ with the dodges. Oh, wow. Let's look elsewhere. He's just dodged 2 fire spirits coming at him at the same time from different angles. Matrix stuff.
Yeah. Now, one of the downsides is they did go Spear of Mars level 1 here, too, which is not ideal. Oh, he actually barely misses the other creep. Rax would have loved to get both of those. But you usually want God's Rebuke level 1. And, he's going to lose his courier here on Husky. We'll be able to block this hard, or I guess re-sentry the hard camp, but it doesn't block it in time, and Sladen's just going to be able to grab himself a little arrow onto the hard camp there.
Ocean... Okay, the only reason he's alive right now is because he's got boots. MGC also has boots. It's been interesting seeing supports just have the rundown potential at the start of their games. Brax right under the tower in the top lane, which is interesting, but he's got like no potential way to go down. He'll be fine, especially considering MJZ has gone through most of his mana already with his decays.
Nice. So mid lane, Leo Style versus Gunner on the Void Spirit. Leo Style's really struggling HP wise. Does have 2 tangos still left. No courier coming out quite yet though. Gunner just took a lot of damage actually there, so we'll even it out a little bit. Both heroes, are they both just rushing the bottle? Looks like it is. Yeah, bottle already coming out now for the Leshrac. Bottom lane, Husky, the businessman does it. Beats down that Mirana, gets first blood on the Elder Titan.
It's nothing personal, Sladen. Sacred, he's dropping very low.
The stomp? Well, it's going to zone him out. Sammy Boy's got a crit. Can he get him, though? Barely going to survive 30 HP. Has a salve, though, so he's going to be fine. Doesn't have to back.
If Sammy Boy had another couple of XP and second point Immortal Strike there, he might have just gone down.
Void Spirit mid. Falling low. His salve's going to get popped. Leo Style. Unable to chase too far into the tower, but that's the advantage of that bottle. It just now gets delivered on Gunner as well, so try and even this out.
Yep. Doing an excellent job here on Leostyle. It's up to go 2-0-2. Sometimes you see the Leshrac go level 4 and 5. They both put those points into Diabolic Edict, so it's like a 1-2-2 or 2-2-1. But I guess he's assuming that Gunnar is going to be holding the lane more than he's going to be rotating.
Did Ocean just kill MNZ? He's going to get MJZ, I think he does. And MNZ is almost dead on the Ricky Brax. He might throw a random spear. They guess incorrectly. He goes down. What a dodge from the Ricky here. He has lots of regen to work with as well. He's not too afraid.
Goes in for a cheeky auto attack, in fact.
Sammy Boy bottom lane almost dies, but it's Husky just doing the work. Oh my lord. Plus 115 damage. Where did that come from?
2 points into Astral Spirit. I mean, the guy throws it onto 2 heroes. He hits like a double creep wave potentially with it. He's just beating you down. He's gone into overtime here, the businessman.
This man, he filed his paperwork. He's ready to go.
4 minutes comes around, and of course, like you were talking about last game, it is essential that both teams rotate onto the power runes. Leostyle ends up winning the 50-50, though.
It's a DD rune to boot, so a lot of harassment damage going to be able to come out from him. Able to dodge the split earth there, but again, Leostyle just really wants to harass out Gunnar as much as possible since he does have the regen advantage. And Sladen grabs that ward in the mid lane as well.
Yeah, realizing that one's there as they backed off as soon as Mirana started approaching. Put Earth off the mark again, but he does end up getting the CS with it.
All right, I'm curious where this Elder Titan is going to do all this damage. He's going to get the stomp off, hold Sacred in place. He's running that Spirit over towards Sladen. We'll pull it back now, but Sammy Boy doesn't have the mana for a Wraithfire Blast quite yet. Does get a Burrow Strike, an arrow as well. Husky, he's looking for the boys on the backside, but oh my gosh, the Caustic Finale damage is a little bit too much, and he does have Bottle still.
Yeah, so thinking he's going to heal back up. 5 minutes comes around, and Husky, he does manage to outclick Sladen. Has a little bit of a ping advantage. I think he's going to
both. This is he's going to leap forward. Okay. I mean, you are going to be careful here as Sacred is rotated over. You will be able to connect with the arrow. A nice pick off from those 2 heroes, forcing. I mean, he does force them out of position, but you're pretty happy to get that kill on the Elder Titan for sure.
Gunnar, he's.
He doesn't have mana for the Pulse Nova.
Nice try there, Leostyle. I think that means Mirana will end up TPing over to the mid lane to refill Leostyle's bottle, as is tradition.
Yeah, so is Elder Titan as well. Both heroes need to top off the regen. Top lane MJZ got speared pretty far back out of position. There is some more spirits and